All right, and with this contract, you turn over the exclusive rights to your Skyrim video.
Sure, by all means.
And that means
Uh,
that I will be the #1 Skyrim video since you are now out of the competition.
well, it's all right. I promised people I was going to do Destiny next, anyways. So,
Mm-hmm.
unfortunately, to those people who are waiting for that video, I cannot fucking get Destiny to work correctly because Bungie decided that they are not going to support game capture, and every other method that I've tried to capture it has completely failed. So my only option now is I have to downgrade OBS to try and capture it, and I refuse to do that for fucking Destiny 2. So
Just get like Streamlabs OBS and we'll do a ghetto stream.
yeah, yeah. People are like, "Oh, just use Shadowplay." I'm like, I don't want to use Shadowplay.
Yeah, it's got to be something OBS.
Yeah.
How are we
So
doing today, chat?
I'm coming in hot because of that fucking bullshit. An hour of my life wasted. And of course, Destiny 2 is not one of those games that you can just boot up and change game settings in the main menu. No. You have to go into the game itself. And because I was on a fresh account, every time I loaded into the game, I had to sit there skipping 3 or 4 cutscenes because it wanted to create a new fucking character. Dude, I was about to put my fucking fist through my monitor. It was so annoying.
You're getting onboarded by Destiny, all right.
I'm almost positive this is intentional. They don't want people to be recording their game. Especially post Lightfall.
No. We'll work something out. Hopefully we can do the onboarding for Destiny 2. If not, then
I had the stream set up too, because the whole idea was like we were gonna do a live stream for those of you unaware of what we're talking about. It was a horribly just one of the most shocking GDC talks either of us have ever seen. From the
amazingly honest.
it was genuinely, it's like, I think the description, the way I described it was if like the local crack dealer was standing on the corner just admitting to everybody passing by that, yeah, I run the crack den and I, like shot a cop or something like that. What are you
Well,
going to do about it?
and like taking pride that he invented the business model of like selling to kids.
It was brutal. And yeah, so what I was going to do is do a live stream where I'd be playing Destiny 2's free-to-play offering while we listen to that thing. But I can't get Destiny 2 to fucking work right with OBS. So I'll figure something out.
And for clarity, it was
good,
gonna be a stream.
Yeah, it was gonna be a live stream. See, the problem too is I'm gonna put all this effort into it, and I've heard that the free-to-play offering is literally like an hour or 2 of content. I think we will be listening to the fucking talk longer than I will have, so I'll have to switch to like Oblivion or something like that.
Yeah, switch
So
to
I'm gonna
Warframe.
Put in all this effort, yeah. But I'll switch to fucking Fallout 76. No, I don't even have that installed on my computer anymore. Fuck that game.
You missed the Mothership Zeta event though.
Oh no.
The best event of the year.
So I know that my Fallout 76 video has reached the greater Fallout 76 community now because I've been watching the dislikes on the video climbing. So
yeah, it's interesting that you somehow managed to escape that the first time around. But yeah, we were gonna start over the GDC talk too because the original stream where we saw it, it was just us like every other minute going, I cannot believe he's saying that. And so we wanted to take another stab at doing it, and this time not just being in constant disbelief, because now we know. Now we know how deep into hell this thing goes. Let's take it like at full value. Do you have any thoughts on Forspoken? I think Forspoken is going to be remembered as the game that started the trend against people liking the millennial writing and voice acting.
Yeah, I said it in my Discord a few days ago. That game is going to go down in history. Like in 5 to 10 years, video game historians are going to be pointing at that and being like, that's the turning point when people really started to hate overly quippy dialogue in video games. That's going to be its claim to fame.
I killed a game studio with my mind. Did anybody play Forspoken? No, that was the problem, and they went out of business as a consequence.
We're having a lot of like historical games coming out this year. You have that. You have the new Zelda game. You have Redfall.
This
you
is
have Starfield.
This is definitely going to be one of the years that goes down in the history books for amount of bullshit that's happened.
Yeah. Oh man, then you had the whole like the FTC stuff with Microsoft. We had a bunch of game leaks, and it's been a good year. If you're in the business for video game news and stuff, it's been a very good year.
And also, just this stretch of months with Remnant 2, Baldur's Gate 3, Starfield, Cyberpunk Phantom Liberty, and
yeah,
something's getting forgotten. But
there's been a lot of bangers. Oh, BattleBit Remastered released and instantly shot to the top of like the best sellers and stuff. It's been a good year. We've had some stinkers, but we've also had some fucking like bangers in here too. So it's a good year. Gaming's back, man. We took a break for 3 years, but we're back now.
So someone asked an important question, and it's not the super chat, but someone asked an important question, which is, do we think that Starfield is going to be, I don't know if it was better or worse, but do we think Starfield is going to be X than Skyrim? Better or worse than Skyrim?
I think it's going to be worse. When we've been watching the promo material, they've been referencing Fallout 4 a lot, and yeah, I thought Fallout 4 was worse than Skyrim. So if Fallout 4 is the benchmark they're holding against, which makes sense, that was the last game that was like praised. You know, Fallout 76. We'll just pretend Fallout 76 didn't happen, right?
Mm-hmm.
So go back to Fallout 4. I mean, looking at the skill trees and everything, Skyrim has a more robust leveling system than Fallout 4. And looking at what Starfield's leveling system is going to be like, it looks like it's just Fallout 4 remixed. It's Fallout 4 with challenges thrown in, and I am not impressed so far.
I think I'll like it more than I like Skyrim.
Really?
Well, I mean, not a big fan of Skyrim, and I think what you have to bear in mind is Mr. Sessions is still working on a Skyrim video, and I am almost a year out from finishing mine. So
that's not to say I really enjoy Skyrim, but I think I liked it more than Fallout 4. I know I liked it more than Fallout 4.
2 VTuber models. What the fuck?
Oh.
No, it's just funny.
Oh, man. Speaking of Halo, talk about that red versus blue
oh, yeah.
trailer.
The other day, this missed Private Sessions radar, I think, or you heard about it, but you didn't see it.
I saw a headline, but I just could not be bothered to actually watch the trailer.
Yeah, so I called Private Sessions, and we did a watch together, and I recorded it. And I mean, it wasn't too like, he didn't shit his pants or anything. It wasn't Starfield news, but yeah, the trailer basically it's funny for a lot of different reasons. I'll say that, if you know the context of what goes on at Rooster Teeth.
There were layers to that. I said it while we were watching. I'm like, my head is spinning right now with all the implications here.
Yeah. Bernie Burns being back, them retconning like 6 seasons, going back to like the end of the chorus stuff.
I think my favorite comment that I saw on the Reddit post for that was, that's a great way to handle all the stuff that happened post like season 13. And it's just like, they're literally just saying it was all a dream. They were all just simulations. It's just like the most blatant retcon imaginable.
No, it's definitely fascinating. I've shown the stream before what this model looks like without the helmet on. Do I like Halo Reach? I do like Halo Reach. I don't think it's amazing, but I do like that game. We should answer the super chat question. The man did donate $50. Is Starfield going to be good? I think from a lot of perspectives, Starfield will be good. I don't think it's going to deliver what hardcore RPG fans want, and that's kind of where the contention will be, because they did say that hardcore RPG fans will get something out of it.
Okay, so I think there's going to be 3 groups that are going to be dreadfully disappointed. People who are looking for a hardcore RPG, people who are just waiting for TES 6, and because they're going to play it and they're going to be like, wait, you guys didn't do TES 6 to make this fucking game. And people who are just overhyped about it.
Okay, so I've always been in the camp that I am grateful that TES 6 hasn't come out, because it has enabled the Elder Scrolls community to be the way it is.
True.
The Elder Scrolls community would be a lot more like the Fallout community, which is fucking abysmal, if there had been an Elder Scrolls 6 much sooner. And so we're able to enjoy kind of this great time period.
The Twilight.
The Twilight years,
descends. Yeah.
What did I say? I think I said my Elder Scrolls membership card expires the day that they actually announced the 6th game. Not just the teaser trailer that they did, but actually like, hey guys, we're finally making it.
Not just the teaser trailer that they did to boost their valuation with Microsoft, which we pretty much got confirmation from thanks to the FTC filing, or FTC lawsuit.
Well, thanks for the 50. You didn't have to do that much just because your card expired on Patreon.
Yeah, damn. Going the extra mile there.
Mm-hmm. The Elder Scrolls infighting will spread across the Starfield. You think Elder Scrolls has infighting? You got to see what goes on in Fallout. Elder Scrolls does. The only infighting that really exists between Elder Scrolls is Bethesda game fans and the ESO fans. You do see, like, there's a little bit of mudflinging going on, but I think a lot of it's in, it's like, yeah, you're a Morrowind fan, you're disappointed in Skyrim, but you don't hate the people who play Skyrim. People who like Fallout 3 but don't like New Vegas, they hate the New Vegas fans.
Yep.
Like, the Fallout community...
Literally at war.
Yeah, no, like, legitimately. Civil war in the fandom.
And this is, I mean, that's to be the case with a franchise like that that's just been thrown around like a used whore constantly.
Mm-hmm.
Like, how many different developers and publishers and stuff have worked with this franchise at this point? It's never had a stable house.
Them having Obsidian make a game is one of the most interesting kind of fandom management decisions, because I mean, it was kind of inevitable when they gave it to Obsidian.
Yeah, what was going to happen? I think I have a feeling Bethesda realizes that was in the long run a mistake on their part. Which is probably why they're never going to do any spin-off games ever again.
Well, and
not in-house anyway.
They'll do spin-off games. I think the Fallout IP is going to go in interesting directions. They'll give another one to Obsidian, but the Obsidian that as it is now, as in with most of its key talent that made New Vegas gone. But I don't care about Fallout. I don't want to do any more Fallout. No, thank you. The only reason I'm into Starfield is... A funny thing, I was working on the captions for the Morrowind video, and I actually say in that video that I was interested in Starfield. So that's like the main reason I'm playing Starfield, is I said like 4 years ago that I wanted to play it. And it's science fiction. I don't care about the post-apocalypse, but I do like sci-fi, so... Sorry, Bethesda fans, you stuck with me for one more game.
So are you saying you're not going to play Fallout 76 Atlantic City?
No. Here's what would have to happen. Atlantic City would either have to be this just immense fundamental rework, amazing piece are content, or it would have to be so cataclysmically bad that even the Fallout 76 fans don't like it. Those are the two circumstances that would ever justify me going back to Fallout 76.
What if the Atlantic City expansion was what we were thinking the Pit expansion was going to be. Or
That could
Expedition,
be
I
a
should
reason
say.
to go back. I
Like
don't like the Atlantic
genuinely like
City.
a new open world setting.
I don't like the Atlantic City setting idea. So already that's kind of a miss, but it would have to be like actually worth talking about, and I don't think that's highly unlikely.
I would be fast.
It's going to be mid, so
I would be fascinated just because that would be the first time for Fallout 76 Game World was being made not by Bethesda Maryland. So I'd be interested to do like some comparisons there, but I would not want to do a video or anything on it.
you can romance Space Delphine this time. You could romance Delphine before. She was willing to crush your balls.
Only 4 romance options in Starfield. See, it's like people who are already baffled by that. Those are going to be the people who are going to be really disappointed with Starfield.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting. It's interesting seeing the cross-contamination with different different RPG fandoms, people who are in the know with this stuff.
Also the people who saw the anime trailers and was like, oh my god, we're going to be able to play, we're going to be able to use mechs.
No spoilers here, okay?
We're actually going to get to those today.
Oh yeah, we're going to do those first.
There's nothing even to them. They're like 5 minutes.
That's why I'm knocking them out. Have you watched any of the Timothy Kane YouTube videos he uploads on his channel? No. And I think the Outer Worlds video gave an impression that I think more of Tim Kane than I do. I don't really have strong opinions about the man. You can romance Delphine? Yeah, she'll step on your balls. What are the thoughts on the Mass Effect videos? And do you plan to do any Mass Effect analysis in the future? I like the Mass Effect games, but I don't think I could do them justice. Everybody has like a thing that they would be good at doing, and I don't think Mass Effect is my thing.
Mass Effect's tricky. It's not one of those games. It's one of the few games where I think there is a limit to how many videos we can really have on it.
Yes.
Unless you want to just dive into the deep end with talking about companions and like their because Salty Shrimp Pasta was talking about doing a Mass Effect video from that perspective, though, of like doing a lot of talking about the characters and stuff. And I was like, yeah, that's definitely, because there's a lot of different interpretations and stuff. I veered away from that when I was working on my video because you start going to the deep end with it. But I don't think you would really want to go into that because there's only so much you can talk about with like the mechanics and everything. They're mechanically pretty simple games. The development history of it, I guess, is kind of interesting, but other than that, I think Dragon Age is more interesting, honestly. That might be a project that I do in the future, solely because I found out that the former director of those games now has a YouTube channel where he just dumps like tons of info on the game, and so it's just like there's so much easy research material on his channel alone. So
thankfully, Larian Studios is the new BioWare. Please do not say things like that. I don't think BioWare, to me, has always been more of an insult than it has been praise, and that's because I missed a lot of the BioWare Golden Age era games, and so my impression of BioWare is like Mass Effect onwards. I played Dragon Age Origins, I guess, but I mean, we're talking Mass Effect 2, Mass Effect 3, Andromeda, Anthem, Dragon Age 2, Dragon Age Inquisition.
Oh, fuck, that reminds me. I wanted to go in and record some Anthem stuff because they're shutting the servers down in like a month.
Oof.
there can't be that much content in that game, right? It was fucking abandoned by the time it was released.
It was still in the era of like where they were starting to do like 20-30 hour games.
Yeah.
It could take you longer than you think. You could be signing up for something that you're not expecting.
I just want to preserve that footage. Like I don't know if I would ever do a video on the game or not, but it is it can't I can't let that go to waste.
I want more games made by people who are really into tabletop. Well, I've talked about DOS 2 before and how it commits some DM sins of tabletop. So I
What
don't
are
know.
my
I don't know if
opinions?
Larian counts as that.
Someone's asking what my opinions on Anthem are. I've only played an hour of it, and the gameplay was surprisingly decent. It was actually kind of fun, but holy shit, talk about a slow, boring introduction.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck, man. I played for 40 minutes and I thought I'd played for 2 hours. Like I didn't know until I was looking at my footage. I was like,
Well,
I only
maybe that's a
recorded
good thing.
40
Maybe that's a
minutes
good
of
thing.
it.
You'll feel like you lived longer.
I've been playing another game recently, Planet Crafter, and you want to talk about a game where it's just like you start the game and suddenly it's 6 hours later. That game's fucking great. I
Is
see why it had an overwhelmingly positive rating on
is
Steam.
Starfield out? No, not yet. Now, as I understand, somebody was saying that the unlock time for Starfield is August 31st at 8 p.m. I didn't catch the time zone when they said this, but I was like, August 31st at 8. Why 8 p.m.? Like, what the?
Hmm.
Why not just go for September 1st? Because September 1st is the 2 year of, and this is the early, by the way, because
Yeah,
it's the 6th or 5th or whatever for
the $100
the
early access.
the plebs who pay only $10. I'm interested to see how. I've been talking about this. The game. I don't know if you saw the Game Pass Gambit chart I made.
No, I didn't see that.
So I put it on stream now. You'll probably catch it in a second. But
Okay.
my thought process here is that Game Pass is a gamble. We've talked about that before, and there's been some elaboration. People have said some things that they think I don't know, or perspectives that they think I don't have. Um, but it's a very simple concept, which is that your traditional, how Justin Truman would say, your traditional box product release, you know, you're getting $70 for standard edition and $100 pay piggy edition, right? That's what they would get, and it's probably a $1 billion video game with the market that they have now, removing Game Pass. Game Pass's gambit is that there's so many people who have such a low personal valuation of Starfield, so many people that would only ever spend $10 on it, that they can tap into that market and make up for all of the losses that they would have made on full sales. And I think it's a very interesting. It's a gamble for sure. It'll probably go Microsoft's way, but I think it's interesting. I think it's fascinating.
Yeah. I guess that is. But how many people are not interested? Like, how many people are only going to get into Starfield with at the $10 range? I feel like
Well, why not?
Bethesda games generally garner like a
Well,
huge amount, especially with how much traction it's getting, attention it's getting right now. At release, it's only going to get even crazier. Like everybody's going to be fucking playing and streaming it.
there's a lot of people who will buy it once and only ever do like one playthrough. But where that would have been a $60 or $70 purchase, now you're doing the Spartan Ops achievements.
Oh my
I'm
god.
gonna give you a heart for that. But now it's like, if you want to get in on Starfield and you think that you're only ever going to play it once, I don't see a reason why you don't get it on Game Pass, and then they're out $60 on that.
Mm-hmm. No, I don't get the business model for Game Pass.
The only way it makes sense is either the budgets at Microsoft Game Studios goes down, so they make games for cheaper, which I doubt is going to happen, or the sub cost goes up.
I really want to look because they have like some crazy ass like quantum mathematicians crunching numbers over there. It's like an investment house or whatever. They got some quants over there, as they call it in the business industry, crunching numbers. I just want to know like what the numbers are. Like what are they actually doing? What are they using to base these things off of? And what's Microsoft's long-term goal with it? Because I just don't see it right now.
Yeah, something has to give for the current business model. And knowing Microsoft's history, I call them the bipolar company for a reason.
Mm-hmm.
Because they
It's
will be good for like 6 months, and then they'll just have a streak of awful business decisions, like anti-consumer business decisions. So like when they
Well,
brought
it's also
MCC to PC, they were like, we don't want it to be console exclusive anymore. We want as many people to play Halo as they can. And it's
yeah.
like, wow, that's a really benevolent decision that you've made there, because you absolutely could have held Halo as a Xbox exclusive for the rest of time. And then like, I forget what they did later, but they go back and forth.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't care how benevolent a company is. I don't want it to have as much power as Microsoft has.
Yeah. Well, the other problem with Microsoft is that they have like their pet projects, so like Mixer and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Something that was obviously dear to somebody there, and then I guess that somebody left or whatever, and then suddenly the project is getting completely axed. Mixer was a fascinating, one of the most fascinating things I've seen them fail on, because like it wasn't even a bad platform. Like the tech behind it was surprisingly good. Like the viewing experience was surprisingly good. Obviously, Twitch had them beat in terms of total features, but it was a very smooth system.
Can we talk about how
And
Halo Wars 2 has a PC version, but they won't put it on Steam? That's what it was they brought MCC to Steam.
right.
They brought MCC not just to PC, but they brought it to Steam because they wanted as many people to be able to play it. And then they decided that Halo Wars 2 like, you could never go to Steam.
Which is so fucking weird.
Especially since part of it sets up the plot of Halo Infinite, which is on Steam. So it's like, are Steam players supposed to be able to keep track of your storyline or not? What's weird too is
I remember reading like the lore between Halo Wars 2 and Infinite, and I was just baffled. just beside myself. Oh my god.
What is Redfall? It's a game that a bunch of people from Arcane didn't want to make, but were forced to anyways. That's a crazy stat. 70% of a studio not wanting to make a game.
Redfall was Arcane's Fallout 76.
Yeah, I guess that, I mean, can we even say that like the people at Bethesda didn't want to make Fallout 76? I feel like at least that's in the traditional wheelhouse of things that they do, right?
If you trust that Kotaku article about, the forced crunch, blah blah blah,
You
the
mean
QA
at ZeniMax?
people,
You mean at
yeah,
ZeniMax?
at ZeniMax. But in that they were saying that
that reminds
some
me.
people at Bethesda, Maryland, didn't even really want to do Fallout 76. I could believe it too.
Some Microsoft executive was talking about how they're throwing Microsoft's QA division at Starfield to make sure it's ready for launch. Interesting thing about that. That means that they're not using the now unionized ZeniMax QA testers.
Or, listen. We had to purge a lot of that that group. So we had to pare things down. It's financial troubles and everything. We were afraid of a recession. We might have lost a few QA people. We need to bring in the big guns.
The other thing I noted was it doesn't matter how many QA testers you throw at the problem. The bottleneck is going to be how many people at Bethesda are fixing the problems that QA is reporting.
That's exactly it. And going back to that Kotaku article, that's exactly what they were saying. It wasn't the fact that the play testers weren't doing their job. It was the fact that the development team just couldn't keep up with all the bugs and everything that they had to fix. It's like they're aware of it. QA can only do so much. That's just testing. But, wasn't there something you were telling me about that they had bots that were testing Starfield with?
Yeah, that's in the Lex Friedman interview.
Okay.
So they have a bot that they test it with, and they said they've been doing this for a while. All the bot does, it's like you know what a tool assisted speedrun is? I assume you do. It's just a tool-assisted speedrun, but it goes through like the first few main quests of Starfield. And so it just plays through that, makes sure that like there's base functionality. Nothing they've done causes that part to crash.
Yeah.
And they just throw it up and have it run in the background to test stuff.
I can read that a bunch of ways, but I'm gonna go for the funniest joke, which is that the introduction is so long and boring that nobody at Bethesda, even the QA team, can't be bothered with it anymore.
I mean, okay, if you have to do like a bunch of different runs on a bunch of different versions, I can see wanting to automate the intro.
Yeah.
Like you'd want to automate Helgen. AI powered by QA QC. I don't even think it's AI. I'm pretty sure it's just the same level of hardware that like a tool assisted speedrun is.
Probably. I mean, hey, at least we'll know. Listen, if I see any fucking bugs in the first like 3 or 4 hours,
blame the bot.
You know what's going in the video. What else we got? You sent me those mugs from there.
Yeah.
My first question was, wait, are those even the ones from the promo material?
Yeah, hang on. Let's pop this up here on stream. So, Constellation Shop. I noticed this on the Steam page. They're selling Starfield merch. Here's some of the merchandising options that they have. But you'll notice if you've been here, into the Starfield, they showcased. We could actually probably just pull up the mugs,
because like that was one of my first questions when we were watching. It was that, and it was, why isn't anybody wearing the fucking watch that they're selling?
Yeah, let me pull it up on the watch together, and I'll show you which mug that they're using. But it's interesting. They were showcasing.
It's a level of immersion that we really focus on.
It's right at the start too. That's the funny part. Is okay. So into the Starfield. This was, God. We got to talk about all the different marketing pushes that they've done. This was like 3 or 4 parts that they did, kind of like a little documentary thing. And throughout into the Starfield, they were showcasing this mug, and we were like, so is this going to be merch that you can get? Well, here's the mug that they actually made. You'll notice it looks a little different than the Starfield mug. I think this is just hilarious. That like, and it really showcases how kind of disconnected. It is a better mug. No, I'd actually would like to have. If you gave me a choice, I would pick the one that's in this marketing material. But it showcases how just dysfunctional Starfield's marketing has been, that they can't even keep track of basic stuff like, hey, we're going to put stuff in the marketing material. We're going to have you wear shirts and stuff and use these mugs, and then we're going to sell them.
Front and center. Like, this is an establishing shot here, is the fucking mug that you cannot buy. And bear in mind, you also can't buy the new ones either because they're already sold out.
Yeah. For some reason.
Yeah, for some reason. You know, like sporting, you know, like sports teams and stuff like that. They manage to print, you know, tens of thousands of mugs and shit like that. Indie game studio Bethesda with Microsoft, with you know, fledgling tech company Microsoft behind them, they can't manage to print, you know.
The only thing
how many of these mugs do you think they even would sell? Like a few thousand?
Probably. The only thing I can say about this mug is that the interior is black, and I have a soft spot for mugs that have different colored interiors. That's it. What's the
I don't like
stuff?
that because I can't see if it's dirty.
Oh, that is true. I have mugs that are orange on the inside that I like.
Okay.
Yeah, they're selling a skateboard. Some people were saying that the skateboard's too small for adults. I don't know. I don't necessarily know if that's true, but would be hilarious if it is. But I mean, these are like basic, just white coffee mugs with printed logos on them. So I don't see why they couldn't make, like, just take as many orders as you can and then just ship them out. Like,
just fucking do a bulk order. Like, come on, you know you're not gonna get stuck with it. At worst comes to worst, you give it away at a fucking convention if you're really stuck with a few hundred of them.
I do kind of want the journal. I think it would be funny to take the Starfield notes in the Starfield journal, but I have to pay for the $100 version of the game, and I'm cheap, so I will not be getting the Starfield journal.
Can you even buy it anymore? I feel like everything's probably sold out on their website at this point.
It was in stock last I checked.
Let me check right now. Let me see if there's anything I want to buy.
Do you like shirts?
No.
Well, I've got. That's kind of the bulk of what was left, was like kind of lame shirts. And sorry if this seems a little blackpilly. It's merchandise, okay? Merchandise has nothing to do with the quality of the game. It's just funny, and it kind of highlights that.
Okay, yeah, so the journal is still in stock. The skateboard is still in stock. And, oh god, they still have the hoodies in stock, too.
Nobody's gonna buy those hoodies. They were ugly. They're gonna get dirty super fast because they're white.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to buy white hoodie merchandise.
The fucking hood on it looks so stupid.
Is it as bad as the Assassin's Creed hoodie hoods?
Ooh.
So
I think it might actually be worse.
Let me count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we're on marketing push number 6. What we mean by marketing push is not just trailers, but like concerted little segments that they do. So in this case, Into the Starfield was like this little documentary that they were doing, and it lasted a couple months, and then it ended, and they never made another piece of marketing that was like Into the Starfield. And then they made Talking Starfield, where they answered questions from the Discord Starfield kittens, and they did 2 episodes of that, and then never did another Talking Starfield. They've done locations insights. They did they were doing like Meet Companions trailers, but they only ever made 1. And then they have these new trailers, which I've called the Starfield anime trailers. And actually, before we watch this, I think.
Also, just a side tangent, but their website, their merch stores, like marketing is also terrible. So I'm looking at the journal right now. You have 3 pictures of the journal and then just 2 random, just generic Starfield promo shots. Like, let me explain to you how the process of merchandising. There's something that we like to call cross merchandising. What you do is you put the product next to other products you want people to buy. So you know it would look great next to a journal on a desk? A coffee mug.
I forget what it was, but
or somebody writing in the journal while wearing one of the Starfield t-shirts that you can get.
When they were doing the marketing for Cyberpunk, they announced a Cyberpunk anime called, and it ended up being Edge Runners. Now, anybody here who's familiar with Cyberpunk should be able to tell you what a breath of life back into Cyberpunk 2077 Edge Runners ended up being, because it got people interested to check out some of the patches that had been done with it. Now, the reason I bring that up, ladies and gentlemen, is that today's trailers are rather interesting when taken from the perspective of Edge Runners. What does it mean? Chat, what does it mean? I do apologize for loud. I don't apologize if you were sleeping while listening to the stream. I've got no mercy for people who sleep to my stuff. So it's interesting. You've got animated Starfield marketing. Now, here's my theory. I came up with this today. My theory is that they were doing this as a test run for a Starfield anime a la Cyberpunk Edge Runners. And it completely fell apart. And it's not even good as marketing material, as you're going to see. It is abysmal. A lot of it looks like it's almost traced from the concept art. I want to say like a lot of it is just I don't know, it's hard to look at, honestly.
I will say it has more visual cohesion than the game itself does. That's about all the positive I can say. Yeah, it's very unwatchable because like the frame rate that they're using and everything, it hurts.
Yeah. You know what I'm noticing? Background's at a different frame rate than the character.
Yeah.
So like this could have been traced from concept art or maybe like a model. Or maybe maybe even like no, there's no way they did that. It's Bethesda. But you can see smoke wafting off the from the landing, and it's got at a different frame rate than the character moving.
Well, I'm curious who even... I tried looking it up to see if we know who even made these.
Mm-hmm.
If this is like internal or if they...
What's funny is, so they dumped all of these at the same day within 5 minutes of each other. They just dumped these out. What you would expect is one of these would come out each week, right?
Yeah.
So the fact that they just dumped these out says, we spent too much money on this to not release it. But we can't justify, like, we've got 1 month left. They could do one thing a week.
This also just feels like something that they would release before they showed the game itself. Like, especially when they were doing the Into the Starfield stuff, when they were talking about each city, because that's what the videos focus on, is each city. So it's just like you release them alongside that. That seems like it would have been most natural. I don't know. Maybe this got delayed or something. Maybe they had production issues with it.
The NVIDIA leaks showed ZeniMax Online. The ISO guys are working on a project named Mandalorian. Mando is sci-fi, so is Starfield Online, ? No fucking shot. There's no shot that they are working on a fucking Starfield MMO when Starfield's not out. Are you in... I mean, it's possible. It would be insane.
Possible, all right.
It would be absolutely insane because that would mean if Starfield failed, and they have to have data that says that Starfield can't possibly fail. But if Starfield failed, and I mean like foundational issues that are present in the first 2 hours, so people are pursuing refunds. Nobody buys the game at full price. All they ever do is like Game Pass. If Starfield were to fail, then anything that was derived from Starfield would also inevitably fail.
Yeah, it would be toxic.
But it would be insane that they're working on a Starfield MMO already.
Well,
it's almost cynical in a lot of ways.
I mean, that is absolutely cynical. It's very, very presumptuous.
Starfield hasn't even had time to sit into the cultural mind frame beyond something that's just been marketed to people, and already they're chasing the MMO market.
Well, so
hilarious if true.
I'm thinking about it from this perspective. So assume TES 6 is going to take, at least 5 years from now, maybe even 6. You need something in the meantime. If they get a head start on this project, because this project would probably take like at least 2 to 3 years to really bear fruit and have something that they can deliver, that would land it square in the middle of that empty gap,
that void.
Yeah, and if all they're doing right now is just working on like back end tech stuff, where like that's where the project would be at this point, you could always just take that and move it to something else. You'd adapt it for a different project or something.
Rude. Did you guys not see him?
Literally, just staring at him.
He's in the middle of this open space in a bright red jumpsuit, and somehow they didn't like actually successfully walk around him. What I love too is even the anime can't be bothered to like populate the areas.
Yeah.
I hope like the following shots have more people in them, because this is hilariously emblematic of the liminal spaces that are like these the game areas they've shown. Nope. So here's another like big open space where you would expect to see people kind of loitering or walking around, or like they're going between meetings, they're commuting to work.
So I went into New York City on Friday, and
Mhm.
you know, it's pretty crazy when you're in like a large populated city, um, how crowded spaces are. You know, like
Mhm.
you know, there's usually like people standing around, noise and traffic and things like that. I, so this is supposed to be like the capital city of this faction, right?
Yes.
And
I
yeah,
see 6 people.
yeah. I don't know. You know what? Maybe this is like a gated part of the city. Like he had to
Mm.
get through a bunch of security and everything.
Mm.
He needs clearance to be here. He looks like a delivery guy, so maybe you know they rang him in so he can make his delivery.
It is interesting. Okay,
There you go.
there's more people in the line than there are outside.
Well, I know what's going on. See, it's really hot outside, so
Mm.
everybody's hanging out inside in the air conditioning.
It's hard to be optimistic about this because it's hard to look at. Like, it's animated poorly and it's hard to look at. So it's like, I don't see how Starfield fans aren't a little cynical about this.
Well, this is one of those things that you see it, you watch it once, and you just forget that this ever happened.
It's funny.
If
So
you're if you're a fan.
I was clicking through the looking for like stuff to make the thumbnail out of, and the heat map on the timeline for where people were clicking the most was here. So people were like having to go back and pause to read this.
Yeah, to read this.
Which is like, you know, it's like 3 lines. But this yeah, you're in the military now.
Grabber.
And apparently it's called Vanguard.
United Colonies Vanguard.
My eyes! Yeah, that is kind of the vibe of this. Okay, hang on. That's not realistic. It should have been, he had to hold it down and then a radial appears around his finger. That takes like 3 seconds to activate.
Oh my god. Dude, talking about Destiny 2 again. Fuck, man.
Destiny has that?
It's so inconsistent. Some of the things you click on is instant. Some of them you have to hold. Some of them you have to hold for a really fucking long time. Oh my fuck, dude.
What I love is, so he used a touch screen. So you could fat finger accidentally joining the military.
No takebacks, no confirmation.
Yeah, no confirmation box, no signature. Anime trailer number 1. I'm not even gonna name him because it's that generic. 108. Fat fingering joining the military. And if it's Vanguard, doesn't that mean that like
it sounds like you'd be
it
on
sounds
like
like special forces.
Lines.
It's
yeah.
Special forces are front line duty, and it's like 3 lines, fat finger. They're so close together too. This is like trying to dismiss an ad.
What you don't see are like the 2 military police officers standing on the sides for the people who accidentally fat finger accept and think they hit decline and try to walk out.
Why did they have to stand in queue to use a website? Yeah, why is it at a kiosk? So that they could have like multiple. What the fuck?
Listen, this is oh no. You know what this means, right? What this is confirming? If they're at this tech level, we're going to be doing a lot of walking back and forth to do and traveling back and forth to talk to people face to face, because they're not going to use telephones.
There's no phone, there's no internet.
Yeah.
You got to in person all your meetings. I love it too. They have spaceships, but for some reason this is like, it's so fitting from Bethesda, because that's a mistake Bethesda would make in their UI design. Is let's put the accept and decline buttons so close together that you could accidentally get signed up for frontline duty. What? This is so bad. What is this even communicating? It's rough, dude.
Yeah. The storyboarding really fell apart here.
Who did they get to make this?
That's what I wanted to know. Please, anybody in chat, if you even recognize the the style or something like that, just give us some hints here.
They didn't even finish the animation. Dude, it seems like this was gonna be their big like animated trailer push, and it was like this was supposed to lead up to Starfield Direct or something. And then like it was chronically late, and it's like, well, you know, we obviously can't release it after the game comes out. Let's just dump it on like July 27th.
Rooster Teeth animated this. Ooh, that's a deep cut, all right. I was watching a live stream yesterday. This dude in Japan, and he was at like at a convention where they have like vinyl figures and stuff, and they had one for Ruby, and he didn't know who it was. He didn't know what it was, but there was like 4 people in chat who did, and they just started laughing, just like Lamau Ruby.
The animation style is called Unfinished Overworked Korean Studio. It looks very Western though, in the way it like draws characters and stuff.
What are those? What are those? What do they mean? Is that currency? Are you telling me they have a physical currency?
Of course.
See? What is it?
Currency or ID or like dog tags or something? Who knows? It would be funny if it was like a physical currency. Bottle caps, space bottle caps or something. Space septums.
Literally, our government just created like a system so that you can have instant debit transactions and stuff in our country now. And they're investigating into making like a national cryptocurrency. So like our Fed is already ahead of where Bethesda's at.
No, it's the skateboard. It's the Starfield skateboard.
Oh, tech decks.
Yeah, he's like doing it with his fingers. Yeah, see, he's doing like a slide.
Mm-hmm. Tech decks.
They're using fidget spinners as currency. Well, like they called it credits. So why would it be like a physical currency if it was credits? And also, does this mean that like, because he's getting more here, so what this is telling me, he joined the military, but they're paying him?
Yeah, he's a mercenary.
So why did he have to like agree to give his life? Like, is this an explanation for how we're gonna be in the military, but like we're not really in the military? Like, come on.
Yeah. It's definitely a currency.
Well, okay, so the progression says, yeah, he's got like a penthouse.
Yeah.
From like going around and killing people in the war. In the war.
Hey, I played Elite Dangerous. Bounty hunting was definitely very profitable in the early game.
You guys see he's older and grizzled now because he's got 5 o'clock shadow. He's looking out listfully with regret.
Damn, should have become an engineer.
Why did I have to be born in the Starfield universe?
My cousin's out fighting dragons, and what do I get?
I like that.
That looked terrible.
It looks terrible, but what I don't understand is I feel like it's not even really a vibe of what the game is.
No, and we're going to see in the next one, I have a hilarious joke, or hilarious observation that I made last time.
Yeah, it's all just the typical marketing stuff, but this is just sad, honestly.
You know, they could have done a video explaining how like space travel works or how the leveling system works, or
yeah, there's another round
just
of like developer interviews.
just anything, any information.
Any information that isn't just vibes, because that's like 90% of Starfield's marketing material is just vibes. Remember when they like told you stuff about how the games were? Like, let me open my Skyrim folder here. What this makes me miss is Skyrim's marketing. They really peaked there. Remember when they did a Game Informer article? I've got it up on screen now. They gave a lot of information about how the systems work. They're talking about Radiant Story and Innkeepers, and they're showing stuff like the visuals are all stuff from the trailers. But
man, I miss old Game Informer articles like that.
There's a lot of communication in the Skyrim marketing material about what Skyrim was going to be. If you went into Skyrim, if you saw the Skyrim marketing material and got the wrong impression, it was because you hyped it up in your head that it was going to be greater than what they said it was going to be. But Skyrim's marketing material was still much more transparent than like any of the other games.
And that also just looked better too. That one page, those 2 pages had more like visual originality and flair, and it's so much better than any of these fucking trailers they've put out.
It's funny. I do remember the sawmill sabotage bit though. That was false. Yeah, anything they said about the economy was false. That was about it. But I mean, like, that's fucking peanuts. At least they like look. I would rather them say things and get a few things wrong than for 90% of the marketing to just be vibes and for us to get like kind of information about things and how the game works.
The marketing for this game feels like the quote from BioWare, where they said they don't want to ever have a game where the faces can be memed on again.
Yeah, it really is we don't want to do that again. We don't want to get taken out of context and quoted.
Yeah, we don't want Fallout 76 ever again.
Yeah,
so we're just not going to say anything at all. Which is funny because Fallout 76 didn't get crucified for what it's. I mean, it did for a little bit, but for the most part, it was just the game got crucified because it was a shitty game. So people getting blindsided by Starfield being shitty, which I don't think is going to be the case anyways. It's just, like, I just don't understand where this apprehension is really coming from. It's so it's just like, are they confident at all about the product that they are releasing? You have somebody, you have us right now sitting here going, yeah, like the game's probably not going to be like for us, but I would be shocked if it was as bad as Fallout 76 was.
I think I actually think it's kind of an impossibility that it could be as bad as Fallout 76 was. Fallout 76 was the confluence of many different elements coming together to create the perfect storm.
Mm-hmm.
And so if you're looking for another Fallout 76, I think it's going to miss its mark. I think there's going to be a lot of people on YouTube who are going to try to hype it up into being the next Fallout 76 because there's a paycheck involved. But I don't think that it could be like that. But I just want to comment, Aquila. So we've talked before about Aquila City, how artificial it is that they call it that. Aquila City, Aquila, New York City, New York City, New York. Mr. New York Man, what are your thoughts on New York City? The title.
I mean, we usually just call it the city, but or just New York. Usually, we don't call it. You rarely call it New York City unless you're talking to like outsiders.
Yeah, it's very
yeah, it's just it does feel a little bit artificial there.
It's a minor thing, but then I noticed that they started calling Neon. They were calling it Neon through all the marketing, but now they're calling it Neon City.
Neon City.
And I'm like, God damn it, guys. So Diamond City at least makes sense why it's called Diamond City. Because they don't want to call the city Diamond. That's the wrong impression. So it's the city that's shaped, that's a baseball stadium. So it's a diamond. So it's Diamond City. It makes sense that you would put city in the name of that. Or like the Imperial City, right? Again, another situation where it makes sense for city to be in the name. But two major content hubs, Aquila and Neon, and they decided to append the term city to it. It's just awkward.
Mexico City, Mexico. Maybe that's what it is. Because this is Cowboy Town after all.
It's Mexico City. I just think it's very artificial. It comes off as weird because the people that are from Aquila are not going to call it Aquila City, but they do in the marketing, so they're going to in game, even though it's super artificial. Because how much shit is going to be on planet Aquila? Like, let's be honest. Are there going to be other cities on Aquila that could be confused with Aquila City?
Yes. Cities everywhere. That's why we've only seen 3 of them. Man, I really do wonder if there's only going to be 3 cities in this game.
Wouldn't they have shown more?
That's what I wanted.
Because they showed off Riverwood in Skyrim's marketing.
Yeah.
Fucking Riverwood. And then they had how many cities are in Skyrim? 9? They're not major cities, but they're still cities. Whereas we have 1,000 planets and 3 cities. But it's interesting.
Hilarious, because this would be the game where you can do, because remember Skyrim, Land of the Nords, all the snow and everything.
Guys, we made it shitty and smaller than Balmora on purpose.
They still managed to come up with 9 distinct cities for Skyrim, and a bunch of smaller villages and stuff too, in a game that is set in a snowy mountainous region.
They said
so. Now you have a game that's set on a galactic scale, pretty much. You could do anything you want, and you get.
They said there would be. They said that there would be 4 cities in Wilshire called Sidonia a city. 4 cities.
Okay, isn't Sidonia
isn't that the mine?
Yeah.
Where you start.
Yeah.
That's a city. That's what we're calling a city.
Well, there's also space stations. The Crimson Cringe is gonna have their fleet. That's gonna be like a city, right?
It's like a city, yeah. So it'll add up. It's more handcrafted content than ever, guys. Though, we promise.
Yeah.
Sidna Mine. I mean, that's what it is. It's literally a mining colony.
You start the game in Sidna Mine. I think that's we
know that.
Start.
Is this going to be a gameplay mechanic, you think? I think
fixing the ship. I doubt it.
I doubt it, but I could see where they have you go to enemy ships and there's little panels on the side that you can loot. That's going to be a thing, is learning all the bandit ship panel locations.
learning all the different containers that you can loot in this game.
Sidonia was canonically the first major off-Earth settlement, if I recall correctly, so it's going to be Bethesda's latest shitty old mining city. Oh my god, it's fucking... It's fucking Raven Rock, again. Guys, you did your post-apocalypse games. The excuse was that we're doing the post-apocalypse games because that lets us have smaller scale cities. And then, they're getting back... this is supposed to be civilized, right? There should be cities all over the place.
Well, okay, so here's what it is. In this setting, humanity, everybody's still undergoing a demographic crisis. All the populations are still shrinking, and it's very small. So you have 5 billion people living in the entire settled systems. It's very unfortunate.
In 4 cities and on Earth that you can't visit.
Oh, yeah.
According to the animation, this is a capital city. We knew that this was a capital city. This is the capital of the Stormcloaks, the space Stormcloaks. It's Red Dead Redemption Town.
Cowboy Town.
This is like one of the main reasons you're gonna be playing the game, guys. Is this the Aquila City, Aquila Cheyenne?
Cheyenne, stay.
Welcome to Aquila City. Now I gotta see like be a minor thing, but if like the Aquila City sign was wrong, like it's a different sign in game.
Established 2167. That's pretty it's not that far ahead in the future. Really betting there. Okay, so my observation is, where's the cowboy motif?
Yeah, someone said that was there was like less cowboy motifs in the animated trailer, which really like, I mean, there have been hints that Aquila was going to be Cowboy Town a long time because they show it in the 2022 stuff. So like, how old is this? But I mean, they're wearing trench coats. Okay, so
look at this. This is not a cowboy city at all.
No, this is a cowboy city. Ulfric Storm, the statue to Ulfric Stormcloak is like, it's right there. Cowboy dusters. Yeah, that's what I was looking for.
There it is. The Max. I like when I saw this, my first reaction was, oh no, I'm gonna see fucking articles of people saying we can use mechs in this game. Which naturally it took 2 days for me to see those fucking, and I'm still seeing them every day now.
Oh,
they should have cut this section entirely, because no, there's not gonna be fucking mechs in this game.
That's what I'm wondering is, why didn't they just do
that front and center?
Why didn't they do 59-second vignettes that they uploaded as like shorts? Like, there's a lot from these trailers that they should have cut. Imagine if that first one we saw was just the guy joining Vanguard, and that was the trailer.
Yeah.
And it skipped everything after that. So is this supposed to be the war? They fought the war with mechs?
Yeah, they fought the Thalmor with mechs.
Animated storyboard. This looks like a fucking, like it's just a done up storyboard. Like, I cannot believe that this is being passed off as like major marketing material. Like, aren't you excited? We dropped 6 minutes of trailers today. So why are we going for, okay, so this was fine. This is a good setup, right? There's a lot of work being done here, sure, but we're learning about Cowboy Town and then we're seeing mechs fight.
And orbital bombardments.
Yeah. So
does that mean, that's the question I want to ask.
There's like 3 different levels of sci-fi here. Is this a game where they're fighting wars in space with spaceships, or is this a game where they're fighting on the ground with mechs, or is this a game where I'm having fucking duels at high noon in my cowboy duster with my 6-shooter? What the fuck? That's like 3 completely different things. Why are they all being blended together?
Yes. Starfield is a game that says yes to the player. I hope I could do like orbital bombardments, because honestly, that's not much different from using the lightning storm shout in Skyrim. So
just nukes.
Yeah, just let me use the space theme to drop orbital bombardments on people.
Starfield has no identity of its own. That's kind of what I'm picking up here. It's a very big tonal clash.
Bethesda is just a studio. They can't help but wear their inspirations on their sleeves.
And so
both sleeves covered in inspiration.
Yeah, it's just fucking, just covered in patches of all the different sci-fi stuff that they said yes to. It's just interesting. I want to be NASA, but I also want to be cowboy. Yeah, it's like mixing The Expanse and Firefly. Like, those are 2 ideas that just don't work together. Similar, but they don't work together. Nice radiant event here. He's using a big Warframe gun. And there's a muzzle flash, but it's not on the barrel. Oh, there it is. Now it's on there. What the hell is going on with the muzzle flash on this thing? Do you see do you see this?
Yeah.
It must be just like in between frames or something. I'll let it slide. There's bigger issues. Like
I just noticed
like the rampant chromatic aberration or whatever's going on that makes
the old man casting a shadow on the background.
It's very, very deceptive marketing they're doing. What's going on with the old man's shadow?
Okay. Like, watch him casting a shadow when he falls on the ground on the
so let's use
background.
So let's pay attention. The tower is dictating the location of the sun being to the left, right? That's still right.
Mm-hmm.
Well, this background piece isn't casting enough of a shadow, but... No, that guy's face should be like... Whatever.
Yeah, there it is.
What?
Oh, okay. He fell against a box. Alright. I didn't notice the box there. So he's casting a shadow on the box.
It's just what's amazing me about this is how hard it is to look at. So whatever's going on with like the lines around the characters, it looks like chromatic aberration, but I don't think it is. But it's giving me like a headache to just look at like still frames. Every frame of painting. I mean, this is not going to be somebody's like phone wallpaper, because
challenge accepted.
What's going on here? Did he just like, did he instant transmission away? What the fuck? Like, what is that? What's that sound effect? I'll turn it up. We'll play it. And I want you guys to appreciate what's going on here. It's like he phase shifts out like away.
No, you don't understand. What that was actually advertising a perk you can unlock.
Yeah, Neuro Strikes. It's like he's out of existence, which is very accurate to Bethesda. Like, she punched him so hard that he fell through the map, and they don't want to show that.
See, what this is actually doing is it's advertising the overpowered hand-to-hand perks you're going to be able to unlock in this game.
You did your Radiant event. Here's your reward. And then it's like 58 credits added to your inventory.
There they are again. I'm going to shit myself if they have a solid currency in this game. Not only is it not a paper currency, it's fucking coins.
Wow. Well, like, it's coins, and if you want to give somebody multiple, you give people multiple of it. And it's not just a USB drive that says, you own, here's your 58 Bitcoin, your 58 Starfield coins.
In Mass Effect, they had credit chips, or credit chits, or something like that. They had like a little name for it. But it was just like a USB drive, basically.
It's a credit chip. So why in the other trailer does he get given 20? And it's only because they want to symbolize that, like, as time goes on, he gets more, but...
I know why. There was so much on that. They were giving him so much money that they had to use multiple chips.
Yeah, each one was like 10,000 chips. And it 10,000 credits, and each chip can only hold 10,000 credits.
Yeah.
No, I work for free.
No, it really is a Radiant event. No, you'll need those supplies more than me.
And she found a use for the scavenged bit.
Translation, I don't want you dumping crap in my inventory that I'm going to have to search for to drop, so
yeah,
please don't.
It's like 50-50 a random enchanted item and 50-50 like 58 credits.
Fallout 3 was my favorite example of that, where people would run up to me and be like, thank you for doing all this wonderful stuff around the town. Here's a squirrel on a stick. Meanwhile, I'm sitting on like 600 stim packs. Like, fuck off. Now I gotta go into my inventory and drop that thing. So like outside and it would always happen outside my shack. So outside my shack, it would just be like an ocean of shit that somebody ambushed into my inventory.
I love that that's a consistent Bethesda thing. It's just, here you go. Shoved it into your inventory.
It's actually an upgrade device. Oh, was that the thing, the MacGuffin that you had to collect from Edgewater?
The power coupler to take off from the Edgewater. The only way to escape Emerald Vale. So it's shitty Emerald Vale plot. Impressive. I bypassed the decompressor.
Imagine if Starfield did like a Dragon Age Origins, where you had different origin stories that dictated how your like intro sequence played out. Or I guess Cyberpunk also did that.
No, I doubt it.
Oh, no. I know it's not going to be like that, but imagine if they actually did do that.
It's hard not to be black-pilled. Like, look, I'm trying my best here, but you see what I'm seeing, right, chat?
I'm seeing nothing, and that's the problem.
I've seen Starfield anime. The hand that feeds. This is where this gets really complicated, because we were talking about edge runners earlier, and this one's about neon, which is Cyberpunk City.
Also, just a note, but this speaks to the lack of awareness of the genre that they're working within. The Asian motif, like Asian people being associated with cyberpunk, is at this point almost considered insulting. Because it's done so much, and of course their character in
Listen,
Cyberpunk City is Asian.
They're wearing their inspirations on their sleeve. They were very inspired by Akira, which they thought was Aquila, and that it had been because it's Japanese, so they didn't understand.
God damn, man. Neon. Okay, so it's not Neon City here, it's just Neon.
Ocean Planet, Pleasure City. Why is the Pleasure City like so awful? Like, I would imagine an actual science fiction Pleasure City to literally just be like a cruise ship, but a planet.
Yeah.
Like Ryza from Star Trek.
Why would... Here's the problem with this set. So the reason Cyberpunk works in its setting is because, like, as a setting genre, is because everything is fucked up, right? But we've seen in this game, there's the first city we were talking about. I don't even fucking remember what the fuck it's called. New Atlantis. That's a normal city. So why would this city be fucked up the way it is?
Because it's cyberpunk.
See, like, that's the problem, because it's like in a setting like this where they have basically instant travel between planets and everything like that, you wouldn't have these like disassociated planets with their own unique culture and everything like that, like to this extent.
Guys, come on, stop saying they're fat, okay? This is just gamer physiques.
Especially in a pleasure city, there would be police. Like, why would people come here to vacation, right? If you have rampant crime and stuff. The reason you have crime is because you have poverty, but you wouldn't have poverty in this setting because you have automation and all this other stuff that you just remove a lot of those, lot of like the lower paying jobs.
Why would anybody? Yeah, why would anybody visit Neon? It's like the Riften of the setting. Like nobody's gonna go to Riften on vacation. So.
Also, this looks fucking awful. This is like the most painful thing to watch so far.
This is the one they shouldn't have published, but they had to because it was like it was all important to their marketing push, which was advertising the 3 main cities. Because if Sidonia survives, I'll be impressed. And it doesn't get Space Helgened.
Get Space Helgened by the artifact that we interact with.
So why did we just watch the storyboarded version, but now this one's in color? Oh yeah, because this isn't finished. Okay.
Yeah.
They're passing off what goes on in this sequence as like, this is the style of it, but it literally is just unfinished. Which, I mean, I guess that's accurate marketing. But then, like, we're back to it being in color. It's Arasaka headquarters. We're too scared to animate anybody talking, I guess. Like, what the fuck?
Well, see, the original idea was that this was going to be an anime, right? But they didn't want to localize it, so just make it silent.
What the fuck am I watching? Literally every sound effect is stock. I know these libraries. I'm telling you, it's like it got rushed out. He just leaves? Of course.
So
where was the credit shit?
Yeah, that's just gonna.
The visual thing that was supposed to tie all the trailers together of them getting paid credit shits and like. Did we just miss it?
Well, you see, in Neon, they don't deal with like credit shits. They're all on the crypto, so they just forward it to her bank account.
What's the moral of the story? Oh, there's no moral of the story. That's what's hilarious about this. It's not finished, right? It's just, this was their way to try to, they were going to push like the Starfield anime, and it didn't work out. Something happened in production with the storyboarding or whatever. Maybe there was a fire or something. So it wasn't finished, and they had to get it out because it's 1 month from release.
Microsoft came in and they're like, listen, guys, we've learned our lesson with trying to do show tie-ins with our IPs and everything. It's never worked, all right? Just don't even bother. You guys have been working on this thing, just fucking scrap it. Bizarre. That's the only way I can describe these trailers.
It was very interesting, to say the least.
I like how these came out minutes after after Colossal Order released another trailer for CS2. So you want to talk about a game that has excellent marketing. Look at City Skylines 2. This is the first game where I've actually been watching week to week because they release their trailers on a weekly basis. They release everything on a predetermined schedule, and they pace it out throughout the week. and they have like four different like campaign styles, but it's all tied to each other. So each week it all builds on each other and focuses on one topic, and they go super fucking in depth. They do not leave anything left unexplained. And yeah, as a result, I'm a lot more excited for the game than I was originally, because they've been able to put me at ease. Not that I really had many doubts to begin with, but they have like a different sort of, so the game's becoming more like sim based, like they're building more a bigger economy simulation on it and everything, which I could imagine if you cold explained that at a conference or something, people wouldn't really get it and everything. So what they're doing instead is explaining it through showing how it interacts with other gameplay systems, while also explaining the improvements they made to previous gameplay systems. It's just a good marketing, like just good marketing. And then you have Starfield here, which wants to say as little as humanly possible. I made the joke where they are literally testing the boundaries, the limits of human communication by showing as little as possible while still trying to get people to buy the game. It is fascinating.
So we're going to take 5 minutes here in case anybody needs a short break. We're not actually going to leave, though. We're just going to chat with chat for a bit, and then we're going to pick right back up with some more interesting stuff. These are mood pieces at best. That's what I was saying, was it's just trying to sell a vibe of Starfield, not necessarily actually make people interested in the game.
Well, it's all about trying to sell people on the game, get them interested, but they don't want people to know much about the game, which is weird.
You don't want to press the filter chat button. Oh yeah, thanks for reminding me of the filter chat button. No, I'm not going to press it.
The what?
If you play an ad, you lose like 20%
of the
viewers. And you were right by saying the vibe is unfinished. True. When you're making a video, do you research the game's development first or play them comprehensively? Typically, the order is you play the game and then you research it, because you want to know like what happens in the game, and then when you research it, you'll have like the context of like, oh, so that's why that happened this way. But the problem is that because Starfield's not out, but I want to work on the project. This is really like the compromise of those ideas.
Yeah. Do you have any games that you're going to be playing ahead of Starfield to, just get some comparison footage?
Any left? I mean, like, Elite Dangerous would be the last one just because of the space combat. But I don't know if I'm going to do that. Like, honestly, yeah. I just wrote the Patreon post today about like August is going to be just a fucking glacial month because I don't have enough time to really take on a new project. But because it's like my aim is to like take the week before Starfield comes out off.
Yeah, might as well, right?
Yeah. So really I've only got like 3 weeks to do anything. So I'm just trying to get all the research done so that that doesn't have to happen after the game comes out, so the video can come out sooner than...
Yeah, you can even like prep all your research footage and stuff.
Yeah, so, I've been doing that.
Yeah, you just drop it into your editor and everything, get it all set up. I mean, I'm just working on my Skyrim video right now, so I have the opposite issue where I am racing to try and get that project as far along as I can, because I know there's going to be overlap. I'm going to be working on the project as I'm playing Starfield, but my hope is that I'll just be editing by that point, which is fine because I can edit and play a game at the same time. That's not a big deal. The worst is playing a different game while you're writing for one game.
That's the important distinction, because my aim is to play like Starfield 2 hours at a time, just to make sure that like it gets as fair a shot as possible. So no 8-hour binge sessions or anything like that.
Yeah.
And so
unless the game really does grab me so much that I get sucked into it and I naturally just want to play 8+ hours of it, that's one thing. But I'm not going to force myself like with Fallout 76.
So from here on, we're going to be doing a couple more interviews that kind of have to be wrapped up. Now, this one I've actually watched the Starfield section of, so I kind of just want to hit some high points so that chat is familiar with some of this, because I know that.
Okay, so we're not gonna watch the whole thing. That's what you're saying. All right.
We're gonna hit like the highlights of the Starfield stuff, and then we might watch stuff that I haven't seen yet. Probably on 2x speed.
Mr. Friedman does not put the backplate on his Shure SM7B. Interesting.
So let me see. Okay, yeah, this is a good. Like finding specific times and watch together is always a bit of a pain. All right, Todd. Hang on. Context. Interview was done November of 2022.
So the game's been delayed at this point.
Yeah, because it was supposed to have come out
November 11th.
18 days before this.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what's the technical definition of goop? Fractally goop.
Fractally goop. He wraps those and so we go strange whatever a build. It's
oh wait, hang on.
Fine kind of problem to solve in terms of, well, what's fun about landing on a planet where there's potentially nothing? Because there's a lot of planets and moons, if you kind of, right, in reality, that, well, there's nothing on them except resources. And so we spend a lot of time figuring out, okay, let's just lean in on that can be a lonely experience, as long as we tell the player, here's what's there, here are the resources that are there, go find them. But I equate it to that moment of we said about listening to the wind go and watching the sunset. And I do think there's a certain beauty to landing on a strange planet, being somewhat the only person there, building an outpost. And we are modeling all of the systems because that's how we like to do things. So you can watch whatever that gas giant or moon, it will rotate and go, and sunrise, sunset, and all of those things that you would expect. And it's all really happening. And
so I like what Todd's saying here, because I agree with his perspective on space games have to be like, I agree. I even agree down to his ratio, 90% nothing. Go for it. Absolutely. Love it. Print it, ship it.
Which is funny because we're finding with the what is it, JWST, there actually might be way more habitable planets than we originally realized.
Yeah, it was something like 5,500 exoplanets that were confirmed.
Yeah, I just started chuckling because I'm remembering the that interview that Todd did with what's it called, Kind of Funny, where he was on the fucking laptop microphone, like literally the worst. And then this one, I'm just hearing not only is it like much better, but they also tuned that microphone to be really fucking good. Like this is one of the best Todd Howard sounding interviews I've ever heard. Yeah. Excellently done.
God, thanks for reminding me of that fucking podcast. But there will not be realistic orbits and such like in Elite Dangerous. Yeah, you don't know that. I think that they could do that. Have you looked at fucking the skyboxes in like Morrowind?
Yeah, and looking at the skyboxes that they have in this game, I don't know. I think they might. Maybe it's not going to be like 100% perfect, but you're definitely not going to have
guaranteed. There's going to be a fucking Neil deGrasse Tyson video about how all the bullshit that Starfield does that's unrealistic and actually it would be 5% different than it is in the game. That shit's going to happen, right? But it's going to be better than Outer Worlds. Oh, every planet that's in the skybox has a different light source and casts shadows incorrectly.
Or No Man's Sky, where it's just the planets have no real logical orbit whatsoever.
Yeah, they're just in fixed positions.
Yeah.
So, like, people are getting worried about the wrong stuff. They're worried about like the number of dead planets, when I don't think that's going to be a particularly huge issue. Well, because the inverse is No Man's Sky, where every planet has life on it.
And it goes back to the question that I keep asking is, how many planets does Bethesda expect most players to land on? And I would be surprised if it's anything more than like 30. So out of 100 something. So I think, I'm sorry, over 1,000. There's over 100 star systems, over 1,000 planets, they said. So I think I don't think most players are really going to notice. They'll probably have a nice mix between dead planets and lively planets, because I imagine a lot of the story missions, a lot of the quest missions and stuff like that, they're going to be sending you to the livelier, more interesting planets anyways.
So that was the first clip. I have a note here that just says Lex Friedman struggling to understand Todd's answer. I think that's worth a glance.
The human condition of loneliness. Because I can't imagine a more lonely experience.
I mean, you put it that way. I don't know that was the goal, but
just on a planet alone, that must be, I mean, a deep embodiment of what loneliness is like. I mean, it's both the awe and like when you hike alone, there's a deep loneliness to that. It's like it's humbling that this thing will last much longer than you. It's been here way before you.
We are owed a Todd Howard Joe Rogan episode.
Oh yeah, definitely. But I'm also vibing with what he's saying right now, as somebody who exclusively hikes solo.
Yeah,
there is like that feeling, and it's never at first. It's usually like 2 or 3 hours in when you're like really into it. And I've heard if you do like solo camping trips and stuff where you're out there for weeks, you get into like this really weird mindset.
All right, the next one. I was watching, so chat for reference, I was watching this on my own because I thought that we were done with the Starfield marketing.
it just stops your game. We found you'd be playing the game, and
okay, so this is one of the interesting
right
ones.
when you actually play the game, because it's a game. Like, we don't really kill you when you fly out into space, but it has a tone of there's some effort involved, and we've dialed it back as we've been making the game. Whereas we used to run out of fuel, you jump and get stranded, which on paper was a great, like, it's a great moment when you get stranded. You have to press this beacon, and you don't know who's going to come. Turns out that's not like, it just stops your game. We found you'd be playing the game, and I ran out of fuel. Okay, I guess I'll just wander these planets trying to mine for fuel so I can get back to what I was doing. It just, it's a fun killer. That's
too realistic of a simulation of the human condition.
Yeah, and the idea was, well, it's very, games do that. If you had like a hardcore, right, a hardcore survival mode, that's the kind of thing you would do. Maybe we'll do it in the future.
Oh, yes.
But it's more of like
Todd.
a tone, how they build their ships. Do they have all the right things for safety? We do get into environmental things.
No, he says
on
it
the
later.
planet.
But yeah, no running out of fuel because it was too unfun.
Honestly, I don't blame him. I think, like he just alluded to, a hardcore mode or something like that.
Yeah,
that would be more appropriate. But yeah, like especially like playing vanilla Bethesda games, I generally don't care for the hardcore experience. So like running out of fuel and stuff, as long as there is some sort of barrier that keeps me from being able to just fly to the other side of the map instantly, I'm fine with it. I wasn't going into Starfield expecting like serious hardcore space sim stuff. So,
all right, we're jumping ahead quite a bit here.
Thing to do first, or they'll build a new space. There's some great things with, like, I love the Khajiit follower mod for Skyrim. It's awesome. There have been quest lines. Those things just take a really, really long time. And so someone is going to do that. That's almost like, it takes them a long time. It's more than a hobby. And we're always looking at ways that we can make it like, hey, they can turn a career into it, because it's just awesome.
So he likes the Inigo mod, and he wants modders to be able to get careers out of it. So...
Well, they do hire modders, so...
God damn it. Now I gotta go get the Inigo mod. This is like, you gotta check out anything that Todd says.
Yeah.
Right. If that's where Todd's if Todd's headspace is that he's played Skyrim with the Inigo mod, then you got to do it. You got to see how the companions in Starfield stack up with what modders were doing in Skyrim. No, this interview is. What's sad is we watched that fucking kind of funny interview instead of watching which I mean, it was fun because Paris was a great interviewer, but we could have watched this interview that day, and
Yeah.
there would have been some funny stuff from it.
How can you hate people who fix your game for free? So it's beyond that, because they do hire people who like modders and stuff like that. They can treat modding as an internship.
Yeah.
That they don't have to pay for. Like that's pretty
until
that's pretty useful.
Look.
Yeah.
To play those open. Well, maybe not. Maybe you can create a super dumb, like just a two-handed sword and just keep swinging until everybody's dead.
Look, there's some bot stuff out there that does it. We have some very, very dumb bots that we use to run through the world to test it. That we'll deploy on a whole bunch of servers just to, we do it every day. We run through every space. We're doing Starfield.
And then just running. They're all out there.
Well, it does it very quickly. It loads up every place in the game and runs around a little bit, and then loads the next place and runs around a little bit. We're just testing, like, did it crash? What's the memory growth? Get a report. Here are all the places where the frame rate wasn't up to snuff. And then we do have one that will play on its own. It's heavily scripted, but it lets us test. Every time we make a build, there's a bot that runs through like the first one or two main quests. Like it'll just play it. That way we know, did we break anything? Because you don't want to waste like QA's time. Like you guys broke it again within 5 minutes. So yeah.
Yeah. So that's for like broken stuff.
Right.
I wonder if you can build a bot that estimates.
Well, again, chat. The problem's not testing. The problem's fixing. They've
Yeah.
got plenty of testers. Problem is they don't have enough people to actually fix things there.
Yeah, it sounds like their technical department is just way too small for what they're always trying to do.
Balance to be struck there, because you always want to be in fear of death. Again,
Yeah, we have this chart at work we use, which is like if you think about any game that you've played that you've put down, it's either about a frustration / confusion or boredom.
Yeah.
You got to put the player right in the middle of that.
But I've sometimes put down.
So that's an interesting quote to have in there.
We want the player to be somewhere between
Frustrated
boredom
and bored.
frustration.
Hey, listen, a frustrated player is not a bored player.
Listen, hatred is just 2 degrees off from loving a game.
There's some great Justin Truman crossover material here. No, again, for those who hadn't seen it, it could be worse. Could be a lot worse.
Oh, yeah.
Am I being fooled by Todd's charisma magic? Yes. Todd is like a max level charisma. He's got so many perks stacked into speech.
Although I feel like that was a bit of a slip up, because the logical conclusion there is, like I just said, so you want your players to be in some limbo state between bored and frustrated. Yeah. But yeah, for them, like 99% of the time, he's just fucking on point. Like when that fucking dude asked him on Kind of Funny, oh, do you ever feel imposter syndrome? And he just like slides it in there. He's like, well, you know how it is. It's just like, damn, dude.
Experience for everybody.
Do you play the survival mode? There's a survival mode in Skyrim. It was a Creation Club thing. It does like
Lex's reaction.
It does hot and cold. It does some other
he's
systems
fucking
that
shilling.
make it,
He's shilling survival mode.
in our minds, a more believable. It was actually a Creation Club thing made by an external creator who is now full time with us.
They hired the fucking survival mode guy.
Yeah. And that's what he was able to make. Well, so did he get hired because he made it, or did he get hired after?
I think that they have to make it and then they hire you. right?
Yeah.
Because that's the
yeah,
whole point
that's-
is that it's made by modders, and that's like their intern process to get hired. And so I think that
So
like survival mode was his resume.
so okay, my question is, where's the Frostfall people? Did they get hired?
Listen,
Or the I needs people? Like, did they get hired? Because those are much better.
listen.
Or did they get
Survival mode.
scooped up?
What's funny is they advertise Anniversary Edition with survival mode, which it's fucking god awful. So like, I loved Lex's reaction because he's like, "You're fucking shilling Creation Club." 126:30. So yeah, these are most of the highlights I picked up from this interview.
It's a matter of when.
The
So,
Starfield
okay,
section specifically.
what's the tone we're
There's
going
parts of it
for,
I haven't seen
right?
yet.
Where's it set? So we usually start with the world. And then we are always overlapping. So while we're making one game, as we're, getting in the throes of it or wrapping it up, probably by the midpoint of one game, we've had enough conversations to understand what the next one's going to be. What are the big ticket, like, where's it set? What's the tone? Is there a big ticket feature or two that make it really unique? And then when we're finishing one game, we start prototyping. Sorry, before that, we start concepting. So we'll do concept art. And for one reason or another, I usually have the beginning of the game worked out. I like to think about, okay, how's the game start? What's the player do first?
Todd is the type of writer who has to write his introduction first.
That's a really not good thing to say in context of how bad, how fucking bad they are consistently. And the fact that he's disowned his involvement in Fallout 76 is even funnier. Because it means that
Fallout 76's intro is very fast, too.
it's a very lean intro. It's very nice.
Yeah.
You can start a new character in Fallout 76 with a snap of the fingers.
Yeah, it's like 5 minutes, basically.
Todd had
screens.
Helgen figured out day one. That's what's funny too, is that like he's talking about like, okay, in fairness, what are really good intros in comparison to how everybody's taking 4 hours to do it now, but like
Yeah. Well, we'll see with Starfield how long that intro is.
It's gotta be like 30 minutes.
The problem that I have, and this is why I don't like doing writing my introductions before I've written anything else, is that when you do that, you put yourself into a box. And once you put something down, especially in a game, when you make something like that, you're basically committing to it. So at that point, everything has to be built around that as an assumption. And
that's a really solid point.
The introduction is the intro is such an important part of basically anything. It's where you're going to hook your player the most. It's where you're going to hook your reader, your watcher, whatever. Introductions are so fucking important, and to put that first and to build everything around it just puts a lot. It just really, really limits you in ways that you generally don't want to be limiting yourself. Some people can do it, but I feel like I don't feel like Bethesda really is benefiting from that approach. Especially if they have to continue to fucking test it so much that they have to get bots to run through it. It's just like, just make it later then. Just make it later in the production pipeline.
Anything that I've ever made that was more than an hour, the intro was like one of the last things I did.
Mm-hmm.
Like almost always. Unless it was Morrowind. Morrowind had a different intro the first time around. When it was being released episodic, but that's because it had to, right?
Yeah.
Nobody's gonna jump into part 2 and be like, "Where's part 1?" Oh, I have to do that last. But
we do.
Sorry, that's his bit. I think, yeah. He's also just explaining like the rolling development process.
Mm-hmm.
So like, Fallout. We started concepting Starfield during the ending of Fallout 4's development, which is interesting, isn't it? Ain't that a little interesting.
8 years. See, it was so that they could claim the 8 years.
Yeah. Well, I could believe that they were like he was starting to work on Starfield during that because, like you said,
Yeah.
you know, he got development updates he got memos about where Fallout 76 was at, and he's just signed off on it. Like, I don't think he was particularly So this section's about Elder Scrolls 6. I like. We gotta 2x speed it. Lex Friedman is so fucking boring. So
I wonder if people like him because he's just awkward and slow in speech and stuff, and a lot of people identify like that.
maybe he gets interesting guests, I think is what it is.
Yeah.
And he's a better interviewer than like that guy on Kind of Funny who asked about like a completely different game series.
I mean, you know.
Hey,
when
are you
that's
making?
your
Are you?
competition?
So I was playing Diablo 4 and I didn't like the quest. You're not going to do that, right? And it's like, why are you asking a Diablo question? Fucking Todd Howard. So
Do music early? You know, so take Elder Scrolls 6. We forgot where it's set. What's the tone? What are the big features? We discussed the beginning of the game, which we've had for a very long time.
Where's it set again?
Yep. In Tamriel. And
see, Todd, non-confirmed, confirmed that get fucked, Activir
Oh, yeah.
aspirants. But yeah, no, I totally buy it.
Intriguing questions to his guests. See, this is what I was thinking. I couldn't sleep the other night, so for whatever reason, I started thinking, what would I be asking Todd Howard in an interview? And I wish I could get to do that interview.
Yeah,
because I just want to know like the business day-to-day operations.
If I ever did, I would tap you for a few questions. Like, because what I view, I'd love to do interviews, and I would love to like go to the community and get them to tell me like, here's the questions that we've always wanted to know the answers to.
Yeah. I would want to know, like, top of my lists are, how many people does Todd Howard directly interact with? Who is he directly interacting with? Is it just his project? Is it just his directors? Does he talk to like the lower line managers? How far down does he really go? How aware is he of like what's going on a project at any given point? And I also just want to know what his day-to-day is like.
I would want to ask him about his history, kind of. How did he get a lead on Redguard?
Yeah.
That's kind of like the big question I'd love to know the answer to.
Damn it. Well, at least we narrowed it down. That'd be epic if it was like a portal into another dimension. Anyway.
Then I like to do music. So we've already done a take on the music for Elder Scrolls 6.
So you can sit there with like the concept art and the music, and you can feel it.
No, the
What's
music
interesting here is that like they're kind of confirming that the split's not going to happen.
Oh, the Fallout Elder Scrolls split, you mean?
Yeah. Like one team takes Fallout, one team takes Elder Scrolls.
Yeah.
That would be that. I think that's the way to go. Give Emil Fallout. Like that's like amputating a limb, because it gets Emil out of Elder Scrolls, and then like
2018. We've taken that further, obviously, and again, we're working on the world. You're then doing concepting and design for the world, and then once we're wrapping up one game, we can really start prototyping the new one, and you're usually building kind of your initial spaces. And so we do like to do like a first playable, a smaller section of the game that we can sort of prove out, show people, hey, this is how it feels different, this is what it looks like, this is what's unique about it. Then we turn that into a larger chunk when more of the team comes on, when the other game is done. And that's still what we call a VS, vertical slice. So you still don't have the full team on it, and it's a larger chunk of the game that you can play. And then once you feel good about that, you're going to bring on the rest of the team. And we're fortunate that the other games we've done are popular enough that we can be doing DLC and content and those kind of things while we're getting the one going, and then we're at full production where we're sort of at maximum.
I mean, he's explaining stuff that we already know about how
their
development structure works.
It's helpful for people who are unaware or something like that. It's nice to hear it in a concise fashion.
Size. We just call that production. That's like the full production period. And that, depending on the game, can run a year, 2 years, maybe more. And then you kind of have a final 6 months to a year on a game, which is, okay, we built everything now. And usually it needs a lot of glue, where we have a lot of very different
Glue, yeah. This is where the pop sticks and cum come in.
elements that maybe aren't clicking together the way you want outside of the regular polish for levels and features.
The problem with
that's
giving
that's why adhesive was so rare in Fallout 4.
they had to use it all. The problem with giving Emil Pagliarulo Fallout is that he would be in charge of Fallout. No, that's where he belongs. Give it to him. I don't give a shit, Fallout fans. Emil's in charge.
Yeah.
We don't want him. Cause I don't think he likes doing Elder Scrolls.
That was my take when I was writing my my Dark Brotherhood section, because like playing through the Dark Brotherhood, it felt so fucking phoned in. From it was like a remix of the Oblivion. Dark Brotherhood just made shorter and worse, and it's just like whatever he could borrow, he did borrow from Oblivion, and it's just like yeah, because he wanted to do more Fallout. He got a taste of what it was like to really do Fallout and have a larger stake in that game too.
It needs glue, but they use spit.
And we're shaving and gluing and sticking things together so that it's not the schizophrenic game experience that things flow from one into another.
Oh,
There's a quote. I did not expect him to drop the S word.
schizophrenic game experience. All right, let's think about that in context of Bethesda's history.
Oh my god, you want to talk about schizo games? I think Bethesda games top the charts for me.
Yeah.
Fucking Oblivion.
Yeah, Morrowind and Oblivion are like schizo core video games.
And that's what I love about them.
Yeah, is that they're so jank and that they're so... Oblivion is so insane that they literally made an expansion about going to the plane of madness. Because that was perfect.
The great thing about Oblivion 2, because it's just like you can't just make a schizo game intentionally. It has to be like earnest. It has to take itself seriously. That's what makes it so delightful. And Oblivion was so earnest, so straight-faced, while all this just insane shit keeps happening. Because of all like the Radiant systems and just Radiant AI in that game was a fucking bomb. And even Fallout 4 and Fallout 76, those were really they're just disjointed games.
Yeah.
So it's funny to hear that they're aware of that, and they've spent 6 months to a year trying to polish it, and it still comes out like this.
Did chat freeze? No, everybody's just shocked.
Everybody fell asleep.
Yeah, Lex has that effect on people. No offense, but that's an answer for sure.
Yeah.
In terms of story, like on that level?
It's really, no, usually the story, the designers have done a really good job. It's more about game features, and usually it needs a lot of glue, where we have a lot of very different elements that maybe aren't clicking together the way you want outside of the regular polish for levels and features. And we're shaving and gluing and sticking things together so that it's not the schizophrenic game experience that things flow from one into another.
In terms of story, like on that level?
It's really, no.
Here's schizo experience, and Lex Friedman's assumption is that he's talking about the story. maybe I was harsh on Lex. I think maybe he's a little on the level with some of the shit with these games. Because I would say definitely Fallout 4's story is schizophrenic.
Oh my god, yeah.
The way that it goes all over the place, and it's just confused, and you can like accidentally double cross and triple cross people, or intentionally, but like no, Fallout 4's story is definitely like
Fallout 4's story is like a sociopath simulator.
Yeah.
'Cause you can do so much crazy shit, like, oh, my son got abducted. I'm just going to spend the next 6 weeks building a settlement.
Yeah. And not just it like almost encourages that mechanically.
You even get fucking like dog meat to track down your son and stuff, and it's just such a bizarre game.
Well, yeah, the whole sequence in Kellogg's brain.
Yeah.
Like
God,
I could buy that was the railroad.
Crap. This is an angle. This is an angle for a Fallout 4 analysis.
Yeah, it's literally just like the main character has schizophrenia, and that's why nothing makes sense.
Oh
It's because
my
they hallucinated the Kellogg memories and the whole railroad. Like, the railroad doesn't exist. Like, you could rewrite Fallout 4 with the railroad.
The railroad's like a Fight Club thing.
Yeah.
It turns out you're actually the leader of the railroad. Oh my god.
Brain damage from being frozen. Yeah.
This is why we watch all of these interviews and stuff, because it's just a throwaway line from Todd. It just writes jokes.
There are diamonds in interviews that we haven't seen, and that's kind of why I'm like being comprehensive.
Yeah.
And like, no, we're gonna watch all the boring interviews because there's going to be gold. You're actually Kellogg too. You just broke your brain when you shot your wife. So like you're not even a pre-war person. You're just like making it up, but you're actually Kellogg, and you shot your wife and gave your son up to the Institute. And so like Kellogg's memories is actually you just like confronting your past.
Have you ever seen the Fallout?
Oh my
Fallout
God.
4 doesn't make you sleep if you're playing without hardcore mode.
So the question against Kellogg makes a lot of sense because you're going up against Kellogg, but it's all just Institute synths for some reason.
You see, this justifies because I was saying if I ever did a Fallout 4 video, my canon playthrough would be like this drug-addled, just lunatic.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, this quote alone justifies that.
The only way to properly accept, like, to reconcile what Fallout 4's story is putting down is to assume that you're a crazy person.
Mm-hmm.
It's amazing.
Oh my god, that's hilarious.
Thank you, Todd.
Usually the story, the designers have done a really good job. It's more about game features.
And Todd thinks that the story designers do a good job.
Mm-hmm.
Which is another good quote.
Did you play the companions or the College of Winterhold?
Yeah, I mean, I can think of plenty of examples where the story designers did not do a good job. It's almost telling in itself that he refers to them more as designers than as writers.
Mm-hmm. I mean, that is true, though.
Yeah.
It is true that their titles are designers. They don't really have many writers.
We don't write
credited
stories,
writers.
we design them. I mean, it's like a small little twist of language, but like...
Which is like, honestly, that's not even a bad perspective to have if you're like, take Morrowind for example, with the factions and everything like that. Those aren't really like, they have stories, but it's obvious that the story is more like the gameplay was the consideration for it. So if you're designing a story, you're really creating something that would work well with the gameplay, as opposed to writing the story where you have to build the gameplay around it. And I feel like that's like the better approach for video game writing, is to design the story instead.
Well, that's what I was going to say was Joseph Anderson pointed out that they don't have writers in their credits. Like, Emil, I think, is the only person that's ever been credited really as a writer.
And it's probably due to his own request.
Yeah, like even Morrowind didn't have writers. A lot of what comes off as Morrowind's good story is honestly just Ken Rolston on the main quest and Douglas Goodall on most of the side factions.
Mm-hmm.
And like a handful of people that like, and that was where they were really rocking the idea of like, yeah, anybody can be a writer, but that's not true. And that's especially not true now. It's obviously proven by like modern Bethesda. You can't just give the reins to write a story to somebody. And I know it's tempting to let them design their own quests, but
it's one thing to let them design their own side quests and everything, but when it comes to the main content and stuff, or even see, you need to also have the bulk of the side content also written competently. You can't just have like the main stuff being the good stuff and then all the side stuff is just schizophrenic garbage.
So
great stuff. I'm loving this interview.
You know, and then how they interact with the story, or hey, I went from this experience to this experience, or picking flowers and alchemy feels like a different game and then how is another character referencing that, and how is that intersecting with the skill system and the interface? Like,
I think this is something that's gonna haunt them because all I'm getting from Starfield is that it's a bunch of different disconnected experiences.
Yeah.
Like, I am actually kind of concerned. I shouldn't be, because I don't give a shit, but I'm kind of concerned for them that the spaceship combat and the ground combat are going to be too disparate of ideas that there's
Yeah.
going to be a big thing, like, that you're going to have a group of people that like doing one, you're going to have a group of people that like doing other, and you're going to have a smaller group that likes doing both, but you are going to have people out there that don't like doing one of those aspects.
Yeah. And they're going to ask, is there any way that I can just skip that stuff?
Mm-hmm.
And more than likely, it's going to be people asking if they can just skip the space stuff. Because let's be honest, this is the newer stuff. They have experience at this point. They've been doing shooters since Fallout 3. Well, technically, they did it in like Terminator and stuff, but we'll stay focused and say Fallout 3.
Do you think Bethesda's writers and game designers don't talk? Yeah, you think they have writers? No, like I said, Emil is the only person. I'm fairly confident Emil's the only person that's ever been credited as a writer. There might be additional writer credits for Ted Peterson and Michael Kirkbride, but in terms of actual writers, as in the people that sit down and write the main stories of your games, no. The problem is not a miscommunication. The problem is that one of those roles doesn't exist.
The skill system and the interface is the party host.
And that's why we have the unreliable narrator.
What I will say is he is right about how you can tell with Skyrim that stuff like picking herbs was very tuned to fit in with things that could be completely disparate ideas, like dragon shouts. What's connected between picking herbs and dragon shouts? Well, nothing, but they're not disconnected. It's not two completely different experiences. Like, no, it was Oblivion, wasn't it? Picking herbs in Oblivion, is that instant?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Because I don't know if you've seen in Morrowind where it opens a window.
Yeah, it opens an inventory, yeah.
Yeah, Morrowind was doing that.
That took some.
That's a big.
That took some getting used to. But fortunately on PC, you have like the hotkeys and stuff, so it's actually pretty quick.
Yeah, but I do kind of prefer the instant.
Yeah. I prefer Skyrim's where it also, changes the model of the of the
so
thing
you
that
can
you're picking
visually
as well.
see.
Yeah.
Do you think you care about Starfield enough to drop a quick retrospective? I would never do one of those on a game I've only ever played. The first time would be to make the video.
Yeah. Also, I don't know about you, but when it comes to my long form analysis videos, I want the game to be done. I want all the DLC out there. I want it done before I actually commit to something like that. So we're a long ways away from being able to do those sorts of videos.
When I determined the next quick retrospective, there's two potential topics right now. Both of them are potentially going to have major news in the next 2 months. And so that's why I'm leaving it up until after Starfield is out to make a decision on what the next big thing is. One of them's a multiplayer game, though. So I've got private sessions on board for that.
Mm-hmm.
And yet the two of you did Fallout 76. It's not a quick retrospective, though.
Yeah.
Fallout 76 would be so fucking long if I did it in that style.
There's
so much we left out.
So many side quests and everything. If I was doing one of those videos, I would have done every single side quest. I would have done every single, and I would have done multiple playthroughs as well.
It would have taken so long.
Dude, you're talking
it's
like
so time consuming.
300 hours, I would estimate.
So like a basic thing is that because there's no saving in Fallout 76, you can't start the game and load your old saves to see what your character was doing. So you can't even do that. So you can't save and then redo a quest in a different way. I've done that a few times when there's like branching options and I'm not like, it's like I did that with Blood on the Ice.
If you think about a game, most games, particularly what I like to do, is that's your person who says, welcome, do this, go here, check this out. And the skill system and the way it reacts on the HUD, the interface of the game, is sort of leading you to the next thing. And once you get that flow down, and the rate at which the game is giving you activities, then you're in like what we describe as a game flow. And it's not until really that last year. Before that, the game flow is just, it doesn't even exist in the way that you see it in the final game. And that's what we're working on a lot that last year.
So at which point does like the set of skills, the skill tree, the characteristics of the role-playing aspect of it, when is that set? The ideas?
We usually have it in the beginning, but it's just, we know it won't be done until that last year. We'll have one, but we know it's going to get honed because it's not until you really see, okay, how impactful is that one? How much are you doing it? Like, how much are you really, and the main combat ones, they always win. You always know the players will drift toward the combat type skills because every character needs some amount of that. But okay, well, how important is cooking? How important is alchemy? How important is these other type of activities? And then how do you balance them where when you load up the skill menu, it isn't automatically give me plus 10 damage.
How do you get?
Hold on. Can you repeat that, Mr. Howard, for the record?
We have you on record.
Of activities, and then how do you balance them where when you load up the skill menu, it isn't automatically give me plus 10 damage.
How do you get the?
So like that's self-evident why that's silly, but I honestly, what's the ratio of just percentage increase perks and not percentage increase perks? And by the way, I'm on the level of some of your perks can just be percentage increases. I'm fine with that.
I agree. I think especially in Skyrim and Elder Scrolls, they need to make sense though in the context of the game and in the setting. So it's like if your skills are this is why I take issue with the armor boosting perks in that game as opposed to the damage boosting perks in the game. Like damage, yeah, you can get better with swinging your weapon, you're better at landing them, but how does getting better with wearing my armor make it increase my damage resistance? It just doesn't really.
You're more effective at moving around in it, you know.
Yeah, if there was such a thing as dodge mechanics.
But what I'm thinking is, so what he's saying is that you've got a skill system at the start, right? At the start of development, they have a skill system, but it's not cohesive until like the end.
Mm-hmm.
That kind of baffles me because the way I'm looking at it is if I was trying to make a game like this, I would want the skill system to be cohesive. Like that's number one.
Yeah.
That's the main way that players are progressing through the game.
Yeah, you would want. Oh man, it's so it's so interesting because I'm playing fucking.
Well, it explains a lot. No, you know how many perks are broken? That
Yeah.
explains a lot because it means that they were like constantly tweaking up and down different perks to make sure they fit together, and then like a bunch of stuff just got forgotten, and that's why there's so many like inconsistent perks in Skyrim.
And that's probably why they've been scaling it back and back throughout the games because they're like, all right, we can't keep making this huge tree that we have to keep balancing throughout the game.
What it is they go into a game and they've got the skill system from the previous game, but then they go through a process of that game of cutting it down.
Yeah.
And then like, so you've got Skyrim system and that's the basis for Fallout 4, and then they chop it down, and now you've got Fallout 4 system and that's the basis for Starfield, and they chop it down again.
Yeah.
And so like you're losing material each time.
That really explains a lot.
Yeah, that little insight into how Bethesda is prioritizing when they work on their progression system is like really revealing.
Because basically what he's admitting is that the core gameplay experience, which is your progression in these games because they're supposed to be RPGs, is not the main focus from the get-go. So what is?
What gets focused throughout development? It's almost just them adding content to the world is probably what gets focused. They need a gameplay designer whose entire job, the entire development, is to make the gameplay a cohesive experience. And it seems like they don't have that.
That is fascinating.
What about the combat system? That does seem to be an important part of a lot of games.
Start in the beginning, every time. Yep. So usually when we're making that first playable, it's an area you can go through, some amount of dialogue, some amount of combat.
How do you get the combat right? What's the secret to a great combat system?
What?
Have you played any other games?
It's like it would be like asking Elon Musk how you make a good combustion engine. Like
Actually, it's more appropriate to say it's like asking Elon Musk how to make a good social media network. Because he's in it.
Yeah, he's in the space. He just can't do it. They're still figuring that one out. I mean, yeah, it's like it's really weird to ask Bethesda how they make good combat because that's just not what they're known for.
Yeah.
Combat
yeah, that's the
is
thing.
like
It's
combat's the awkward connective tissue between the things that people actually play those games for, which is
yeah.
exploration and conversations with NPCs and
I think Fallout 4 was the first game where I saw people say that Bethesda's like combat systems were good enough on their own.
yeah, it was always with a
Oh,
qualifier.
yeah.
They were never
It,
willing to say that like the combat's good. It's just good
yeah,
enough.
yeah.
Maybe he wants to know what Todd thinks goes into a good combat system. I mean, that's the question to ask, but at the same time, like it's
Let them cook.
I kind of disagree with the assumption that it's the most important thing in their games. Like I said, it's the connective tissue. It
Oh,
is
the combat?
it's the sauce that's on the hamburger. It's not the patty. If it was the most important thing, it would be the patty.
I think the most important thing in Bethesda games is the world.
Yes, which they
But
always nail.
yeah, but it's second, a very close second is the progression systems.
Yes.
And that's why I don't really care for anything after Oblivion.
Well, first on a control side, helping the player when they don't realize it. There's a lot of tricks you can do with magnetism in terms of the controller and where the attacks go. So it has to feel, the minute to minute has to feel really good in your hands. There's a lot of animation time, right? And changing animations so they're impactful and they happen at a rate that the player feels like they're really doing it. And then ultimately, it's the illusion that the enemies are smart, but they really are there for you to kill them.
The illusion.
Interesting. Okay, so
Little-
he starts with explaining like the kinetics of using a gamepad first off.
Yes.
And then he goes into AI, but it's just an illusion. They're really set there for you to kill them, which is funny because I was watching those Ether Dynamics videos recently for because I was talking about AI in my video, my script, and he explained how, like, he literally just explained it, how most game designers and stuff look at AI as opponents that the player is like, they are designed to lose to the player. Whereas more intelligent, more interesting AI is designed around them having their own goals that they want to achieve, and the player and them come in contact, or come into conflict rather. And the player has to overcome that. So it's like, literally Todd Howard just admitted to what Ether Dynamics basically projected, where he was saying that this is how it feels like it's designed.
It's a very old school
Mhm.
approach to AI design, and it reminds me of the Fear video, that essay that was written by the AI designer on Fear, and he highlighted this, that the old school game design, and when he says old school, he means like he was specifically used Halo 2 as an example, so he's talking about early 2000s game designers. He said that it was an old school idea that that AI is meant to be just smart enough to get defeated by the player, because like he said with the Ether Dynamics things, the reason that Fear's AI works so well is that it's goal oriented. And so Todd is actually like reflecting this very, very old philosophy of AI design, and that is probably why a lot of his games feel very dated in how they approach artificial intelligence. You've got your melee enemy that just endlessly charges the player. It doesn't try to kill the player. It doesn't try to injure the player enough that like they can retreat and bleed you out. So like, you've gotten have you been playing a lot of BattleBit?
I played it in its early stage thing during the test phase.
You ever
I've been
get
playing it
you ever get
recently,
any bleeding kills in BattleBit?
I probably did.
Yeah, there's a specific kill you get when you put somebody into a bleed state and they don't bandage in time, that they bleed out. That's kind of what like an AI should be trying to do to the player, is put them in a state where there's pressure on them and there's a damage over time that's like slowly ticking you down. But as soon as they've got that damage on time on you, they need to like just retreat and just keep putting pressure on you, but not actually like directly fight you.
Yeah.
That's one example of like a goal-oriented system over just the AI charges at you and swings at you until one of you dies. So
or they have a position that they want to defend. Because it's very rare that you see AI in games where you cannot wait them out. But it's
Right,
like if
so
they
they
hold they hold like a strategically important area, like they hold the high ground and stuff, they should never want to give that up. But you routinely see AI
yeah,
in many video games just willingly give up strategically important locations.
like just last night I was playing Warhammer 3, and I was going up against artillery, and artillery can be a big problem. But what you can do is you can have a single unit guy. He's a dragon, and he just flew in circles for about 10 minutes while the artillery shot all of its shots and missed all of them because it was aiming for this dragon that was constantly changing its location. And Warhammer's AI is very stupid and can be gamed in ways that are like that.
do a lot of things to just let themselves get killed. They're not near as smart as we can make them, because it turns out that is not fun.
Oh yeah, no,
Oh my
we
god.
can make them smarter, guys. It's just, we think it wouldn't
Whoa.
be fun.
Wow. The quote got even worse. Yeah, no, I mean that's like hit the nail on the head there. He's
Yeah.
explaining an old idea.
No, guys, we could totally make them very cool AI. It's just,
God, that's such a good quote,
we
Susan.
decided not to.
Starfield video.
Yeah, when the AI, when the melee bandits charge at you until either you die or you kill them.
You just have this playing in the background. Thank you,
Right. So
Todd.
there's a balance between, but that is, I guess, a kind of AI, and it's a very intimate interaction with an AI.
Oh yeah, by the way, an annoying thing about this interview is that Lex Friedman is very obsessed with the topic of artificial intelligence, as in like Chat GPT and stuff. And so,
like, there's a lot of stuff going on. It's not just very kind of shallow, like a dialogue or something like that. It's like there's a time critical nature of it. A lot of stuff is happening, and if anything feels off, it's gonna feel wrong.
Yep, all the games do it. It's not unique to what we do in terms of how they handle combat scenarios. And there's some games that just do it extremely well in terms of even in multiplayer where you're playing bots and most people don't know it, or how a multiple enemy scenario is really, they don't all shoot you. They trade off. They're going to wait. And I was like, I'll just wait my turn because we don't want to overwhelm them. But you feel like you're overwhelmed when there's 6 enemies. But a good game will. No, they're gonna take their time.
Is there a science to it? Is it art? Is it like
Yes. I mean, it's all of that.
So it's like an iterative process where you try different things.
Yeah, there's a lot of
animation.
There's a lot of timing, animation work, HUD work also. How does the reticule change? What are the little sound effects?
What about like the gamify, like that is fun?
Again, that goes back to the winning.
The winning is fun.
Yes.
Death is not.
Yes, let the Wookiee win.
winning is fun, death is not. You hear that, Dark Souls fans?
You hear that, Dwarf Fortress fans? Losing is not fun.
I just think about how, like, I die a lot in Dark Souls, and I die a lot in Dark Souls because I just try things.
Mm-hmm.
And it was interesting when I've streamed Dark Souls in the past that people see me die a lot and they're like, man, you bad at this game. And it's like, no, I'm just trying to make a bunch of different things work.
Yeah. Yeah, because it's like...
Or like RimWorld. Which,
yeah.
I mean, you said Dwarf Fortress, but...
It's nice to play games where you're able to do that and not be, like, severely punished for it. I'm trying to think if Skyrim is like that. Yeah, indirectly. It's because everything in Skyrim is... because the game is so easy, everything is actually viable.
Yes.
It's not because it's just like really well balanced.
Find a way to say yes to the player.
Yeah.
Which is interesting because, like, it's very easy when you play Skyrim to just get to the mindset of, oh, cool, Volendrung. That's going on. That's going in my big box of every item I've ever received. I'm not changing gears to try and make use of Volendrung, right? But they seem to think that people do that.
But I'm an archer. I'm a stealth archer already. The only reason people drop they only pick things up if it's more efficient, because they start to just resent the combat experience in Skyrim.
I like how you have to dumb down the AI to make it fun for humans.
Do you ever see
I can see it in his head that like he's thinking that Todd's talking about like Chat GPT, Skynet style AI, and not just, you know, the extremely stupid AI that video games use that isn't even really AI and has been a misnomer for a long time.
Well, my question is, do you think Bethesda would ever use generative AI and like Chat GPT to fuel NPC dialogue and stuff?
It's really hard to predict because it depends on if there's a big demand.
I feel like
for handcrafted stuff and human crafted stuff.
That's the thing, is we're already starting to see that, where, because somebody asked me this recently, I said I really doubt it. I can imagine in like 5 years or so, maybe even sooner, you're gonna see people who are like, it's gonna be like non-GMO, right? It's gonna be a label that developers and creators and stuff will want to have.
No, what'll happen, here's the order of events. What'll happen is you're gonna have a wave of games that start using it, and people are gonna fucking hate it.
Yep.
Right. And it's not gonna blend. It's not gonna blend correctly because ultimately these studios are lazy and they're gonna implement it badly. And then you're gonna have a counter push that's like, we want the handcrafted stuff, because you're already seeing it with the proc gen stuff.
Yeah.
People hate procedural generation. And then you're going to tell them that like, oh, it's not written at all. It's all generated by ChatGPT.
Yeah.
If they do it, it'll be heavily limited because Bethesda very much loves having control over the player. And so it's very hard to predict. It all comes down to, is Bethesda going to be in that first wave of people that make the mistake of over-relying on it or doing it poorly?
Yeah.
And then from there, are they going to either go down the path of, well, we're going to figure out how to do it correctly, or are we going to blah, blah, blah?
I think they're already getting a taste of it with Starfield, the pushback, with just how much they keep having to say, no, a lot of this is handcrafted, blah, blah, blah. I think already they're aware. So they're probably already having the discussions of like, no, we're going to stick to handcrafted. That's going to be our thing. And if everybody else is going AI generated, well, all the better for us, because that just helps us differentiate our product more. That would be the most savvy business move on their end.
Yeah.
If you didn't, it would just be slaughter nonstop for all humans. That's good to know. What about things?
You know what I mean? Like, I don't like Lex's perspective on like artificial intelligence.
Yeah, I wasn't even.
It's like you said, cooking, like crafting, making potions and poisons and smithing, weapons and armor, cooking. How do you get that right? What's interesting there? It's such an interesting like, a lot of games don't have that kind of thing. So what role does that play?
I think we really cracked it in a way I like with Fallout 4 actually, where when we doing Elder Scrolls, we have like the flowers and things, and you have alchemy, and we took this to, okay, if it's post-apocalyptic, what if everything in the world was an alchemical ingredient somehow? So breaking it down to their components. So when you walk around the world, again, we like the simulation, we like the forks and spoons and the cups and all that. Okay, how can I use those to create? So I love how it starts working in Fallout 4, where, okay, all these things I find, they have some value in creating or crafting outside of a cup is worth 1 gold piece or 1 cap.
Oh God.
As somebody who likes survival crafting games, I kind of like that aspect of Fallout 4. And I did think it tied well with the game progression. That was probably, going back to his schizo thing, that was probably the most cohesive part of Fallout 4, was the interaction of that with progression and stuff. And then Fallout 76 ruined it by just making it way too much.
I don't like having to be neurotic about everything that's in an environment.
Yeah.
And like that was the division in Fallout 76, was you were there because you were neurotic about it, and I was like, I very much had to rely on the system where you flag specific reagents that you want to know which items were worth picking up for the materials that I wanted, because I don't enjoy that aspect of trying to keep a mental list of, oh well, fans have screws in them and you need screws, like that. No, I'm just not interested in that. And so I feel like that's one of the things I'm dreading about Starfield, is because I think that I'm going to have multiple characters. I'm just dreading the notion of I have to do the research tree multiple times.
Oh god, and it's time based too. It's time,
Mhm.
and it's time based, resource based, and if you're not speccing into it, you also need companions for it. There's a lot of stuff to consider
Yeah.
with just researching.
And
Then you get into the crafting.
it
Oh
gives me
my.
this feeling of dread.
Yeah, you should probably be feeling that dread. That's probably warranted.
And it's not an unsolvable problem because you could just have companions that help in some way with the neurotic looting
Yes.
components, whether they're providing the spare carry weight or what have you.
Or Starfield might have that with its bases and stuff, but you still have to establish the bases. There needs to be a system where you can literally have a like a logistics master on your team, and they literally just cover all that stuff. Or you can buy everything instead. If you don't want to bother with researching and stuff, you can
Yeah.
just spend the money instead.
Well, and that's the thing too, is I'm gonna have to see how it pans out with like if it's just fucking it's just receivers again that do 10% more damage than the last one, like, you know, then whatever. But
By the way, I have to be honest, I haven't played Fallout 4. I played Fallout 3. Thought that was a legendary game. I've been
Worth 1 gold piece or 1 cap.
By the way, I have to be honest, I haven't played Fallout 4. I played Fallout 3. Thought that was a legendary game. I've been can you make a case for Fallout 4 that or should I just wait till Fallout 5? When does that
I
come?
think you should play Fallout 4.
Really?
what?
Really? I don't think I've ever heard that before in my life. I played Fallout 3, but I didn't play Fallout 4. I've played Fallout New Vegas, but never played Fallout 4.
Yes.
Fascinating. I want to interview Lex Friedman and get to understand what sort of gamer he is.
Yeah, what his gamer mindset is, because that is deeply fascinating that you can be this interested in Todd Howard and Bethesda and to not have played Fallout 4, which in my opinion is stronger than Fallout 3 in a lot of ways.
Here's another one in chat that's a valid one. Fallout 3 in New Vegas, never played Fallout 4. That's because
Yes.
New Vegas showed you how good Fallout really could be, and then you just given up.
Well, what I'm saying here is he's a big Bethesda fan. He knows a lot of the lingo.
Mm-hmm.
It's weird that you would be invested in Fallout 3 and not Fallout 4. That's a very, very strange kind of line to have drawn.
Maybe it's because he played it like back in the day, right? And now that he has a show and he's very successful and everything, he doesn't have time. Yeah, I don't have time to play it. I wonder if he has like kids or anything.
Is Fallout 4 like earnestly that? Couldn't you put it on like a laptop? It feels like a game that you could just like chip away at, like an hour at a time.
It's absolutely designed that you could just go out and do something. Just play it in little chunks. Just don't play it in hardcore mode where you have to save sleeping in a bed.
That's so interesting.
Love to hear your thoughts.
Right.
It's a different game.
Skyrim is too. I mean, it's
We try to make them all different. They all
are fundamentally different.
They all have their own tone. Yeah, so Fallout 3 and Fallout 4 intentionally have very different tones.
Oh, really? Interesting.
You could say that again.
We intentionally make sure that they don't have the same tone. So it's like we made games all the good ways that we can, and we don't want to do this. We don't want to repeat ourselves, so now we have to make bad things.
Mm-hmm.
What's that world like? What's the post-apocalyptic world of Fallout? If you could just briefly take a stroll into that world, tone-wise.
Well, look, in entertainment, there's a lot of post-apocalyptic stuff.
Random picture. Guys, I can't be compelled to care about Fallout.
Couldn't even do like a drop shadow on that picture or something.
Just line it up with the picture frame.
It's just weird because like
why do we need reference material?
Yeah, first off that, but second off, yeah, because we haven't had reference material this entire time, and now it's suddenly Fallout 3 picture. But also, like the camera work is excellent, the
Mhm.
audio engineering and stuff fucking magnificent, and then the video editor just literally just drag and drop this picture into the corner.
Drag and
scale
drop
it
a
down. That was
PNG
it.
from Google Images, because I'm pretty sure this is like the most generic
Yeah.
Fallout 3
Yeah.
screenshot. Like,
Yeah.
how many 100 view Fallout 3 analyses are out there that have this specific screenshot with like generic Fallout Overseer Fallout font, Fallout 3 analyzed or something
Yeah.
like that? Like,
Yeah.
And what makes Fallout tick is the world that was left behind, the world that blew itself up, this utopian world of nuclear energy, and it all goes wrong. So I love the American dream of that. Like how
Fallout's about how nuclear energy went wrong. I thought Fallout was about how the world fucking exploded because of nuclear annihilation.
Listen, Emil's the real one who handles Fallout.
Todd doesn't care. Todd just signs
Yeah.
the I would believe that.
Todd just wanted to fucking make Starfield, all right?
I would believe that Todd Howard just wants to make Elder Scrolls and Starfield.
Mm-hmm.
And that like he had nothing to do with Fallout. That would be hilarious. So he thinks that like the world fell apart because of nuclear energy.
they visioned the future in the 50s.
In a way, I guess.
And that
Not
blowing itself up.
really,
I
no.
think that's
No,
super
No.
it's just...
It fell apart because of the energy crisis and the nuclear Armageddon that ensued after the Great War.
Yeah, if anything, it fell apart because, like, oil disappeared.
Yeah. And they had to replace it. It's very interesting.
Interesting place to explore, which is why we always wanted to play in that world. And it does an amazing job of sort of weaving, you know, the drama and darkness of a post-apocalyptic world with B-movie humor. You know, it winks at the camera sometimes, often actually. And
Yeah.
Okay, here's the thing. Fallout's allowed to be that, but, well, maybe some old school Fallout fans would disagree with that. Fallout tone / humor. My problem is that when this mindset infects Starfield. Because Starfield is supposed to be tonally its own thing.
Yeah.
So when I see Fallout quests in Starfield, I'm going to be pissed. Because, I thought this was going to be like the Elder Scrolls where you take it seriously. Because Elder Scrolls is a very serious game. There's like a couple comedic quests, but tonally, it takes itself seriously.
You're human? We already got confirmation that Fallout quests will be in
Yes.
Starfield. Plus, you got the
The
Crimson Fleet.
The Crimson Cringe. It's
Yeah.
what I'm dreading for sure.
I can't wait. Listen, you know what? Rose, she was the highlight of Fallout 76. I cannot wait for more of that.
Yeah, I can't wait for Emil's fan fiction about how Rose was actually great. Project Zomboid's not post-apocalypse, it's just apocalypse. And you know what? I'm going to explain this in the video, but my interest in post-apocalypse is almost always secondary to something that the game is doing. Like Project Zomboid, I'm more so interested in the skill system than I am actually in the whole zombie thing.
Yeah.
7 Days to Die, same thing. Skill system, not the zombies. I'm almost always in the post-apocalypse. I'm not into post-apocalypse, and that's why I don't really vibe with doing a Fallout video, any more Fallout stuff. Because
post-apocalypse is a great setting sandbox for a lot of different ideas. But other than that, I don't really care for it too much.
What is up my alley is science fiction. So,
and that when you're in that world, it just has this its own unique flow and vibe outside of anything else kind of in that genre.
So Elder Scrolls has, or at least Skyrim has some humor.
Has a little bit.
But Fallout leans into it a little more.
did you play them? Have you played Skyrim? Have you played Fallout?
Well, he played Fallout 3.
Mm-hmm.
And the humor in Fallout 3 was really subtle. Very easy to go over somebody's head. You have to really be in tune with it. There's a lot of really smart
high
political opinions in there. A lot of good social and political commentary that Bethesda was very, very in tune with. Like, did you know Andale? I'm not even gonna get into it.
To be fair, you have to have a very high IQ to understand Fallout. The humor is extremely subtle, and without a solid grasp of theoretical nuclear physics, most of the jokes will go over a typical viewer's head.
It's definitely not a game where every single side quest's name was a reference to some sort of like pulp science fiction.
I feel like Fallout is done. Like the potential that they can do with it. I feel like they exhausted it with Fallout 4, and I feel like Fallout 76 just took that and ran it into the ground.
Did they exhaust it, or did they just squander it?
Well, squander
There's a
it,
difference.
of course. But I mean, like, there's a lot of things that, like, I don't think that they're gonna get a second shot at because they fucked it up the first time, and I don't want Fallout 5.
I don't. I didn't even really want Fallout 4, honestly.
Yeah, I mean,
I definitely didn't want Fallout 76, so yeah.
I remember when I said that I would like Fallout 76 if it had a bigger focus, if it had advanced the culture to like the 70s.
Oh yeah.
Oh, like it would be really cool if it had like a lot of 70s music and it really started leaning into that cultural time period. Maybe that was like just a West Virginia thing or something, but like that's where it has to go. I want to hear classic rock in Fallout.
I wanna be killing super mutants to Fortunate Son.
Yeah. That's like the only way that I can think Fallout can work in the future.
Man, it really does. I wish there were good games like about Vietnam or in just that era.
Yeah.
Too contentious for a lot of people, though, I guess.
Well, it's a fascinating part of American history.
It's a fascinating part of just world history. It was like peak Cold War and everything like that. There was
you know what it is?
Fuck ton of stuff going on.
Guys Todd's age look at the 50s the same way that we look at the 70s as being like the 70s is much more recent history for Todd Howard. Whereas we're younger, so yeah.
A little bit more. Yeah, it does. It's like ironic humor. It's the ducking cover. It's get under your desk if the bomb comes and everything will be fine. It's that type of humor.
So the funny thing
Is that humor or is that just tragic?
is, I do think Fallout 3 is one of the greatest games ever.
What?
What?
Mr. Sessions, would you agree that Fallout 3 is one of the greatest games ever?
What?
Top 10 of all time? Top 5 contender, maybe?
Now I'm just confused even more why he hasn't played Fallout 4 then.
Yeah. It's one of the greatest games of all time, but I wasn't even curious enough to check out the sequel. I watched did you see in submissions the GTA 4 video?
No, I didn't.
It's actually pretty good. He thinks it's like one of the best games of all time. And obviously he's checked out GTA 5. So it's like
GTA 4. I'm gonna have to watch that. How long is it?
an hour and a half.
Okay. Is it recent? Is it new, or is it
It's
older
fairly new,
video?
yeah.
Okay. Because GTA 4 has been a game where I kind of want to do a video on it because I have opinions that I feel like either a lot of people don't have or it's just very unpopular. So I do think GTA 4 is a better game than a lot of people give it credit for at the time and now.
I'm just very curious about the mindset of... I can understand skipping Fallout 76 if you're a Fallout 3 fan.
Dude,
Fallout 4?
Fallout 3, one of the best games of all time. Fallout 4, haven't played it.
Is it
just
not only haven't played it, but don't know anything about it? So it's not even like he's in the community and like has heard stuff about it or has watched videos about it. Like genuinely in the dark on Fallout 4.
Did he play Fallout 3's DLCs? I want to know where the line is. When did he stop? No, there's no way. See, because if he was one of the people who played Fallout New Vegas and it got ejected from future like Fallout titles, then he would retroactively dislike Fallout 3 as well. he wouldn't be saying Fallout 3 is one of the greatest games of all time.
Mm-hmm. Is he just buttering Todd up? Wouldn't you just lie and say you've played all of it then?
Yeah.
If you were
Like,
trying to, if you were
Todd's
trying,
not interviewing him, so
yeah. It's very interesting.
You've said that, quote, when we started Fallout 3 in 2004, we obviously had big ideas of what we could do with it, and I talked to a lot of people, from ex-developers to press folks to fans. What made it special? What are the key things you'd want out in a new one? The opinions, and I'll put this mildly, varied a lot, but they would all end the same, like a stern father pausing for effect, but do not screw it up. How do you not screw up a game? You have not screwed up many games. Yet.
What?
Dude.
Now that's buttering up Todd.
God, see, but it's like buttering with the one hand and then just sucker punching with the other.
Yeah,
it's just like, no, Fallout 76 wasn't bad, but you're going to fuck one up eventually.
You will fuck up Todd.
Holy crap, dude.
We've entered the realm of 76 not existing yet. We're talking about an interviewer that didn't play Fallout 4. He might not mentally even register 76.
You know what? He probably believes that Fallout 76 was not even done by Bethesda. It's just
it was a side game, not done.
Yeah. Like ESO, ESO wasn't done by he obviously would understand like ESO because he's savvy, like you said, he's savvy enough that he understands like a lot of what's going on. Because people who aren't savvy would assume ESO, because it's Elder Scrolls, was made by Bethesda. But he understands that they're separate entities. He would understand that they're separate entities, so he's probably mentally separating Fallout 76 as well. A multiplayer game, so it was probably done by a different studio.
This interview was released in November of 2014, apparently. No, he's quoting something from 2004. He's quoting an old interview. But
oh my god.
This is fascinating. Right? I want to study him now.
Dude, I told you I want to interview Lex Friedman now.
Yeah, I don't want to be interviewed by Lex Friedman. I want to interview him.
No, it's gonna be like this, where I go on his show as a guest and it turns into I'm interviewing him.
Yeah.
We're like just cross-examining each other.
What did you mean when you said that Todd Howard hadn't screwed a game up yet? Because as people pointed out, yet. But also, like, so even discounting Fallout 76, even being in the realm of Todd Howard is perfect and didn't have anything to do with that. He didn't hear about Fallout 4. He doesn't know he doesn't know anything about Fallout 4, so how can he make the statement that he hasn't screwed it up? It sounds like he screwed it up if you haven't played it.
Yeah.
You're Todd Howard's fan and you've played all his fucking games, but you haven't played Fallout 4. That sounds like a fuck up to me.
Should I play Fallout 4? Is it worth me playing? Like, holy crap. But don't worry, you haven't screwed up a game yet.
He's just not a gamer. No. Put it in music terms. Is there a musician that you would say is the best of all time, but you just I haven't gotten around to one of their albums in 6 years? Like, what? They made one of the greatest albums of all time, but I have zero interest in even knowing about it. Like, he doesn't have an opinion that Fallout 4 is bad. He hasn't played it. Like, he doesn't know anything about it. Why?
Like, it's one thing, going back to that music comparison thing, it's one thing to say, like, oh, I really loved Metallica's stuff in, like, the 80s and 90s, and I haven't listened to their newer stuff. That's one thing. But to say, like, yeah, I loved their album from, like, I don't know where their albums actually came from. Let's say they released one in 1993. I didn't listen to the 1998 one, even though I loved the 1993 one. It's just like, that
it's fascinating, for sure.
What?
I mean, back to the Fallout one. Yeah, that was I remember that we were met with a lot of skepticism in terms of, oh, what are they going to do with this? It was a beloved kind of isometric turn-based role-playing game. Awesome for when it came out. And actually, it was announced. We had finished Morrowind, but not announced Oblivion. But because we acquired rights.
For when it came out. If I'm remembering right, honestly, a lot of Fallout 1 and 2's legacy was very esoteric and kind of obscure. It was known in the RPG community, and that was kind of it.
Yeah.
We had to announce it. I think Interplay was a public company. I don't remember. I just remember we had to announce it, and we're thinking there, well, we're gonna piss off all the Elder Scrolls fans because we're announcing a Fallout game. We're probably gonna piss off the hardcore Fallout fans because we didn't make the original, and clearly we'll probably make a different kind of game. So I do remember, there was a lot of concern with all of our fans and fans of Fallout at the time, and so I think it was pretty rewarding for us that game found the audience and success that it did. It's one of my favorite projects that I've ever worked on, and because it was so fresh for us, and we
Oh my god, one of Todd's favorite projects that he's worked on is like the game I like the least.
Yeah. Oh god. Only confirming it. Oh my god. You interviewing Todd Howard and talking about like games that he's worked on and systems. Like if you really grilled him over that stuff. That would be the interview where Pete Hines steps in halfway through.
Yeah, it gets interrupted and I get shot. It's like you're allowed to have a favorite of whatever project that you want. I'm very curious what Todd Howard's reasoning would be for why he thinks that Fallout 3 is his favorite project.
So what's funny is like you're latching onto that.
Let's separate here. Your favorite project can be independent of your thoughts on whether or not the project was good. It's just your favorite to make.
Yeah. Yeah, so like what made Fallout 3 so interesting to make?
Yeah.
I was looking at this and being like, okay, so you managed to take an established IP that was beloved by a very like hardcore group, introduce it create like a whole new thing that's a complete departure from it, and introduce it to an audience that also your core audience. Like he's explaining how basically this is going to be a bitch to market, right? So, but you still did it. You still marketed the game. You still explained to people what was going on and what you were doing, and you still saw success with it at the end of the day. So what's the hesitation with Starfield?
Yeah. Very interesting answer. I hope Todd goes in depth on why he feels this way.
We had a very clear, like, even before we had the rights, like, this is the game we're going to make. Like, this is the kind of thing we're going to do. And we had done Morrowind, then we were working on Oblivion. And it was kind of a breath of fresh air to do it. And what's kind of remarkable is Fallout 3 comes out just, 2.5 years after Oblivion. And we did all this DLC for Oblivion. So we were really, really kind of prolific in how our development, how it was going. So I just remember enjoying making that game so much. It was everything we were doing was new.
Which aspect of the...
So it's just because they were doing something new.
Yeah, I could see that. Especially if he's been, because you think of it from his perspective, he started with Redguard, really.
Yeah.
And it's been nothing but Elder Scrolls for over a decade.
Well, and Morrowind was a bit of a hellish production.
Yeah.
And Oblivion was kind of an ongoing mess.
Yeah.
And then you get to do, like, something new. I just think it's weird that, like, Fallout 3 was the game that they wanted it to be. That's the alarming part. I've always hoped that Fallout 3 was the way it was because there was concessions and shortages of time. We had Fallout to rush it to market, and it's like
Fallout 3 was where they were really able to spread their wings.
I think it really is the case that like the stuff that I like, they didn't seem to like making.
Yes.
And that's kind of why there's a disconnect between me and them, is that
or at least people in certain decision-making positions didn't like it.
Yeah, plus I think he's rounded down 3 years to 2.5. I've always heard 3 years because it's double 18 months, which is what New Vegas got.
Like I totally see. It makes sense that Fallout 3 would be a favorite of his because of just like all the freedom that it offered. But yeah,
well, and they were taken off as a company after Oblivion.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, Oblivion really secured their future. Like Morrowind bought them time. Oblivion's what really put them on the map.
See, I knew that somebody would say this. Okay, I love these guys, but to suggest Fallout should jump 20 years in the future would break in history. Yeah, sure, it would ruin the lore. I don't give a fuck. I'm tired of the 50s shtick aesthetic. I don't find the humor amusing. If it wants to engage me, it has to do something new, and it might not be Fallout. But obviously, Fallout fans don't like what they're getting anyways, so fuck them.
Yeah, I think you could do a Fallout reboot.
Just reboot it. Yeah.
Yeah.
The 50s shtick is old. It's old, and it wasn't particularly amusing in the first place. And what it is it's too stretched out. It was amusing when it was Fallout 1 and 2, and then like they've just kind of run it into the ground, especially with the way that Bethesda approaches it.
Yeah, it needs something to it, and it's not just going to be setting it in another city.
World creation, was there some
But like I knew full well that the Fallout fans were gonna bitch. This is gonna break the lore. Yeah, obviously I don't give a shit. You think Bethesda cares about breaking the lore? Really?
Yeah, they care about it even less than we do. That's why we have the unreliable narrator.
that was happening
The
to?
world creation, like it was, obviously a different look, even though some of us, very few of us have worked in the Terminator things. The VAT system, the skill system, and we love the original game so much, so you felt this responsibility to bring it back in a big way and reintroduce it.
Man, Todd Howard loving the original Fallout games, that's gotta sting, guys. The Fallout 1 and 2 fans out there, Todd likes your games, and that's what he turned out.
See, that's one of the questions that I would really want to ask Todd that I just doubt I would ever get an answer to, like a proper answer to, is are you making your games the way they are? Like, are you watering them down because you think people don't want it or they're not going to be receptive to it? Or are you doing it because those are the games you want to make? Because if you're sitting there saying that you love Fallout 1 and 2, then why do you make Fallout 3 the way it is? Unless you just assume that people were not going to want to play those games.
Yeah.
And it's fine to believe that, but that means you're making games that you're not actually invested in.
In a way that, as much as we could.
New Vegas had the 50s aesthetic and it was great. I don't think it's that. No, but that's just more of it that's gone and spent. And there's more of a cultural well that you can draw from the 70s than there is the 50s and 60s. And we get it. The height of the Cold War was fucked up. But the Cold War wasn't just the 50s and 60s. You think people stopped worrying about it once it got to the 70s? I'd like to see it.
Could scratch the same itch when you played the original game that had the same tone.
Are there some favorite things to you about that?
But even like the Fallout fans are pointing out, like there's not a consistent tone between Fallout 1 and 2. So what are you talking about when you're preserving the tone of the OG Fallouts? Which one?
Yeah.
That world that just kind of connects you to the
Fallout
human.
3 I love. Again, I usually start with the beginning. I love the beginning. I love the character generation.
Oh my god. Todd, no, that's the worst one.
Stop. This really is confirming my worst suspicions about Todd and like my worst opinions of him. That like I respect him as a manager. I think he does a good job running his studio and stuff. But I think he's
Todd,
very questionable design ideas. What actually constitutes good to be put into their games?
Todd, it's been over a decade. You can admit that Fallout 3 wasn't that good.
Is he just talking it up because Lex Freeman said Fallout 3 was the last Fallout game that he played? And
maybe that's like the only reason is like it has to be his favorite because he's talking to a Fallout 3 fanboy. So like if he was talking to an Oblivion fan, Oblivion would have been his favorite. That is an interesting thing to point out, but like I have to take Todd at face value and assume that he's telling the truth and that this is genuinely what he thinks.
Yeah.
If you play it a lot or you're developing it, it starts to feel really long. But the first time you play it or second, I just think it's awesome.
Wait. Did he just...
No, Todd, it gets worse when you play it again and again.
That just kind of connects you to the
Fallout
human.
3 I love. Again, I usually start with the beginning. I love the beginning.
He loves the character creation of Fallout 3. He loves the beginning.
I love the character
Fallout
creation.
101
If you play it a lot or you're developing it, it starts to feel really long. But the first time you play it or second, I just...
Okay, I got it backwards. The first time it's fine, but like on repeat playthroughs it feels long.
This is on par with my favorite mods to install are UI mods.
Yeah.
We're never gonna make a good UI, but
My
same energy
favorite
here.
Fallout 3 mod is the alternative start.
Oh my god. And then Fallout 4 happened.
See, this is the thing, is it's not just in isolation. You can't take Bethesda games in isolation. It's the fact that they make the same mistakes over and over, and you can find examples of them saying, yeah, we made this mistake, and then they made like 6 more games after that did the same exact thing. That's what's fascinating to me, is that he can full-face say that Fallout 3's character creation is his favorite part, but he thinks it's too long on repeat runs.
And then Fallout 4 happens.
Yeah. It's kind of cathartic to hear him say Fallout 3's start is way too long. It's like a cult member slowly admitting that they were wrong.
I think it's awesome. And this idea, it's a hard thing to say, okay, we want you to feel like your character on the screen. You know, when you play like a Skyrim, you don't know what you were doing before that. But Fallout 3, you were born in the vault, and you were raised in the vault, and you lived in the vault, but you experienced a part of that. So it's a very...
Todd.
Actually, Todd...
It's a role-playing
You were
game.
born in Rivet City?
Well,
God, have you even played Fallout 3?
I was gonna approach it from the angle of, what do you mean I don't know what my character did before Skyrim? Like, I guess technically, like, minute 0 of playing, you don't have time to write your character background, but, like, you kind of have an idea of what your character was doing. What?
different. When you step out, I think it really... And then the visuals are the visuals, but the emotional moment of stepping out of the vault, you feel like you lived your whole life in the vault.
The emotional moment of, oh, thank God it's over.
I feel like I lived a life because it's so fucking long.
It's like he's saying the best part of ball crushing is when it's over.
Well, you see, when your balls are done being crushed, your body actually releases endorphins that make you feel good. And it creates this...
And that's why we crushed your balls in Skyrim and Fallout 4.
Well, you see, in Fallout 3, the pacing crushes your balls. In Skyrim, it's the characters that bust your balls. Like Delphine.
We invent new ways to decimate the player's testicles. A true triumph of the beginning to a game. It truly feels like it's 18 years long. I'd agree with Todd if there were actually different paths for you to take while inside the vault. Oh, no, absolutely. If Vault 101 had multiple ways to complete it, that would be one thing. But Vault 101 is just a typical T-junction. It goes the same until, like, the last 2 minutes. When you
well, no. You can save Butch's mother. You can give Butch the BB gun and he can save his mother. You could do a speech check to get him to go save his mother, or you can go in and murder his mother.
There you go. It plays out differently. You've got so many options.
And you feel like you have a sense of your past.
Right, and I need to find my father.
We should, isn't it possible to have that sense with like Elder Scrolls, like a life story, like childhood trauma and stuff? Back to the
I mean, you have to like, look, you do.
No, Lex, shut up. Shut the fuck up. Hey, this awful thing. Could you do that to a different series?
Do some of that
Todd,
stuff, but
please shut that down.
Use. Pick your background. We're doing that in Starfield. Hey, pick your background. What you doing before this moment?
Can you pick your traumas and stuff? Like, that's a mod.
If you want to make a mod,
Yeah, thank you.
go for that.
And then also make a mod for like a therapist.
But a lot of it, is in your head. So you're gonna pick this background, you do these things, and you're sort of like, this is who I was.
Yeah.
And we intentionally, Elder Scrolls kind of make it as much of a blank slate. Elder Scrolls is a little bit more of a blank slate game to who you are, which has a lot of positives. And Fallout for us has been more of a this was your life before. Here's who you were. Go be who you want to be, but this is the background. It's a little more strict.
Now this might reveal something about me, and speaking of childhood trauma, but I feel like there's a lot of the meaningful experience of a role-playing game is not just the development of the character throughout the game, but the initial character creation, like you said. Is there something to that process that you found to be powerful, like the design of that process? Because you think so much about that beginning. How much should be controlled? How much should be defined? The interface itself, the visual appearance of the character too. Because I feel like that you start to load in the world that you're about to enter by creating that character, right?
Do you disagree that Fallout 3's intro is good the first time? I do. I didn't like it the first time, and I definitely didn't like it on repeat runs.
I thought it was okay. I was more confused than anything else, to
Yeah.
be perfectly honest. Because I was coming from, Oblivion.
Yeah.
So it's just like such a pedestrian start that kind of caught me off guard a bit. But yeah, definitely on repeat playthroughs, I'm like, this is not fun. I think it's an interesting experiment.
It's just a shame that everybody did that experiment too after.
Yeah.
Would be great if we could get a quick start option in the settings menu so we could focus on that first time experience while letting more experienced players skip it. Oh, I've always said that.
Mm-hmm.
There's no reason on a repeat run that you can't give players the option to skip that stuff. We established that Bethesda games are about the world and Fallout 3 just has the best world. I'm going to stop you right there and disagree with that. But the introduction's absolutely worth complaining about if it's fucking gatekeeping you from the world. Like, there's no reason Vault 101 couldn't be 5 minutes and then boom, you're out in the world. Wouldn't that be better if the whole goal was to get there? Out of Oblivion, Fallout 3, Skyrim, and Fallout 4, which has the best intro? Which CBT is the best? I think I prefer, probably... I always feel like Fallout 4 is just faster, but I think Helgen is faster.
I think I would go with Oblivion. I was going to qualify it and be like, am I doing a repeat playthrough? Because in which case I'm just loading my save right before the right before the gate. But yeah, I think if I had to play all of them, I think I'd give it to Oblivion.
You may be somewhere that's not allowed super chatting, unfortunately. There's a general problem with your criticism where you sometimes seem to be criticizing the design goal when the problem is really just that the execution is poor. It can be both. If you've got two things you got to criticize, you got to pick one of those and do it first. So, I mean, you pick your poison. Do you want to start with criticizing the design goal, or do you want to start with criticizing the execution? There's valid reasons that you could do both. In either order. A bad idea done poorly. I think that's Fallout 3's intro in a nutshell.
Like I said, it's an interesting experiment, but for the type of game that they're trying to make, it just doesn't really
If there was
work.
a standalone DLC about Vault 101, that would be one thing.
Yeah. I think so. It's
Wouldn't that be an idea?
The Return to Vault one was actually pretty decent. That's a pretty, but you just write it so like I don't need to have to sit through an hour and a half of Vault 101 in order for me to appreciate returning to the vault.
What if Vault 101 was the DLC for Fallout 3? So the first like 10 hours is the entire story that's inside Vault 101, and then like the last 30 minutes is the player character like going in and looting the aftermath of whatever you did in there. That's how you would acceptably do that premise of like your entire life inside the vault. You can do both, but poor execution isn't evidence of the design being poor. You kind of do this with Skyrim Magic, for example. What? Poor execution of Skyrim Magic isn't evidence of the design goal being poor. Okay, so the design goal of Skyrim's Magic is to have a very simple system where you just have a series of tiers. So you have your contact magic, so your stream spells, fire stream, lightning stream, ice stream. Your second level spells are your bolt spells. Your third level spells are like your AoE spells. Your fourth level spells are your bolt spell, like advanced bolt spells, and your fifth level spells are like master spells. Like that's the That's the design goal of it, and it's poorly executed. So like Chatter said, it's a bad idea and it's done poorly.
Well, it was also Skyrim Magic was the overall design of it was to make
And I think
it flashier.
I think all you're criticizing is that I have to pick either to talk about the execution or the goals first. And you just don't like the order that it's been presented in. I don't like that you whacked my left testicle first. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, we think about it a lot. It's a really, really good comment and question. And it's more than... It has to set the whole stage. It has to like pique your interest for the world you're going to enter. And we've done it so many different ways in terms of when you actually go to make your character, when you're making the choice. And one of the things over time that we've wanted to avoid is people starting over. So,
just say it flat out, Todd. I wish... You know what's sad? I didn't have this as an option to include in my Skyrim video when I was making it. Because I absolutely did. It was, you have to, like, piece it together from different things that Todd said. Because he said it before, and they've talked about it before, but, like, this is so brazen of a quote of him. This is him saying the problem.
Yeah. Which is interesting to see it as a problem.
No, it's not just the order, it's the way you use it. They did a bad job to prove that what they were trying to do must have been a bad goal. It's a confusion of levels. No, you explain it's a bad execution, and then you go on to the next part. What they were trying to execute was a bad idea. So, I mean, you're literally just complaining that I whacked the left nut first. Look, I'm sorry, I'd hate to break it to you. I can't beam all of the... Like, very often I feel like I want to just be able to beam multiple pieces of information into people's brains at the same time so that they can develop a full understanding of it. But you can't do that. I have to present information in a linear order, and I have to pick the order that the information comes in, and you just don't like that the order that it came in.
Yeah, that is probably one of the biggest struggles with writing these scripts is just figuring out the order of execution.
So there's a lot of intentionality around the types of choices you have that can be undone or not undone. Because what game players want to is, I'll play it and then I'll make a new character. But sometimes they do that because they realize they made the wrong type of character. And as a designer, you don't want that to happen.
Is he going to explain why you don't want players to restart?
So some people, when we get this comment, Elder Scrolls like, oh, you simplified it. No. We move those choices into the gameplay so that you don't, make...
No, Todd.
Speed still exists.
Speed still exists. We didn't simplify Elder Scrolls. We just moved the choices into the gameplay. Do I put the ward spell in my left hand and the firebolt in my right hand? Or do I put the ward spell in my right hand and the firebolt in my left hand?
I must be crazy. I must not know Skyrim because evidently spellcrafting is still in there then, right?
Spellcrafting is still in there in attributes that affect how fast you move. Strength, speed, encumbrance, racial height, racial weight.
Luck still exists
Luck
somewhere.
spells. Yeah, teleportation. No. We just moved the teleportation into the whether you hold your blocks down or you just click it when they're swinging.
This character in the beginning, and then 8 hours later realize you make a horrible mistake. And so, okay, I'm going to start out like that. To me, is a really, really bad experience. So
also like life itself. But yeah, go.
But like life is okay. So you can then
Fix it in game.
right. I wish I had learned archery. Well, I'm going to start tomorrow.
Yeah.
So you can do that. Like the Skyrim character system, it was really designed around that. All you pick is like, what's your race, and that gives you some things, but there's nothing you can't get then on your own. Mostly, it sounds weird, but you mostly want that beginning character generation to be visual, which you then can also change in the game, and some starting skills that get you off to the type
You mean in the DLC, Todd? You can change it in game in the DLC for I think only one game.
Yeah.
I think Skyrim was the only one that let you change your character model afterwards.
Yep. Yeah. I think Fallout 4 only lets you change your hairstyle. I don't think
But
there's any way
also,
for you to...
this just isn't realistic, Todd. And I detailed why in my Skyrim video. You're fucking insane if you think that you can just switch weapon specializations. It's actually ironic because while that was the goal, and that informed a lot of the way that they designed Skyrim, because they designed it in this way where you're never intended to replay it, but some of the design decisions that they made actually acted as concrete and actually locked you in further. Like locking people's perk points down until they hit 100, or originally just locking them down. You can't just go... I mean, I guess if you're 8 hours... What level are you at 8 hours in the Skyrim? Like 20? I guess you could switch to archery at that point. That's not too late.
Yeah.
But like, no, it's very much the case that I would agree that Skyrim went in that direction, but ironically, many of the decisions that they made lock you down even further. It's ironic.
Play that you want, but if you discover you don't like that type of play, as you play, you can move your character along. So we have moved away post, Oblivion to a classless, meaning you don't have a strict character class, warrior, mage, thief, whatever, in our games.
And that's continuing for the. Are you like thinking of Elder Scrolls 6? You're already thinking about that kind of stuff. Do you think of early on the like?
Well, there you go, folks.
I'm crying right now. Tez 6, there is no hope. Classes will not be returning. Attributes will not be returning.
Mm-hmm. We can assume that Todd's going to continue his philosophy of do everything in one playthrough.
Mm-hmm.
Morrowind is very classless. That's what's ironic is Morrowind is the most classless of the games. Because you really can, like, spec switch in Morrowind. Literally the only thing in Morrowind that's permanent with your character development is endurance health gains. How excited are you for the detailed character creation and background options in this classless game? Well, that's kind of the weird part is he's talking about how he doesn't want players to restart, but he's also trying to get the angle of, but there are going to be things you can pick about your character. Like, so what if I decide that I want to have had parents all along? Can I meet my parents and like set up the tithe and then gain the parents trait? Or like, I'm very curious about how that system works, and it's hard not to be cynical. Do you think Lex Friedman is a good interviewer in your opinion? I think this is a good interview. He's asking questions that I want answers to, and he's getting answers out of Todd that are very interesting.
Yeah.
That I think like those kind of funny guys would never have gotten even a fraction of what's in this video in their interview. Unless like the only way they could have done it is if Paris was the only host.
Yeah.
You said the first few experiences in the game, you already think through them.
Yep, yeah. We know what the first few hours are like. We know what the character system is basically like. And
my God. This is so black pilling for Elder Scrolls 6. It's hard not to be cynical. Because like they've already locked it down and they haven't got... Oh my God, that explains so much. They lock down the next game's systems before they can even get feedback on the current game systems.
Oh.
There's no possible way that they can incorporate feedback into their games because they already know what Elder Scrolls 6 is going to have. It doesn't matter what I say about Starfield. I can't affect Elder Scrolls 6 because it's too late.
All right, so...
Now, not that I thought that I could, but like...
So, the criticism that I have to be... I need to be talking about Elder Scrolls 7 then, is what I need. I need to control F Tez 6 in my script and change it to Tez 7.
I need to be working 15 years in advance in my head.
Yeah.
And then we'll see then if the feedback comes in. They did that with Skyrim because they didn't reveal magic until the 0th hour. We didn't even get a chance to bitch about no spellmaking. Well, what I'm talking about is our response to Starfield is not going to impact Elder Scrolls 6 because Todd Howard in November of last year is talking about how they already have all of this stuff like concreted down, ready to go. They're already thinking about it.
And the best thing they're going to be able to do at the end near the polishing phase is to just tweak things.
It's not just seeing that a train wreck is coming, it's seeing that a train wreck is coming before it's even left the station.
So tonally, what's the difference to you between Oblivion, Skyrim, Morrowind, Oblivion, Skyrim, and Elder Scrolls 6? Like, to me, I mean, stuff blends together.
Yeah.
But Oblivion.
I'm sure it blends together for you, yes. But like, why are you asking about tonal differences between the games of the same series? Weird angle.
That's when you can make spells and stuff.
You could do it in Morrowind as well. Oblivion has some more guardrails on it. Morrowind's where you can really go. And Daggerfall.
Okay, Todd. So Todd's decided to talk about spellcrafting. Well, I think Lex brought it up, but
Yeah.
Todd, tell us it's coming back. Give us a white pill here. Give us just a little bit of hope. Daggerfall mentioned. Are we playing the... Nice. It jumped to Led Zeppelin after the Fallout soundtrack ended. Now, copyright claim established.
Yeah. Shut it down. Take all his money.
If you need to wait 15 years to give Bethesda feedback... Damn, that's loud. Hang on. Does that mean Will was right all along about needing a sequel to analyze Skyrim? No, not necessarily, because that would mean that Will's Skyrim analysis... the feedback is going to reach Bethesda when it comes time to make, like, Elder Scrolls 9. We decided to move magic into gameplay choices. I mean, that's like... So you got rid of... Like, if Lex was a little more knowledgeable about the subject, you could maybe go in that angle. I'm very curious how removing spellcrafting was moved into gameplay choices. And what does that even mean? It got moved into gameplay choices.
Well, here's that's the beauty about the vague response there, is that he could say something like, well, you know, we found magic with spellcrafting in particular made it too spreadsheety. And what we wanted to do was instead make it so that players are more, they're more making decisions that are more impactful and they can feel it in game.
Todd definitely has believed it for a long time, but I just don't track the logic of what he's saying when he says stuff like that. It doesn't make sense to me, and that's the whole irony of it, is that everything Todd has been saying should lead to Morrowind's #2, right? You want a system where players can change classes partway through the game? That's Morrowind. You want a system where gameplay decisions like matter? That's Morrowind. You think he knows what he's saying? I think he knows what he's saying. I think that he's very intelligent in understanding the nuances of how he makes his games and why the way he makes his games is successful in the sense that it makes a lot of money.
Yeah.
Because that's the whole division, is it makes money. It's not artistically legitimate, but it makes money. And so it's successful that way.
That's the question I want to ask that I would probably never get a straight answer to is, are you making games that you want to make? Or are you making games because you know they're going, like, are you making it the way they're making it because it's going to sell better?
I would approach from the angle of because it would be popular.
Yeah. I'm just spelling it out. So yeah, obviously I would clean it up as much as possible to be like
look at it from the angle of, would you ask Christopher Nolan, could you ask this of Christopher Nolan? Did you make Oppenheimer the way it was because you thought it would be popular, or because you have certain like perspectives on film and the way that they need to be made? Todd wants to make games that sell better, so yes, he's making the games he wants to make. I mean, yeah, I guess there you have me there.
Well, yeah, that could be it too. Is he genuinely? But then he's talking about Morrowind and stuff, and saying how he likes spellcrafting, and
it's fascinating. It's doublethink.
Yeah.
It doesn't make sense because he's like internally codified ideas that inherently don't make sense.
Mm-hmm.
If you ever got to actually speak with Todd in private, do you think he would actually agree on some of your usual critiques? It seems he legitimately likes Morrowind and the ethos that created it. If it was in private and you could never get quoted on it, I think that he would.
Yeah.
I feel like there's an artist in him that doesn't like some of the decisions he's made over time.
Yeah.
I don't remember if you make spells in Arena. I think you can. Someone will correct me. You definitely can in Daggerfall. It's crazy. Morrowind, you can somehow. And then we start putting guardrails on it because people started breaking the game in certain ways.
Yeah, why is it bad to break the game? Like you always
Go for it, Lex! Go for it! Get his ass!
Get him! Get him!
Morrowind, you can somehow. And then we start putting guardrails on it because people started breaking the game in certain ways.
yeah, why is it bad to break the game? Like you always want it to be.
Well, there's like one people love in Morrowind where you can make these recall stones, and you can teleport to different areas, which you really need in that game. It breaks so many quests.
Yeah.
And so as we
No, Todd. No, it doesn't. You know what's funny is I was reviewing the caption. So I have somebody who's working on the captions for me on the Morrowind video.
Mm-hmm.
And I was reviewing what they were doing. And hang on. Spellcrafting guardrails are necessary because spell making was breaking the game. Okay. So recall stones. What he probably means recall rings. In the captions, there's a part of the Morrowind video where I say, you get a quest, and it's to deliver a thing to a person, and then as soon as I delivered it, I recalled and went back to the quest giver, and the quest giver says, I've already talked to the person about this, about the delivery. And it's like, well, that's not possible because I literally teleported to you, right? That's like as far as I can recall, that one quest in Telvanni is like the only time I can ever think of that recall actually broke a quest for me. And it's just in the logic of it. It's like, it's kind of stupid, but you can roll your eyes at it. And I'm just thinking like, so that's your con for recall. And then I'm thinking of like this entire pros list that's over here on the side of like all the benefits that it brings to Morrowind as a game. And I'm just like, that's such a stupid reason.
No, I got it. Okay, so
it breaks
Mark and
Oblivion.
Recall does not need to exist because now we have dungeons that return back to their beginning.
That's one thing, yes.
It's like you have to think of like all these different things that they had to create in order to make up for the chasm that removing something like Mark and Recall created.
Like, you know the quest where you get the hissed sap in Oblivion and you have to drink it. You can't leave the basement.
Yeah.
You have to drink it. So that's a quest. I note that in my Oblivion video that is a quest that would be broken by recall.
You see,
because obviously there's no contingency for you leaving.
Yeah, so removing it allows them to make more creative quests.
In theory. Is recall really that necessary post fast travel? Well, that's the problem. I think the logic is that recall was breaking quests in Oblivion, like that Fighters Guild quest. And so they got rid of recall because it was breaking quests, and then they needed to supplement recall. And so that's where fast travel came from. Because what you have to remember is all the mechanics in the game aren't added at the same time. It's like a progression of ideas. Stuff gets added in response to other things. And we're not necessarily privy to the exact order that stuff happens in. We can only speculate on the order unless we're told. Daggerfall had fast travel, though. Well, yeah, I'm not saying it came from fucking nowhere. It didn't come from the either. But I don't think that, like, Oblivion development day one, they had fast travel.
Really?
You didn't know that Daggerfall is fast travel?
No. I'm finding it fascinating because I think the opposite. I think Oblivion day one, Mark and Recall were gone.
Oh, yeah,
we're doing fast travel instead.
Maybe, because there was complaints about the lack of fast travel. But I don't think Mark and Recall got cut day one because of fast travel. I think you can leave that redundancy in because recall is still more granular than fast travel. Recall can take you directly to the part of your house that you want to be in versus how fast travel takes you to... Like Frostcrack Spire, it could take you straight to your bedroom. Yeah. Whereas when you fast travel there, it takes you to like the base of the tower.
Or take you out of a dungeon.
Yeah, take you back out to the beginning of a dungeon, which was its original purpose, was to take you to the beginning of a Daggerfall dungeon.
Yeah, that's interesting because I've always just figured, oh no, it was day one. They knew they weren't going to have it, so fast travel was.
But I
like,
made an explanation of something that they could have in setting to explain why mark and recall wouldn't be allowed, because obviously it would be a huge crime problem. So obviously it could be like there's this thing that prevents certain types of magic from happening, like levitation, teleportation, and they have it in like the cities.
Yeah,
and like so like
some alien magic suppression technology,
and like so like
and that can explain why it existed here and it didn't exist in like Morrowind.
Yeah, you can come up with all kinds of reasons to curtail the system, if your goal is to keep it because of all the benefits it brings. But if you're not considering the benefits, I love this answer. I love this question. I love this answer. I think Lex is nailing like the pursuing him on it instead of just going to the next thing he wants to ask him. Daggerfall dungeons are fine and easy to navigate. I'm not saying you need recall because of navigation. The point of recall is I want to get out of the dungeon now.
Yeah.
And you can just teleport back, and it's like part of your class identity. And there's trade-offs to it.
So what I like about Lex here is that he's asking a follow-up question.
Yes.
In the game in certain ways?
Yeah, why is it bad to break the game? Like, you always want it to be...
Well, there's like one people love in Morrowind where you could make these recall stones, and you could teleport to different areas, which you really need in that game. It breaks so many quests.
Yeah.
And so as any quest, we would do this exercise of designing a quest, and then someone would say, and then I recall away. Oh, okay, the quest is broken. Like, and then one day someone says, can we just get rid of that spell effect? Everyone's like, yes, please. And so it allowed us to make better content.
Oh my god. So it wasn't just like, it wasn't just a top-down decision. It was everybody on the team decided that it wasn't worth having around. I love the notion of them sitting around talking shop on Oblivion quests and like that was a standard question is does recall break it, and none of them thought to answer it with let's come up with a way to disable recall like exists in Morrowind. Because there's fucking Morrowind quests that would have been broken and they've made up ways to stop you.
Fascinating.
And so that's why spellcrafting had to go, because of recall, which is a spell that you can't even spellcraft. Like, there's no spellcrafting components to mark and recall. It's a static effect. It has one thing that it does. You can't do 10 points recall. This is insane. Crazy.
So, the tangent upon a tangent upon a tangent. How do you create a compelling quest?
No! Lex, no! Oh my god. Fuck! You were so close. You were so close to catching him on something really juicy. And he's like, well, sorry, we're 10 tangents deep. We're gonna have to go back to the script. No! Oh, that fucking sucks.
I'm sorry. Nobody's going to catch Todd.
He's a slippery bastard, that's for sure.
He's slippery, and on top of which, nobody has the heart like you do.
Mm-hmm. What if they added the energy walls from Portal that erase your saved mark and recalls? Oh, no. You don't want to remove a mark from somebody's house because they're going into the basement of the Fighters Guild. Just say there's a fucking crystal in the room that stops you from teleporting out.
Oh, that's the same energy as like when you go into like one of the casinos in Fallout New Vegas. They take your weapons and it wipes out all your fucking hotkeys.
Yeah. No, thank you. So grimy. Goes back to my earlier post. Bethesda moves things that mildly inconvenience them rather than fix them or think creatively how to solve the issue. No, and I've said that for years. Mm-hmm. If there's an issue that's in one game, the next game around they'll remove it instead of fix it.
Can we just remove it, please?
Yeah, I that's such a sad thing to think of all of those guys that worked on Oblivion.
I wonder how many times that's been said now. Now that he's put that in my head, that a bunch of people are just like, can we just remove this?
And this is why
I always just assumed it was like top-down edicts. Like, no, we're cutting this, we're cutting this, we're cutting that. Could just anybody come up and be like, can we just please remove this? It's making my life really difficult.
You know, this is why there's no such thing as an overdone topic, because new information's always coming out. So like
this puts so much stuff into perspective.
So we are 23 months out from when the Oblivion video came out, and obviously this came out a year ago. So I didn't have this when I was making the Oblivion video. If I did, man, there's all kinds of different things that I would have, all kinds of different directions that I would have taken that video. And so that's why, like, if somebody was making an Oblivion video now, there's all kinds of interesting things. But you know, Super Rad just made a fucking Oblivion video, and I guarantee you that nothing from this fucking interview is in that Super Rad video. God damn. Because that would be an edge. That would be a point where he could say that it's the better video because he's got more information now that he can work with. But
you know, Pat, you can always remaster your Oblivion video.
That would be funny. But I don't
do
want
it
to.
again.
So I'm looking at the Oblivion Dark Brotherhood. Let's do the recall stink test on the Oblivion Dark Brotherhood quest. So a knife in the dark. Where you kill somebody and you meet with Lucien Lachance. I don't think recalling away would break Lucien Lachance because he'd just have to go farther to find you. Maybe what would break is because he's not essential, he could get killed on the way to you. If he has to like go a farther, like say you, can you bring Lucien Lachance into Oblivion, like the Deadlands? But anyways, say you like set up a way that he gets killed on the way, that could potentially break it, but like I don't see a problem with that, but maybe they do. No, I don't think this quest breaks with recall.
I'm just thinking the implications of Lucien Lachance following you into Oblivion. Like, how fucking badass.
Yeah. Doesn't Lucien just teleport to you anyways? Yes, but there is a window where you can walk around before Lucien talks to you. Why is he not essential? He's not essential so you can kill him. Like, this surprises people when I say that, like, certain characters aren't essential, because the assumption is that, like, all of the Oblivion and Skyrim characters are. But no, there are characters that aren't essential that you can kill. Yeah. You can just end the Dark Brotherhood quest by killing Lucien and calling it a day.
And then Skyrim tried to one-up it by letting you kill Astrid, and then you get a quest to go destroy the rest of the Dark Brotherhood, which is a huge leap in logic, to be sure. It's like, no, I just want to kill the bitch who fucking imprisoned me and tried to get me to murder 3 other people.
It's a bit of a distraction for us to do the stink test, so I'm just gonna get back to the interview. But like, there's stuff in this interview that would have been amazing to have for both the Oblivion and the Skyrim videos. Yeah. And I mean, that's kind of, again, that's just, they're products of their time, and I like to think that both of those videos were made with the full set of information that was available as of when I was making them.
Mm-hmm.
So I did the best I could. I can't predict future interviews.
Anybody who wants the deep dive stuff have to watch these streams to get the the updated takes.
Yes, watch all of my content to catch up with.
There's all kinds of personalities of humans that play these games, right? Because I like the grind.
Well, there's multiple.
Well, of course you like Fallout 3 if you like to grind. Shit. That's the most coherent thing he said. Super Rad's like-dislike ratio on his Oblivion video is very bad compared to you. Well, he made it in 4 months, and from what I've heard, it shows. Again, my Oblivion video was 9 months. That's how long that video was in the works. Skyrim video was 12.
Flavors of a compelling quest. Some of them have very good upfront storytelling. You just like the story and the NPC that's giving you this task. And you'll go through a more handcrafted experience that the designers have done a really, really good job on the space. It has some twist or surprise in the middle, and then the ending has some, multiple options that the player feels like they had.
Oh my god, you've totally nailed the generic Bethesda quest. T intersection right at the end.
They got to do something. They made an interesting choice. But the best ones for me are actually where all of that was far more open-ended. The how I am going to accomplish this task is completely up to me, and I'm going to find some ingenious solution. This sounds very basic. It's going to sound quite cliche and silly. Like, go find me 5 data cards or whatever. Like, find me X of something that's hard to get. It's a very simple. You can have a simple story setup.
Thank you, Todd. I love you, Todd. Totally agree. The best quests in Skyrim are get me 5 things that are super hard to get. Like the 10 fire salts quest in Riften.
Yeah.
I like that quest a lot.
I mean, I console commanded it in just to see, but yeah, I mean, it'd be an adventure for sure. Or you just sit there.
Bear Pelt quest. See, the Bear Pelt quest is the laziest one because it's a lot and it's a very generic thing. I like the Fire Salts one because if you sit down and think, where do I even get fire salts?
Yeah. Yeah. That's what I liked about. I said this in one of my videos where a quest I liked was one Neloth gave you where he's like, I need a briar heart. Go get me a briar heart.
I love that quest.
I just sit there and think like, okay, where am I going to find a briar heart? And it's like I felt big brained when I went into a location and there was a briar that I got to steal his heart from.
They're MMO quests? No, they're not MMO quests. An MMO quest is go get 10 zebra hooves, and it's just killing zebras around the zone, but they're just generic enemies that walk around. Something like go get 10 fire salts is you have to think about where exactly fire atronics exist in Skyrim, and it rewards being knowledgeable about where you remember that you saw fire atronics, or where you remember you seeing the Forsworn Briarhearts, or where you've seen Dremora.
Or even the Hermaeus Mora quests aren't too bad either, where it's just like, I need you to go kill 7 named NPCs in Oblivion from the different races.
Yeah.
The Skyrim one is a lot
Kilton
lazier
spirits. The Kilton spirits. That would be my go-to in Skyrim of being an example of an MMO quest.
Yeah.
I just purchased the fire salts. That's a valid solution to the problem.
But even then,
you have to know where to get them.
Yeah, and you're talking about buying one. Like most vendors only have like 1 or 2, unless you're in the College of Winterhold. I think you can get a few from Enthir or something like that.
But Oblivion has those types of quests, especially with the Daedric offerings.
Yeah,
very open-ended. Go get some Will-o'-the-Wisp stuff. The only thing that sucks is the Will-o'-the-Wisp one, which is those don't spawn until a certain level, so you can't do the Azura's quest at level 2. But Oblivion or Morrowind has them. There's tons of quests that are like, go get a diamond, go get a Daedra heart. Balamund explicitly says you should buy it from alchemists.
Which is funny too, because I don't think the reward he gives you, if you bought them all, you're just getting shortchanged. Let me look it up.
For that, and we're not telling the player where to get those. Now, where can I get those? And I actually find those to be just as rewarding as the really handcrafted, well done, a little bit more linear with an interesting choice at the end.
This is why Todd is so weird.
Preach. Yeah.
This is why Todd is so weird, because he'll say a piece of design that makes no fucking sense, and then he'll give his opinion about what his favorite stuff is, and it's 100% something I agree with.
Yeah.
Can't tell if you're being sarcastic. No kind of fetch quest is good. You're fucking lame. I hate to break it to you, but you're lame.
Yeah, so
there's a big difference between World of Warcraft style. Like I said, go get 10 zebra hooves. Zebras are just generic enemies that walk around and you just grind them down until you get it. It's not like zebras are this rare enemy that you have to learn the location of.
See, the difference here is that this sort of quest that he's describing is really just a prompt to go out and adventure. You see this in survival crafting games a lot, where a lot of the time your objective is something very objective. It's, I need this material. I need this thing. I need this this new research or something like that. And that is just a prompt for you to go out into the world and explore and do things and have an adventure while you're out there. And usually that adventure is more rewarding than the reward itself. And that's good. That's what you want. And also Balamund's reward is just leveled gold. So yeah, if you buy all the salts, you're just literally doing at a deficit.
I think,
and I guess he gets a disposition.
Up.
Yeah, he gets a disposition bonus. So
Could you argue that go kill the Draugr in this dungeon and go get 10 fire salts are basically the same concept? No, because the fire salt quest gives you the option to go get fire salts from wherever you want to. The go kill Draugr in this dungeon quest has a specific quest, a specific location that it wants you to go do.
Yeah.
That's the big difference.
And it can't be something really generic either. Like, it has to be something that tests. Like if the guy just told you, I need you to go kill 10 Draugr somewhere in the world, it's like that's very easy to do.
We already did this. Bear pelts versus fire salts.
Yeah.
Bears are all over the place. It's not a challenge to go get bear pelts short of just killing them. Killing them's the challenging part, but finding them's not.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas there's all kinds of options you have to go chase down fire salts.
Those objects are in the world in some, believable way, that there's usually some challenge in getting them.
How do you place objects in a world in an interesting way? Because it's a big part.
We have a level design. You cannot, if they only knew how much we spend, we have a clutter group, a group of people who clutter.
What's clutter?
Clutter is all this stuff around. It's like interior decorators for treasure and stuff and trash. And they go through every space and they clutter it. Our level designers think about it a lot. These also become landmarks for the player when you're walking through a space and, this is the place with this. And there is a logic to making a good level.
I wish this was more true than... No, it's a reasonable question if you're not in the know what clutter is. Because clutter is a very specific part of level design. It's just boring. Your desk is littered in clutter. So it's a reasonable question to ask in relation to game design. I wish that this was more true than it is. And as that chatter pointed out, Lex should be asking the question, so why aren't more quests like that? If that's what you like.
Well, it's up to the designers. We like to let the designers have as much freedom and flexibility as possible, and not all players are into those sorts of quests. So it really benefits us to have a variety of quests in the game. There's your answer.
As they say, even if you walk by like a little T intersection, that becomes like a decision point in the player's head. Like, I didn't go down that way. But the more you do that, it looks easy on paper. But when you're playing a game, you actually kind of want to limit those because he's trying to keep track of all these decisions.
Limit the T intersections.
Excuse me. Do not underestimate my ability to navigate in a 3D environment.
What's wrong with a player forgetting to go down a specific route?
Because then it'll haunt them for the rest of their lives. Because they're not going to play the game again, remember?
He's calling us small brain. No, he is. That's where he's going to go, is that players, we just don't want to put the burden of having to remember all of these T intersections and all these missed opportunities.
Vision points.
You know what's
then they get lost.
funny is going back to, like, I've been playing Planet Crafter. That game has no in-game map. You don't even have a compass to begin with. So I literally had to learn how to navigate that map by landmarks only. Fortunately, it's a game with like a lot of landmarks in it. But I started to feel pretty big brain once I figured out how to navigate efficiently around the map. And I was able to even like connect different areas. It's like, this feels like if I go down this path, I feel like I'm going to eventually hook back around to where I came from rather than backtracking the whole way. So I would press on, and lo and behold, more times than not, I was correct. I would end up backward. And it's just like, you lose that ability if you remove the ability to get lost. Like, it's frustrating. It's really frustrating to see like what I enjoy in games being completely just disregarded as players won't enjoy that. And it's like, no, we will.
And yes, we have maps, but anytime the player's going to check a map in a place like that, I feel that it's more like a backstop for certain players. If they need to check the map, I feel like we've kind of failed.
Is that why Fallout 76 has no interior map? we think it's a crutch, and thankfully Fallout 76 is our first game where we feel confident that the players will not need it.
Which is hilarious because it's not the case at all. I got lost in those dungeons so often, and I was so happy to get lost in dungeons in a Bethesda game.
Yeah.
I wonder what the dungeon layouts are going to be like in Starfield.
Oh, I'm not. From what they've shown, I'm not holding out any hope. Every room seems to have one way to go. So I don't think it's going to be any different.
Got it. So there's a momentum to it. Just pulls them in.
And you play a lot of games. You play a lot of levels. Where you're just like, I'm a little confused. Or I don't know. And you play other levels where like, man, it was great. I went through it. It was well balanced. I knew where I was going. And it's not. You don't want to ever be mazy. As long as you know where you're going. As long as you know you made those choices.
Well, if you got feedback, you could maybe learn which dungeons from Skyrim people like and which ones they didn't, and then come Fallout 4, you could implement a lot more dungeons that were the ones like what people liked in Skyrim. But the problem is, who the fuck remembers a specific dungeon from Skyrim? I remember Bleak Falls Barrow and Ustengrav.
I remember. I actually remember a lot of them just because I've been doing these videos. So.
Yeah.
And I've played so many of. I've probably been through almost every single vanilla Skyrim dungeon at this point.
Oh, I have.
For the sake of this video. For the sake of these videos. And a lot of them I've done multiple times. So I actually do remember a lot of them now. But it's not because they were memorable.
Choices, then it feels fine. But as far as the treasure and all of the loot, it is really an art. We will not do enough clutter, and then we will overclutter, and then there's too much stuff everywhere, and then we declutter every single game. I wish we got better at it. It would save us a lot of time.
But you're constant.
It's an art. They're good at it.
Here's the thing. I hate a lot of modded like a lot of modded dungeons and interiors and stuff for Bethesda games because modders overclutter so fucking much. It makes the environment just completely unreadable. Especially some of the I remember the Fallout 3 Interiors Project mod. They were making new game models to new generic item clutter items to clutter environments with, and it was so fucking obnoxious. And then some of the stuff was static too, so it's like you couldn't even pick it up. And then some of it wasn't.
Yeah, I mean,
so then you'd pick a bunch of items up, be like, are these collectibles? Are these related to a quest or something that they added to this? So you'd start hoarding all this stuff. It's like, no, it's just a bunch of generic clutter items that they fucking added.
Well, rule 1 of Bethesda games is that the bookshelf has nothing on it.
Yeah.
I think you saw that when we were doing the Morrowind base. You were looking at furniture pieces. None of them have furniture on them by default.
And going by feel, this is not too much. It's not enough.
Right. Because the other thing is, look, it creates. People want to pick everything up. They want to click everything. So if you have too many things of importance in a room, it's like it actually makes you feel tight as a player. You're like, I'm basically an idiot if I don't pick all this stuff up yet. You probably felt this way.
Yeah, for sure.
And the moment where you decide, you're just like, I've clicked so many things in this room. I actually am going to leave that ammo canister there.
Yeah.
But you feel like a dope.
Yeah.
You've probably experienced it.
Yes, but also you have a joy from if there's not many items and you found the one and you got it.
Right.
And you feel good. I got it.
And then it's finding I stuck my head in this corner and I picked this lock and I opened this locker and there's this thing I've been waiting for.
Yeah. What about rare items?
That's an art, even more so of an art. I will say we have a ways to go there in terms of finding the right drop rate for special items, we call them, your epic, rare, legendary. You look at games, so many games do it, and there are ones that...
Why doesn't he say that it's radiant?
Also, I don't know. Playing Morrowind, that felt right.
Yeah. Morrowind does feel right in a lot of ways.
When I accidentally came across the Mask of Clavicus Vial, that was such a fucking cool moment that I've never had in one of their games before.
There are so many artifacts that don't even have quests to point you to the dungeon that they're in.
Yeah, and I think there's a quest, right, to get the mask?
There is, for that one.
I did not have the quest or anything. I just wandered into the place, and it was a really difficult dungeon, and I just was like, no, I'm just going to fight my way through this, because it was pretty rewarding, too, to fight things, and I was getting a lot of XP and a lot of gear and stuff. And then I got to the end. I'm like, what the fuck? The Mask of Clavicus Vial is just chilling here?
Especially since you know the importance of it from playing the later games.
Yeah.
So that is a bit of where being knowledgeable helps. Great. It was in Daggerfall, but...
felt right. And I was just... It just felt like... That wasn't the only example. I would just find artifacts, rare, unique artifacts at a good pace. It never felt like I was getting drowned in it, but it also didn't feel like I was starved for it. And most of the time I came across it, it felt like a really good reward. So I don't really get where he's saying they haven't mastered. It's like, no, you did it with Morrowind.
You did it with Morrowind, which is a game where none of the equipment you find is radiant.
Yeah.
It's all placed with intention other than arrows. I think arrows are the only piece of combat equipment that you can be generated off a leveled list.
Yeah, that Mask of Clavicus Vial, that was a genuinely magical moment for me.
That you just play and love because they have it down. Destiny 2 is great at it. Diablo.
Destiny 2 is great at it.
Yeah, stop. No. What?
Phase Walker.
What? Yeah, where's Face Walker? Oh, he's here.
Destiny 2 is not what you want to emulate, please.
Oh my god.
Oh man, I feel obligated to like play a Justin Truman quote at this acknowledgement. Dude, that's insane. Because what's sad is, had that happened yet? I'm pretty sure that had happened. Like a few months before this, the Justin Truman talk. Not that Todd has to know every talk that happens.
Wasn't that March of 2022?
Yeah, that would be before this. This is November of 2022.
Mm-hmm. Hold on, let me I have it in my history. I can tell you right now when that thing went up.
If it's still up.
Oh wait, no, I'm sorry. It went up 3 months ago, it said.
Really?
But, hold on, wait. I think it said in the
last
description.
year.
I think it said in the description when it was. In this GDC 2022 talk. March 20th to 2024. Oh, that's 2023's. I'm assuming that was, yeah, I'm pretty sure people are saying it was March of 2022. So
it was GDC 2022. GDC's in March.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. So this Todd Howard's interview here is after that.
Yes. So he could have heard about it, but it's hilarious because for those who haven't seen any of the clips or hasn't seen the stream, we're aiming to do it tomorrow, revisiting it. With a lot less oh my god, I can't believe he's saying that, but he goes full out in explaining how methodical and evil Destiny 2's system is designed to what's the quote, trust, retention, revenue. Yeah, he's got this process of like you build trust and then you build retention and you build revenue. But like it is insane that Todd Howard is this rock star game developer and he's citing Destiny 2 as a good example of a game that like I'm almost thinking Todd Howard has to be in that wave of people that played during that one expansion where they were building trust and everything was supposed to be like amazing. I forget the expansion name, but it was the one that Justin Truman said like changed everything for them.
Destiny 2's drop rates are really bad, especially since crafting has entered it. Yeah, that's always been my take on it. Was that every time I saw people talking about drop rates and loot and stuff in
I would bet
Destiny, it was always that it was very cheap.
I have a very strong feeling that Todd played during Forsaken, which was like the building trust part. And so that was like a very favorable time to play to get the impression that like Destiny 2 is doing something right. But dude, this is an MCU moment of like fucking some other hero has like burst into the show and it's like, hey, I heard you doing a Destiny 2 stream. That's not a great quote to have when you're making a game that's going to be a first-person shooter. But it makes sense if you consider the state of Fallout 76 right now and the fact that the multi-star legendary system has made its way into Starfield.
Oh, right.
Yeah, because we know that they're doing multi-star legendaries. They slipped that one in there.
Twitch got banned in Saudi Arabia? What? Okay, I gotta look that one up.
Is he talking about Starfield? He's talking in general, like general gameplay design, but I mean the thing he's making right now is Starfield, so there's no reason to assume that Todd isn't putting in some where was that slipped? It's in the latest direct. There's a part where he loots a container and there's a piece of gear in it that's like a 3-star legendary. And they actually, what they've done with Starfield is they've added colors to the game. So Fallout, there wasn't a colored loot system, but now Starfield has one. So, oh my god. Do we have to fucking play Destiny 2 as context for Starfield?
No.
Because I was saying, no. I said we have to check out everything that Todd Howard name drops. I was reading about Traveler because he talked about playing Traveler when he was young. And that has like the system the Expanse uses for space travel. We have to play the Inigo mod, and we have to play Destiny 2. I'm sure I can just get the cliff notes from people as to what's going on with that game. I don't think I need to play it. Just invite one of the old YouTubers that specializes in it and are now quitting. Yeah, maybe I'll if somebody's knowledgeable about Destiny 2, they can just say like, here's what you need to know.
But and there are ones that you just play and love because they have it down. You know, Destiny 2 is great at it. Diablo.
Destiny 2 is great at it.
Oh, a series I love. You know.
He didn't specify which Diablo, and 4's not out yet. I have to think, okay, White Pill, he's talking about like Diablo 2. Black Pill, he's talking about Diablo 3. And Diablo 3 nowadays isn't horrible. I'm sure Todd's like played a season or two of Diablo 3. Well, this is pre-Diablo 4, so.
Yeah.
You know, sort of famously, Diablo 3, which I think is great.
No, he is saying Diablo 3.
Oh, no.
Oh, Todd, no. Don't take inspiration. Diablo 3
Todd doesn't
inspiration.
Todd doesn't read comments on the internet.
Yeah. No!
So he didn't hear.
If he only said Pillars of Eternity.
That jagged, bitter pill. A jagged, bitter black pill we just had to swallow.
Yeah. Will Starfield have set bonuses? There's not enough equipment items for there to be set bonuses. That's the weird part. If you're taking inspiration from Diablo 3, Diablo 3 has, what, 6, 7, or 8 slot equipment system? And it's got set bonuses for distinguishing different builds. Like, Diablo 3 is more of a role-playing game than, like, anything Bethesda's done in a long time. It's just kind of concerning. Man, so I laid out White Pill is Diablo 2 and Black Pill is Diablo 3, and then Todd Howard just, boom! Fucking sucker punch from right field. Oh, yeah, it's Diablo 3. Like, I'm trying not to get black pilled here, and Todd Howard keeps shoving them down.
You were reaching for the white pills, and you just smacked your hand out of the way.
Oh, this is incredible.
They did an update and mostly just changed the loot drops. And it's like this.
He loves it post-update.
The post update where it was just like
he is a seasonal player. Yeah, he's a seasonal player. Where there's so much loot that you fucking drown in it.
Yeah.
Someone tell Indigo.
Yeah.
Someone tell Indigo that Todd Howard is a Diablo 3 fan.
This whole new experience, and there's a really real art to it. I think that we're still learning. We're still learning.
There's
a lot.
real art to it, dude. It's like fucking. It's like a loot pinata that just shoots shit at you constantly and is like constantly trying to trigger your dopamine.
We need to play the Justin quotes where he's talking about how they quantify like literally everything. This is absolutely one of the things that would have gone into their spreadsheets and calculations.
I'm sorry. At this point, we have to. We have to include the GDC talk. Because he's focused too much on it. If it was like a drive-by like Destiny 2 reference, it would just be like Destiny 2 mentioned. Let's move on. But no, we got a 153.47.
We have a report card.
For a live service, more than anything, more important even than quality, a live service is about being fast. Like back in how long does it stay? Determine which of those two out in the open service
redefine
with
success,
our players and our community and our influencers. We bumped to the top of our priority queue several early changes to the game, not because our designers believed that these were the most important root causes to our engagement issues, but because they were vocal pain points in the community, and addressing them quickly would clearly indicate that we were listening and we were responding to our player community, and we were just
bad. It's so bad because this is. I said it before. This is how like a real sociopath or pathological liar lies, or just stretches and manipulates things. Because you listen to that, and there's two different ways you can interpret it. You can interpret their intentions, right? You can interpret it as like the good way is, oh, they're designers and stuff, they're engineers, blah blah blah, they all have an idea of what should get fixed, but they instead know to trust their audience, to listen to them and take their feedback and make that a priority. But the other thing is, the other interpretation is that no, you listen, you answer their biggest complaints first, because it will shut them the fuck up and get them to make them think that you are listening to them and that they actually matter. And that's when you start putting the screws to them.
That's what's kind of concerning is I've been contrasting Todd Howard with Justin Truman, and for him to go, actually, I think what that Justin Truman fella is doing over there with Destiny 2 is a good thing. That's just fucking like, wee woo, fucking red flag out on the field.
It's just, and that whole thing, that whole Justin Truman thing is nothing but those moments where you can look at it, listen to it one way and just keep giving them the benefit of the doubt.
Mm-hmm.
Or you can eventually start taking the black pills and realize,
it's
holy fuck, this is bold-faced. This is how we rob the bank.
This is how we reached the point that we were selling crack to children.
Yeah.
And these are the benefits of selling crack to children. And today I'm going to walk you through the analytical process that we came up with, the solution that Bungie needed, which was to sell crack to children.
After we realized we had to redefine what success was.
Mm-hmm.
And that hatred was just 2 degrees away from people loving our game.
So
a lot, and have to we're trying to get better at it, because it's one of those things where it drives you through the game. It's fun to get the treasure and
Diablo.
Get the loot.
oh my god, that's so concerning.
Get the loot.
That's especially post Fallout 76 playthrough, where that was the progression. Like literally the only reason to keep playing Fallout 76 is because you're chasing the loot demon.
The loot treadmill.
And
you either get suckered into it and you're hooked on it, rolling for your G rolls, or you just give up on the fucking game. Oh god.
Man, that's gonna suck in Starfield.
God damn.
Our only hope is that it's gonna be like Fallout 76, where it doesn't matter because it's really incompetently implemented.
Well, you have multiple routes to get your stuff, right? You can craft it, you can collect it out in the world, or you can buy it in shops. Is it going to be consistent? No. You actually want shops to stock stuff that's going to be useful? Get the fuck out of here.
No. Shops are just for selling loot.
Yeah, shops are for selling loot and for buying stuff in the first 10 hours of the game. That's it.
Skyrim have this interesting quality of being extremely popular, and there's a lore around like rare items, so it changes the dynamic of like you could afford to have really rare items.
Yes.
And then
what? Dude, we're like 2 hours into this. Where did you smoke?
I lost.
Are those edibles kicking in? Like, what the fuck did you just ask?
And we're also not doing him any service by putting him back to 1x speed.
Yeah.
But I think the logic is Bethesda can get away with having really hidden items and stuff in their games because odds are somebody's going to find them eventually.
Mm-hmm.
And then somebody finds it, and that becomes like a thing. I mean, as you release a game, there's a lot of people play it, and they start sharing stories and so on. It's so interesting because that's part of the game experience. It's the stories of others, right?
For us, 100%. Because we've been classically, with most of our stuff, single player.
Don't worry, I'm fluent in lunatic. I can translate this shit.
Fluent in schizo.
For experience, we would have a thing like we call them did you know moments. Like we gotta have a bunch. So you meet someone, they do, what are you doing? And then they say, did you know?
Did you know?
Okay, so I gotta.
Did you know?
I gotta approach
archery is actually part of the thief standing stone and not the combat standing stone. I can do those too, Todd.
Oh man. Did you know moments? Here's the problem, and I've got a way of looking at this. I don't think you want to engineer did you know moments. I don't think that's something that you intentionally create.
Yeah.
I think you're doing your thing, and you're going to create them by accident if you're genuine.
It's like somebody who writes a novel with the intention of like inserting as many literary elements into it as possible, and another one who just creates, just writes a story that they want to write, and they focus on like a couple things here and there, but those literary like those things, the symbolism and all that stuff kind of just pulls itself together naturally because the thesis was strong and the theming was strong and the writing was good.
Yeah, it's not something you want to try to intentionally engineer. And like somebody said, hearing somebody's story of playing Skyrim is like listening to them about their dreams. Yeah, it's like the only person in the world that you want to hear about their time playing a video game with is like your significant other.
Yep. Yep.
That's like the only person on earth. Or like your dad. Like your dad's telling you about playing some game and he's like,
yeah,
son, I was playing that Oblivion game that you talked about and I
found
this sword Umbra in this ruin.
Or somebody who is just really fucking good at telling a story.
Yeah. So,
if you go here and do, did you know? And that to us is where has been sharing their stories and what you can do.
Has there ever been a temptation to create not a single player game that's gigantic? That's
what we did Fallout 76.
Todd said it. Todd Fallout 76 mentioned.
My heart.
Did you ever think about doing a multiplayer game? Well, we did Fallout 76.
No joke, my heart skipped a beat there.
I'll
go back and play it for everybody. Because,
has there ever been a temptation to create not a single player game that's gigantic? That's
what we did Fallout 76.
We did it. He's taken ownership of it. This has got to go in the compilation of the Todd Howard's quantum involvement in Fallout 76.
Levels here. There is so much happening. I love this interview.
Yeah.
This is fucking gold.
There's some good stuff in here, and I think this is why Lex gets. I think Lex scores high on luck, and he can like fuck up into getting the right answers. Because I mean, like, my Starfield video is going to have a compilation of just how much back and forth Todd Howard has had with taking responsibility for Fallout 76. It's that I forget when I did it, but the difference between taking responsibility or taking credit and taking blame. Bethesda's typical strategy of Bethesda Austin made it, we made it.
Yep.
They have strategies for making sure that Bethesda always ends up with the positive credit and never with the blame.
Yeah. Their satellite studios are there to act as meat shields, basically. They catch the flack.
Yeah.
Elder Scrolls Online, not a game I created, but look, that started as a more classic MMO.
Elder Scrolls Online mentioned. I'm glad he clarified that he didn't make it.
Yeah.
That's almost like a you need to play that verbatim so that people understand. So it's like, it's not a revelation for me, but there's somebody out there that needs to hear that Todd Howard say, we didn't make ESO. Stop fucking blaming it on us.
Folks, they're part of our company who made that game. And it's insanely popular.
It is. Okay, so I should try it out.
They do some great storytelling quests. Like, the actual mechanics aren't the same as Sky.
Oh, so Todd Howard putting the stamp of approval on ESO. Because he's got to sell it, but fucking... Come on. There's no way that you can fucking say that ESO's got, like, anything comparable to what you guys are doing.
Different game from a different studio.
Skyrim, but the world, awesome. They've just done an incredible job. It's about to... and this is, great community around that.
Yeah.
Sorry.
It's about to...
God, that blows
be
my
10
mind.
years for that game as well. And this is, great community around that.
Yeah, it's I haven't played that because there's a mobile Fallout game, right? I need to play that.
He's gonna play fucking Fallout Shelter before Fallout 4? Lex,
Well,
are you high?
Yeah, he wants the authentic experience. We all played Fallout Shelter before Fallout 4 because it came out before Fallout 4. He wants the real experience. And it's oh my god. I was about to mention Fallout Shelter too. Yeah, we were really proud of that one.
I can tell this is where his brain's at because I think he travels a lot for this thing. So
yeah.
He's not a lot of time to do Fallout 4, but Fallout Shelter he could do because it's a mobile game.
I wonder if Steam Deck, if Fallout 4 has good Steam Deck support. I bet not.
Fallout 4 on Steam Deck, probably not.
I'm gonna look it up right now.
I was thinking of playing Diablo Mobile too.
I mean, you can debate the monetization.
He's gonna do Fallout Shelter and Diablo Mobile. This is the guy that's interviewing Todd Howard.
Played because there's a mobile Fallout game, right? I need to play that. I was thinking of playing Diablo Mobile too.
I mean, you can debate the monetization, but I would not.
So instead of playing Fallout 4, this man's gonna play Fallout Shelter and Diablo Immortal. Oh my gosh.
Yep. Okay, Fallout 4 is playable on Steam Deck.
So Todd Howard's like going into a scripted mode. Fallout Shelter has been mentioned, talking about the monetization.
I think they did a really fun.
Fallout? What's
Diablo.
Oh, Diablo?
Yeah, well, Fallout, I definitely recommend that one. Fallout Shelter.
Yeah.
Diablo Immortal is, I was very, very impressed. I had a lot of fun.
On the mobile.
Yep.
So Todd Howard's impressed with Diablo Immortal. I have no opinions on Diablo Immortal. I know it's the Don't You Guys Have Fun game, and I think Indigo said it wasn't very good. Red flag.
Yeah, I don't know.
I almost feel like Todd Howard is a Diablo Immortal fan. I almost feel like, you know how YouTubers, if you ask a YouTuber what they think of another YouTuber, they're always gonna say, yeah, he's a good guy, he makes good videos. I almost feel like that's what Todd's doing.
Yeah.
Especially since I think this was post news of Activision acquisition. So it's almost like you have to be nice to them because it's Activision and Microsoft's trying to buy them.
Oh, yeah.
So I almost don't think that's even like his genuine opinion. Diablo Immortal went down the path of basically requiring you to spend hundreds of thousands to be able to complete in-game content. But, you can disagree with the monetization, but it's okay. Well, see, this is November of 2022, so I think it's after the interest in Microsoft buying Activision was known, but before, like, anything was, like, actually being done about it. It's definitely not like, this is not like last week.
Especially if, because they've been acquired and everything, Todd would know the behind the scenes stuff, especially after being recently acquired.
I think most game devs don't talk down other game devs in public, regardless of acquisition. Yeah, I mean, like I said, they're a very drama-averse industry, so... Lex Friedman forced Todd to say that Diablo Immortal's good.
What's the challenge of designing?
Who has the higher speech skill now, Todd?
Yeah. Lex Friedman's like, I can get him to say any game is good as long as I ask him about it. So, what do you think of Forspoken?
Well, one of our writers at Bethesda, Emil Pagliarulo, actually played it and really enjoyed it. He said the writing really was it captured a lot of the character that he likes to put into his own writing, and we should expect to see more.
This seems like an exploit, like a real life exploit. You can get somebody to compliment anything as long.
Game. Yeah. Diablo Immortal is I was very, very impressed by a lot of fun.
On the mobile.
Yep.
What's the challenge of designing a game for mobile versus the PC and console?
Todd wouldn't know anything about that. Todd Howard has never made a fucking mobile game.
Even if he did, that is such an open-ended question that you're just not going to get a good answer to.
All right. Let's hear him out.
Well,
Is
right.
that what you feel first?
Okay, watch together just like fucking up and skipping
Yeah, I
like
know.
parts of answers. I'm just now noticed it. I saw it do stuff like that earlier.
Challenge
Yeah,
of
it's
designing a game for
getting
mobile versus
worse.
the PC and console?
Well, obviously the screen size, right?
Is that what you feel first? What's the fundamental change in the philosophy of design? Does it change the tone of the game?
Well, we've done a few things, and we have a new mobile game that we're working on that we haven't announced yet that I'm in love with.
They're making a new mobile game,
Hmm.
Starfield Shelter. Like what?
Interesting.
This is probably like Bethesda Montreal, and the memos are passing across his desk.
Yeah.
There's no way Todd Howard's working on a mobile game. The Doom one, maybe.
There are a couple things that you approach on mobile. Now, I can give you sort of the classic mobile gaming thing, and then what we do. A classic mobile gaming is really for short play sessions, because for the amount of people you're going to get, the number that have the amount of time to sit there for a long time and play it, like a console game or a PC game, is lower because people are playing mobile games on the move or whatever. And how it onboards you, because obviously most of them are free. So how the tutorial works, how it gets you into the game, because you haven't done this investment of buying it and saying, no, I'm going to learn it. People don't care. So really understanding how they get into the game. Those two things are really the magic to mobile gaming. We have found that with our games, particularly Fallout Shelter, people will sit there for an hour or two. Like they will just sit there and play it. Like large numbers of people will play it for hours a day.
So there's a more, I don't know, addicting element to mobile. Because I guess you can spend
And
more
if
time.
if you look at kids these days, they can stare at their phone for hours. That's all they do. That's where they watch everything. So it's also like a demographic thing. The younger audience, they would rather sit and stare at their phone than play it on a big screen.
I would just
Oof. Todd, don't say it. I'm trying not to feel like I'm trying to keep the black pilling to just like Starfield, and then Todd's like, well, actually, there's a demographic shift that's like really concerning. It's like, Todd, please don't say that, and then he's gonna be like, and I think that I think the war is tragic, and this whole COVID business, I really think that the current administration's like implementing authoritarianism. It's like, Jesus, pill, stop with the black pills. I was content to just be cynical about Starfield.
This is Todd comfortable.
I'm generally a very positive person in most things that aren't my channel. Like, I don't like to be reminded that life is shitty. This is crazy.
love the style throughout human history.
Should I remake the watch together?
I guess so. While you do that, I'm gonna go to the bathroom then.
All right.
Blink.
The stream's still going? Why do people always ask that? Yes, I stream for like fucking 6 to 8 to 12 hours. I do genuinely enjoy streaming, and so I've got no problem with like sitting down very occasionally and just doing it for a long time. Can we get some Negrand music next? This is like a 3-hour mix. I'd love to do WoW Classic because one of the benefits is you get to just use their music. Hey, Master Chief, say the epic Halo line, please. Sir. Finishing this fight. When is Lex gonna ask Todd what he thinks of the impending climate crisis? See, Lex is more in like the talk about AI camp than to be a climate crisis person. Climate apocalypse. Gamers these days don't have the attention span to play complex games without assistance, so we added a sidebar that auto-plays Subway Surfers TikToks. Ask Todd about his views on the Cybertruck. Well, okay, so there is Elon Musk stuff in this interview. We should hang on. Switch to that.
would have a much bigger role in our future than we are presenting. But that was a tone thing. So most of our robots are there as utility robots, and there are some combat ones as well as enemies.
So it's a deeply human world.
Very much, yes.
In terms of tone. So
Okay, we're ready. Lex versus Paris. Oh, all my money's on Paris.
What's this?
Oh,
You got a creator showdown?
yeah. Creator Clash.
have you talked to Elon about this game? If there
A little bit.
how much of reality, like the work of SpaceX, is an inspiration for the decisions made in this game?
Yes, so Elon Musk was mentioned in this interview.
Oh, did you remake it
Yes.
in a new lobby?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You're not in here.
Yeah, you have to send me the invite.
Oh man. Man, you missed out. I was gonna play the Elon Musk is mentioned part when you got back. All right, I sent you the invite.
Okay.
Watch everything. So it's also like a demographic thing. The younger
SpaceX will be the granddaddy company in the lore. So I found out that Elon Musk will pay money to get his name mentioned in science fiction. So he paid money so that in Star Trek, I think it was Discovery, they would say great pioneers of science like Zefram Cochrane and Elon Musk and I forget what the third one was, but yeah, he will actually like pay money to get his name out there.
Holy crap. Okay, so I had this idea. For those of you unaware, my creative background isn't creative writing, so I like to write books and stuff like that. And an idea I had was in a science fiction setting. This is when Elon Musk and Grimes were still dating. That they would be like a famous celebrity couple that like creates this massive cruise ship basically, and it's based off of those two, and they go off into space and they all just die. And now I'm wondering, could I get Elon Musk to pay me to name drop him as one of those characters who led that expedition? I will totally put it into the book if he was to pay me. I was concerned it would be too obvious and I would get sued for like for whatever.
Mm-hmm. The Wright brothers, Elon Musk and Zefram Cochrane. Thank you. That was the significant contributors to aerospace science.
I mean, to be honest though, SpaceX has been doing a lot.
SpaceX does do a lot, yes. I think that I don't know if that's on Elon Musk. He's like the rich benefactor, you know?
He's sure fucking footing the bill.
So, that doesn't make you the person who actually came up with the advancements.
Oh, no. But.
And it definitely is like the case that like, it shouldn't be that way. We shouldn't be in a state where NASA is as pathetic as it is right now.
Their audience, they would rather sit and stare at their phone than play it on a big screen.
I would just...
Man, dude, Todd, please, with the black pills.
Oh, put it up to 2x speed again.
Yeah, okay.
They're drunk now, Pat. They've been going for almost 2 hours.
Kids would rather sit and look at their phones and play regular video games. I'm gonna say regular. I'm gonna be elitist.
Is Todd coming home, finding his kids sitting on the phones?
Dad,
I don't want to actually play any of your games. I can't play them on my phone.
That's why he made Blades. So he could sell his son Skyrim.
It is interesting that they talked about shelters, but they didn't talk about Blades.
It is interesting because Blades was the one that they had more of an active hand in developing.
Yeah.
Shelter was basically just like a couple developers from Bethesda provided art, and then a studio made the actual game. Like not even a Bethesda studio, like a contract studio that isn't owned by them.
love the style throughout human history, the evolution of sentences that began with, if you look at kids these days.
It's true. It's true.
The kids these days will probably be talking about, be doing like virtual reality.
Like I love mobile games though. I play a ton of them. I am like my favorite game this year is Marvel Snap, this card game from the.
I have no context on what kind of cut this is, but now I have to play Marvel Snap. Anybody in chat got any opinions on this? I'm so in the dark on this. This seems like the type of mobile game shit that my my old boss would play. When you fucking hang out he'd hang out in the office for 8 hours and do literally nothing. And occasionally he would brag to like even in front of his boss that like when he was in the military he would like hang up his arms in the guts of a Humvee so it'd look like he's working, and then he'd sleep down there. That's how much of a lazy piece of shit he was. Yeah, this is the kind of game that he would play.
Hey, remember Legends?
No.
Elder Scrolls Legends? Not ringing any bells?
You mean like
Todd?
the lore?
We're talking about card games right now, right?
The folks who did Hearthstone really play it. If you like, do you like card games?
Oh yeah,
Do you like superheroes?
No, I don't like superheroes. I never understood. Listen, this is growing up in the Soviet Union. What I don't understand them. This is all right. Well, I don't understand. You're wearing a costume. It's silly to me. I can't. So you have to suspend. Like you have to be able to immerse yourself, and for some reason there's something about costumes. It doesn't get me. But then again, I'm like into elves and dragons, so I don't understand. And I'm fine.
I get it.
Yeah. But the rest, at least the Western world disagrees with me. So, you and Batman, you have like little ears, but that's fine.
Lex, please just move on.
I'm with you though on that. I'm not into superheroes.
Yeah, I don't.
My favorite superhero film was their most recent Joker film.
There's the one that has no superheroes in it.
It's literally just Taxi Driver.
Yeah.
Well, back to Elder Scrolls Starfield. So one thing I didn't ask you about, when you look at the timeline of 5, 6, 7, 8 years, whatever it is, to create a game, what's the role of the deadline internally, not publicly announced?
Keep you honest.
Do you try to keep in your own brain?
So he said 18 days after the missed deadline.
A deadline for the team, a deadline?
Yeah, all the time.
And when you set that deadline early in the development, do you try to set deadline like that's really tough to reach?
No, we try to make it like, hey, this is our best guess. If you make it tough to reach, it's sort of, you're going to miss it. It's arbitrary. We really try to, keep ourselves honest because it will let you know where you're at, right? When I first play, well, we want to be done with prototyping or design by this date. We want to have first playable this date. We want to have this. But look, things happen. Pandemic happens. People go home. It throws everything off. Or, what you needed to do, because we're not just like making it.
Todd affected by the pandemic? It's one thing to assume it, it's another thing to see it. Because obviously where they're at,
Yeah.
they got sheltered.
Yeah.
Like, they're in Maryland. But,
a game and then moving everybody on. What you needed to do, like Skyrim was so popular, we kept people off. Or, what you needed to do, because we're not just like making a game and then moving everybody on. What you needed to do, like Skyrim was so popular, we kept people on that game for longer. So it delayed a little bit what we were doing with Fallout 4 at the time, because hey, we really shouldn't move the people onto Fallout yet, because we're doing these things in Skyrim, and we should. So
that's interesting.
Interesting. Skyrim, no, like Skyrim's DLC cycle was only 13 months. I mean, that is a long time, but like Dragonborn feels like it was abandoned in a lot of ways.
Yeah. But like, you did it with the Shivering Isles and stuff. Why would you not think
that you would need to do that? Maybe they think that like that expansion model is like outdated. Maybe they're like they've been trying to move away from it.
Well, Todd, I got a man for you.
Even though it's like consistently hire this man. Even though it's like consistently like the best parts of their games.
Yeah, when they show that they've actually learned lessons.
Well, he didn't mention any Fallout 3 DLC. He likes the intro. Are we sure he isn't talking about HD re-release, Skyrim VR, etc.? Well, he's talking about delaying Fallout 4's development.
Yeah, so he's talking about
Skyrim stuff. So he's talking about that Dragonborn, like the post-patch life cycle. I think he's in a way to not implicate himself saying that they had to spend more time patching the game. than they might have with previous games. That's one way to read it. The HD re-release was like, it was like the snap of the fingers and it was out.
Yeah.
That one didn't take very long. And then Skyrim VR was years after the fact. Like, Fallout 4 was out. Because the VR ports were very lazy.
Yeah, they were obviously
they were not working on the fucking Skyrim VR port since 2012. Like, I don't even think the Gen 1 Oculus existed.
No.
In this time period that he's talking about. He's specifically talking about 2012, early 2012, developing Dawn Guard, developing Dragonborn era.
It just sort of keeps where you're at.
Does it get super stressful as you get close?
Needed to do, like, Skyrim was so popular, we kept people on that game for longer. So it delayed a little bit what we were doing with Fallout 4 at the time, because we weren't, hey, we really shouldn't move the people onto Fallout yet, because we're doing these things in Skyrim, and we should. So it just sort of keeps you honest for where you're at.
Does it get super stressful as you get closer? You try to avoid announcing anything? Is there a temptation to announce?
Well, I've done it all ways, right? I've announced, Starfield. We're pretty, loud with a release date that we then had to delay. So,
was that tough?
It was, but it was the right thing to do. And
how do you know it's the right thing? Like when you sat down and looked at it, like this is not ready.
It's not an exact science, but you can look at what needs to be done and the amount of time you have. And we've done it in the past where we can get it done. We believe we can. And so you're fighting that personal belief that you can get something done. But there's a lot of things that go into release date with marketing and publishing. And we've reached a point where on Starfield where it was pretty clear to us, even though you want to say you can get it done, that the risk involved with that to the fans of the game, to the team, to the company, we're part of Xbox now, to everybody was we should really move it. And
interesting that he approaches it from a perspective of risk.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not about is the game done? Is it going to be a good product?
Would it be ethical for us to release it in the state that it's in? No, it's because of the risk involved.
Yeah.
Now that's interesting. Because my theory for a while is that Todd did that Ask Me Anything.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that when he did that, he basically got a shot across the bow that said that there is a cottage industry of YouTube vultures that are going to fuck you up if you screw up Starfield. And so I think that it was like, under no circumstances can this game come out as broken as Fallout 76, maybe even Cyberpunk 2077 or Fallout 4.
We cannot have a game that gets memed to death.
Give it the time.
So you mentioned...
Oh, the skipping's still happening. It's annoying.
Yeah.
Xbox now, to everybody was. We should really...
I think it's because of the 2x speed.
Oh, maybe.
Probably that's why.
Really move it and give it the time it needs.
So you mentioned part of Xbox. Microsoft bought Bethesda and ZeniMax for $7.5 billion. Well, what's it like joining the Xbox team? You've I think written about it. What are the exciting aspects of that?
When your company goes through a change like that, no matter what it is, even if it's somebody that you've worked with for a long time, you never know what you're in for. You hope. And I had worked with them since we started doing console stuff with Morrowind. They came to us, and hey, you should make this game for the Xbox. And so when they were making that console, had a great experience with them. And then on the 360 with Oblivion. And so I guess the point is, we felt that we had a very good relationship with everybody there, and we understood what their culture was.
But what about the time that you guys were indicating you were going to be bought by Sony?
Sony, yeah.
That you were thinking about not bringing the game to Xbox at all.
I mean, I don't think he's lying here. I think Microsoft.
Yeah.
I think Microsoft was always the preferred buyer, but
I thought that was a big Game of Thrones move.
Yeah.
You never really know. And I mean this honestly, it's been awesome. That the culture inside of Microsoft and Xbox that people see from the outside is the culture inside. The way they talk about players, the way they'll invest in the players, the risks.
The way they talk about needing spare changes of underwear.
They'll take the thoughtfulness from Phil Spencer on down has been, feel really, really lucky. And
fucking
Phil Spencer who almost had a mental breakdown after Redfall.
That's a quote that got changed by 2023 context.
I kind of want to watch this Phil Spencer interview with Kind of Funny after Redfall came out, because apparently it was pretty
that
fucking
could,
brutal.
yeah, that could be like an amusing. Why a picture? It is strange when it's decided to include reference material.
And then a game like Starfield, where look, we've had a lot of success with the games that you talked about, but we've never been kind of the platform seller, you know, the game for a platform for a period of time. And so, you know, there's a lot of pressure, there's a lot of responsibility there to make sure we deliver for everybody.
I don't think that Todd Howard is the type of person that would say we need to delay our game so that Xbox does better. I'm thinking that Xbox was looking at it like, because it very much is true that a lot of Microsoft's success is hinging on Starfield.
Yes.
Is there Starfield is exclusive?
And so, you know, there's a lot of pressure, there's a lot of responsibility there to make sure we deliver for everybody.
Is there a chance that Starfield is exclusive to Xbox?
It is exclusive.
It's officially
Xbox
ready.
PC, yep.
Words don't mean anything. This has bothered me the entire time of the discourse of this last entire generation is Starfield is, quote, Xbox, unquote, exclusive, also available on PC.
Well, listen, it's available on Windows PC.
Mm-hmm.
Linux, get fucked.
Yeah, but I mean,
there
like,
probably is a way to get it to work on Linux, but let's. Yeah.
There's definitely a way to get it to work on Linux, like, but like, words don't mean anything. Everybody that has common sense knows that when you say that something's exclusive on Xbox, that means that it's not coming out on PC. Like, that's what console exclusivity means.
God, I am so glad that is over, though.
Yeah, I'm fine with stuff that, like, we still don't have Red Dead, but, like,
well, apparently
we could be getting it, but
yeah,
I find this this fucking doublethink with it, because it's like straight up doublethink.
Yeah.
We had a set definition for what console exclusivity meant, and then Microsoft one day just decided that actually no, it being on PC doesn't violate the console exclusivity thing.
Like I said, it like technically it is true in Microsoft's case because they
exclusive. It's exclusive to console. It's not coming to Switch or PS4. Yes, I get that.
But it's like they can get away with it. See, because that's the thing is like when Sony uses it, it's outright fucking incorrect. At least Microsoft, it's like technically it's still part of our ecosystem because Windows is a Microsoft product. But yeah, now that Sony does it, where it's a PlayStation exclusive and it's like it's also on PC, fucking absurd. And nobody buys it either. Like nobody believes it.
I know, that's why the term is meaningless. The sooner that we stop using it, the better.
The only people who believe it are the ones who are genuinely just uninformed at this point. Like, I guess that's the point. Keep the people who are so uninformed, like the lowest common denominator consumer in the dark, that they could have a better experience if they bought it on PC.
Yes.
So I get it. So extra pressure also creating a new world.
Yeah, it's new, but keep in mind, for us, that exclusivity is not unique. Even though we've done PlayStation stuff, and I think the PlayStation 5 is an insane machine. They've done a great job, and we've had great success on PlayStation. We were
What?
Yeah, it's such a pointless thing, like we've talked about earlier. Other thing mentioned, have to praise other thing out of courtesy.
Yeah, like you realize there's basically no chance that you're going to be working directly with Sony
Ever.
For the next while, at least.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, Microsoft purchased you guys to have exclusive rights to you. They got through a whole lawsuit with the FTC with the context of you guys will never be releasing content on Sony platforms ever again.
Yeah.
No, you don't have to play nice here. You can. If anything, like you didn't have to throw that in because it just doesn't. Like, if I was a Microsoft exec, I'd be kind of annoyed right there.
Well, this is just one of those, like, again, with the fucking wordplay that we have to play because, well, we have common courtesy or we're not supposed to. You don't have to insult PlayStation. You can just not say it. It's the fact that you feel the need to say, like, thing mentioned, must say it.
Yeah.
That, like, it lends a meaninglessness to speech because it's all just marketing talk.
Yeah.
We're all just playing this stupid fucking political game that doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, and that's the thing too. It's like if everything you say is great, then nothing you say is great because I can't trust your word on anything anymore. How do I know when you're being genuine and when you're just speaking marketing speech?
Traditionally, a PC developers in the beginning, we tried just an insane machine. They've done a great job. We've had great success on PlayStation.
Okay, and as somebody else pointed out, we've had great success on PlayStation. Fucking when?
the save bloat issues.
Which of your games didn't struggle on PlayStation?
How did Fallout 76 play on PlayStation?
Was it on
at
PlayStation?
Launch? I think it was. I'm gonna look it up.
Bad. I can only imagine.
Yeah.
Prey, that's Arcane.
Yeah, it was on the PS4.
We were traditionally a PC developers in the beginning. I think the PlayStation 5 is just an insane machine. They've done a great job. We've had great success on PlayStation. We were traditionally a PC developers in the beginning. We transitioned to Xbox, became our lead platform. Like Morrowind's basically exclusive to Xbox. Oblivion was exclusive to Xbox.
Wait.
Again with the meaninglessness of speech.
Wait,
I think Oblivion was only on Xbox. I think
at first.
Let's find out. It was on PS3. Was it the one that had delays? I'm pretty sure they all had delays.
Yeah.
Here, I'll search it. PlayStation. So it came out on PlayStation 3 in 2007. I think he said originally. But I mean, like, maybe not by choice, but like, sure, technically. But again, this is the meaninglessness of it, right?
Yeah.
This is the part of the interview where Todd Howard has to practice pre-planned console war talk because of a political game that's being played above his level that he has to partake in.
Yep. This was the marketing people that were sitting there being like, if this topic comes up, you got to hit these points.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, like, even the PlayStation 5, you know, it's a great machine. That's rehearsed because, like someone said, he has to be nice so that the PlayStation fans go, oh well, you know, they're not being belligerent to us. Maybe I will switch to Xbox to try Starfield out.
Oh, maybe, yeah. Or they were like, you need to downplay it. You need to talk them up so that we don't look so aggressive when we have to go into the.
And here's the thing.
The lawsuit.
Here's the thing. I don't care about burning bridges. Todd Howard can choose to or not to burn whatever bridges he wants to. I just don't want to hear the marketing speak. I don't want to feel like Todd Howard is thinking about the meeting they had before he went on Lex Friedman to mentally rehearse everything.
Yeah. Because up until this point, this felt like a very candid and open interview, and I was enjoying it. And now the marketing speech is coming in, and now I'm kind of like,
yeah, that's the thing.
This is really going to be genuine at this point.
I mean, someone said that he's just marketing. No, he spent like 30 minutes being very open.
Yeah.
He said a lot of very interesting things that weren't just like selling Starfield.
Yeah, you can tell when Todd is not going off of like a script or something that was predefined. It's hard to tell at first because he's, you know, maxed 100 speech skill, but you can still tell.
Even though we've done PlayStation stuff, and I think the PlayStation 5 is just an insane machine. They've done a great job. We've had great success on PlayStation. We were traditionally a PC developers in the beginning. We transitioned to Xbox, became our lead platform. Like Morrowind's basically exclusive to Xbox. Oblivion was exclusive to Xbox for a long period of time. Skyrim DLC was exclusive. So we've done a lot of, like, our initial stuff is all Xbox. So we get into development and saying we're focused on Xbox, and it's not abnormal for us in any way. It's been kind of the norm. And from a development side,
if you just let him talk, he would have explained the Oblivion thing, and you wouldn't have had to stop. Sorry, you poor commenter. Your sensibilities were offended. There's that word exclusive again. Yeah, I mean, it's meaningless.
All been saying we're focused on Xbox, and it's not abnormal for us in any way. It's been kind of the norm. And from a development side, I like the ability to focus. So our ability to focus and say, and have help from them, the top engineers at Xbox to say, we're going to make this look incredible on the new systems is like, from my standpoint, it's just awesome.
What's the difference in creating the console versus the PC? I also have to admit, I've
Yeah,
never.
that's the one thing that I at least am kind of satisfied with them being brought out by Microsoft, is now all they have to focus on is making sure it runs well on PC and
Yeah,
Xbox,
I guess.
which are both pretty similar platforms at this point anyways, so hopefully that means optimization and stuff is a lot better.
But you're
and the
still going to
bugs-
have that designed for Xbox, designed for controller mentality.
Oh yeah, that's
never
even if the
away.
even if the fucking Xbox died, they would assume most people are plugging controllers into their fucking PCs and playing it that way.
Yeah.
Let's be real. But
It's
at
sad.
least like it does lower their technical overhead, and it's not an inappreciable amount, especially from what I've heard, what everybody's heard of the fucking PlayStations, how difficult it can be to work with.
Is this shameful? You should recommend to me. I've never played. What's the difference in creating the console versus the PC? I also have to admit, I've never. Is this shameful? Actually, you should recommend to me. I've never played Skyrim or any of the games you've created on Xbox.
Really?
Yeah, and on console, I played. I mean, I had to play very little Xbox.
Yeah, sure. I mean, look,
I mean, like, what's shameful about that? Oh man, Skyrim is just such a more amazing experience on Xbox. Like, what? Why does that matter? I feel like
See, I can't play your games on console anymore because the UIs suck, and I need to get
So,
the fucking UI mods day one.
what's happening is Todd Howard has switched to like the Orwellian doublespeak, the Microsoft doublespeak that's going on, and Lex like isn't fully processing it, and so he doesn't realize what's happening, and so like he's trying to like ask a question that's relevant because he doesn't know that like Todd Howard has to say this stuff.
I wonder how many game developers and stuff, like high-end game developers, he's interviewed.
I want to say not many. This seems like a weird interview for him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so he might not have picked up on those dog whistles that you gotta change the tone of this interview at this point.
Or any of the games you've created on Xbox.
Really?
Yeah, and on console, I had to play very little Xbox.
Yeah, sure. I mean, look, there's the obvious interface part between mouse and keyboard and then a controller. But when you're looking at hardware, PCs, it's tough, right? Because you're looking at, well,
Okay.
what are their driver versions?
I thought he was gonna go in on the using mods to fix the PC interfaces.
Well, give it time. Give it time.
What kind of monitor do they have? What is the actual refresh rate of X, Y, and Z? We're used to it, but if anyone will tell you, give me the hardware that I know I'm writing it for. You know this. And the Series X is just a incredible machine. And now
you know what it is. You
know what it is. And now that we're part of Xbox, getting the people who built it to show you how to make it really, really dance is just awesome.
Is there a case to be made? Did you get people that do both PC and Xbox that enjoy Xbox more? Like that, if they have a choice,
yeah.
they enjoy it.
I think that depends on. And look, now that you can kind of you can take your save and go between and all those things.
You can.
Yeah. Depends on if.
For which games? So for what, Skyrim?
If you have the Game Pass PC version of it versus Steam, not via Steam right now. Not via Steam.
And so there's
Again, like I hate this topic. I feel like there's almost nothing to be gleaned from it because yeah, I mean, like we've laid out why this sucks. Again, he's just like listing features like
yeah, this has become the kind of funny interview.
Yeah. Lex has lost the plot.
The Game Pass. So I'm like learning about this. So there's a Microsoft Game, so it's gonna be on Game Pass, and then you can, if you can take it from PC through Game Pass.
But I think it depends on like for me, like what's my physical mood? Do I want to lean back on a sofa?
Exactly.
Right. Like my actual physicality of it is what determines where I want to play. Yeah. Do I want to be 2 feet from a thing right now? And sometimes.
So just set up your PC with like literally just
hook up your PC with an HDMI cable.
Yeah, and
to a big TV.
Yeah.
That's literally how I have my
TV
TV set up right next to me.
Just straight shilling. Yeah, it is straight shilling. I mean, like, look, I want to, like, no, fuck it. I'm not gonna play the console war game. Look, there's no reason why you would own an Xbox, short of there's something on Xbox that you can't play on PC, and turns out they don't do that anymore.
Yeah.
So there's no reason to own an Xbox in 2023. Not even a, you get like you know, an easier experience, like an easier install experience. No, there's no reason.
Yeah, it's the same fucking
No,
experience.
listen. You plug it into your TV, you start the game at your normal monitor, and then you go over to the couch, and by the time that you're sitting down, like all the splash screens will have played, and you're good to go. What if you're poor? You can get a cheap PC. Like legitimately, in terms of the feature list, there's no reason. You don't need a 40 series card. 40 series cards are some of the most like unnecessary graphics cards on the market.
Yeah.
So like legitimately, if all you're looking for is the ability to like, I want to play on a monitor sometimes and I want to play on a TV sometimes, you can already do that with PC. So why would you buy extra hardware to do that?
Well, because I want my PC in my office, but my big screen TV's in my living room.
Hmm. You're playing on a TV. You don't need 4K. Sorry.
Sometimes I like that. I am more console players because of it is what determines where I want to play.
Yeah.
Do I want to be 2 feet from a thing right now? And sometimes I like that. I am more of a console players because I sit on my PC at work all day. Like I play.
Todd Howard hitting us with the console gamer. Oh, it's because I'm at work all day on a PC. Is there any merit to the notion that the fate of gaming rests on the shoulder of Starfield? I mean, esoterically, if you're fucking doomer pilled that you think that Microsoft's going to take over everything, and you absolutely refuse to play any indie games at all. Oh, we're just at the mercy of the AAA industry. Please, guys, just stop fucking playing AAA games.
Yeah.
There's literally indie games in every kind of genre that you could want to play.
My wish list on Steam has never been bigger right now. And that's on top of a massive fucking backlog of games that I bought and haven't installed yet. Do you know how many of those are like AAA titles?
Literally just look at like AAA as a touch of death. Because
Yeah.
all of them are cynical. There's almost no good eggs in the AAA industry at this point. So why bother?
Yep. I genuinely thought Bungie was one of the last like AAA studios that had some integrity left. And then we saw the GDC talk and I was like, oh my God, they died a horrible death. It's really sad. Bungie died and people didn't even notice. Except for the people who were playing Destiny.
Yeah.
2 feet from a thing right now.
I like that the noted... Guys, but what about the Yakuza games? What about FromSoft? So both of them are from the Japanese industry, not the Western industry. So they're not really AAA. AAA means Western companies that operate above like $100 million. That's today's definition of what a AAA studio is. And Japan's almost inoculated from the problems that are plaguing the AAA industry. Japan's got problems, though. Fucking anime fans need to stop praising shitty anime adaptations. They're literally the bare minimum. But it's one of those weird things, like, why don't people just listen to James Rolfe? If you don't like it, you don't play it. If you don't like what Starfield's putting down, you don't have to buy it.
I know I wouldn't be if
No,
wasn't for the sake of doing a video.
If I wasn't a content creator, wouldn't play Starfield.
Or at least I wouldn't be playing it at launch. I would wait for you know, people to stream it on Twitch and stuff. And if I liked what I saw, then I'd be buying it, I guess. Maybe if it was on sale.
Mm.
And sometimes I like that. I am more of a console player because I sit determines where I want to play.
Yeah.
Do I want to be 2 feet from a thing right now? And that I am more of a console player because
What the fuck?
I said
Okay, so like now it's just in the middle of playing.
Yeah.
Like at first I thought it was just tied to like when you pause.
Yeah.
determines where I want
It's
to play.
just all
Do I
over
want to
the
be 2
place.
feet from a thing right now? And sometimes I like that. I am more of a console player because I sit on my PC at work all day. Like I play a lot of video games. So when I get home and I'm like, I am a sofa screen controller person.
Let me ask you a ridiculous question. So you've created some of the greatest games ever. I think there's the question will be, what's the best game of all time? All right, just give me a second. So, Tetris. All right, that's
Have
interesting.
you read the book on Tetris?
No.
You should read it. Quickly, somebody grew up in Russia.
Yep, I'm sure there's an interesting story. The fact that there's a book about Tetris is fascinating. Is there a book about Mario? I would love.
Oh yeah, the book about Mario was written by a guy named Movie Bob. Man, so a couple of things like I don't know if I would agree that Tetris is like the greatest game of all time.
I would not. I don't like the idea that we peaked at game design with like
with
one of the first
Tetris.
games ever made. Yeah.
And it's almost feeding into the, well, it was successful, and that's why it's one of the greatest of all time.
Yeah. I don't think we've seen the greatest video game of all time yet.
Yeah.
I would love to more, but I think interesting story. The fact that there's a book about Tetris is fascinating. Is there a book about Mario?
Yes.
I would love to find out more. But I think I would
Several.
personally put Skyrim
I'll take that. Good answer.
at number 1 for me. Which is tough, however you put it, because you could also make the case out of the Elder Scrolls series. Like, would you actually value more? If you put Tetris and Super Mario up there, then like the credit goes to Morrowind maybe over Skyrim. I don't know where the biggest.
What is
Whoa,
this? What is this
what?
logic, Lex? I don't understand what the fucking logic you're approaching this from is. If you put Tetris or Mario at the top, then Morrowind is the one that you would consider? Lex is
Let
like,
him finish.
Lex took an edible before this interview.
Yeah. Listen, Joe Rogan smokes on his show. Lex
Mhm.
just drops edibles before the show starts.
Yeah, he's classy.
Series. Like, would you actually value more? If you put Tetris and Super Mario up there, then like the credit goes to Morrowind maybe over Skyrim. I don't know where the biggest leaps are. But overall, I think it's Skyrim. But for you, if you're not allowed to pick any of the games you were involved with, what are some interesting candidates for you? They're just games that
What this is
inspired the
asking
world,
like
impacted the world, shook the world in terms of
6,000
what video games are able
things.
to do.
Yeah, that was a kind of funny question right there.
This is the blue shirt guy on Kind of Funny. That guy on
Yeah.
that right. That just asked
Well,
like
you know how it is, Lex.
yeah, like a long and incomprehensible question.
I'm sorry. My fluent crazy has failed me there. I
It sounds
think
like
he was
Lex is crazy
asking-
nervous. Well, he's like 2 hours in, so he was more coherent earlier.
Yeah.
That inspired the world, impacted the world, shook the world in terms of what video games are able to do.
Well, first, I'm sort of like hearing you say that you think Skyrim's the best game of all time is quite like thank you, and it's incredible thing to hear. And
Man,
Sad.
you ask plebs. Plebs are gonna answer. You ask plebs, what's the best? Would you consider a GTA game the best of all time? And they'll say yes. And then you ask them which one, and they would probably say 5, right? You think I'm off base with that?
Nope.
So I
See,
mean, like, you can't leave.
Because
The discourse is so uninvolved, and there's so many people that are plebeians in taste that you can't really ask what the greatest is of all time because they're still like a regular person because they're not going to know.
Yeah.
Whereas
Yeah.
like with film or music, you ask the greatest of all time, and I feel like the average film or music enjoyer is going to have a better answer.
I think a part of it too is just takes a lot more to play a video game and to understand what makes a good video game
Mm-hmm.
and to appreciate it.
Yeah, I mean, the interesting thing that was pointed out in that GTA 4 video was that GTA 4's Metacritic rating, I think, is 98. There's only 2 games that have ratings higher than it.
What the fuck?
Mm-hmm.
Really?
The 2 games that are above it, the first one, the number 2 is Tony Hawk Pro Skater 2, and number 1 is Ocarina of
What?
Time.
What?
Yeah, it's weird. I don't.
This is why I don't really put much weight in
Yeah,
in
in
Metacritic.
the popular greatest of all time list.
Yeah. Tony Hawk Pro Skater 2.
So I mean, like, you leave it up to a popularity contest, and Tetris doesn't make the list. 'Cause
Yeah.
It's not a good question to ask. I've never vibed with being asked what I think the greatest of all time is because I don't think that there's a good answer to that.
No. I think it's better to qualify it in terms of genres.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, if you were to ask what's one of the best open world sandbox like action games of all time, I would say San Andreas.
Mm-hmm.
But I wouldn't say GTA San Andreas is the greatest game of all time.
Well, it depends. Are we talking popular success or actual artistic merit?
I would say artistic merit in San Andreas's case.
I feel like that's the question. It's not worth asking what's the greatest of all time by popular success.
No,
It's worth asking what's the greatest.
Because then you literally because you just literally pull up a list of the best-selling
Mm-hmm.
games of all time and just point at the top. But no, I think San Andreas actually it was a watershed moment in a lot of ways, and it was definitely peak Rockstar. And if Rockstar had as much of an influence as everybody says they do with open worlds, sandbox games, then San Andreas would have to be it.
So, God, this conversation's going off the rails.
Yeah.
You say that you think Skyrim's the best game of all time. It's quite. Like, thank you. And it's
It's
incredible to
definitely
hear.
not Skyrim.
And when I think about a couple answers, there's ones that are like personal to me. Ultima 7 is
Hey,
probably
can you talk about Ultima? Like, you said that as an inspiration. I'd never crossed that world.
well.
Let him
it
answer.
was-
What kind of game is it?
It's a
Let
role-playing
him
game,
cook, Lex.
circa 1992, 93, 94. And Ultima Online, first, really visual online world in that way. But for me, that was a virtual fantasy world where I had, you could bake bread, you could pick all this stuff up. I mean, anyone who's played Ultimas and plays our stuff can see the kind of touchstones and callbacks to that or inspirations. And the other thing that I loved about Ultima was particularly they were all different, right? That they iterated and there weren't necessarily what I'll call a +1 sequel outside of Ultima 7 Part 2, clearly a +1 sequel, but they each had their own tone. I love like the boxes, something that we get into as well. I love this idea that a game also is this tangible thing.
Oh, when you buy it,
You buy the cardboard boxes and the way they were designed, and Ultima 7 is black and Ultima 8.
So why is Starfield not coming out with a physical copy? I think what is it? It doesn't have a disc, or
yeah.
like it's just a code in a box,
Yeah.
which they did with Fallout 76 as well. Todd Howard
Man.
loves the physicality of video games, but then Starfield.
I remember Oblivion's case, and I remember its game manual,
Mhm.
and the fact that it came with a map, and I
Yep.
was like, that felt good. That was a really good.
Yeah, I can believe that answer with the number of maps that their games
Yeah.
have come out with, and like the physical products of it. But Starfield feels so cynical with the like Constellation Edition, or like buy the early access. And I mean, the cover's not inspired at all.
No.
I think, well, no, you got the Fallout games, and all three of the Fallout games they've made easily have worse covers than Starfield. I fucking hate the Fallout game covers.
How many angles of T-45 can we have?
Yeah, no, it's ridiculous. Like,
It's literally a fucking parody of itself at this point.
yeah. But the Elder Scrolls
I like the
box art's
Oblivions.
so good.
Yeah,
No,
I loved Oblivion's Game of the Year one where it's like black and everything. Beautiful. Beautiful.
They're all great.
Yeah.
Even when they would do like the Legendary Edition,
Mhm.
which like that Legendary Edition at this point in time is like probably the most obscure version. You've got the launch version, you've got Special Edition. Legendary Edition like slides in the middle, and even it is like really cool. And then has there ever been a good collector's edition of a game? Not in the $300 tier, but the $80 version of Halo Reach was really cool.
I got BioShock 1. It was $70 version. And you got I still have it. I'm looking at it right now. Like a plastered 8-inch, 7-inch tall Big Daddy model. And you got a soundtrack, and you got a making of DVD, and it came in like a unique box and stuff.
Well,
it was $70, I think.
Funny that you should mention that the TES boxes look like they could be covers in games, because the Mysterium Xarxes is Oblivion's cover, and the Book of the Dragonborn is Skyrim's cover.
Yeah.
So that's not an accident. But this is an interesting answer given the news.
It's the fiery gate and paintings on them, and
Oh, when you buy it,
the cardboard boxes and the way they were designed, and Ultima 7 is black and Ultima 8 is the fiery gate, and the paintings on them, and I just if
does
you
that
look
break your heart a little bit that culture is a bit gone?
a little bit, and that's also why I like. This goes to video game or any other digital things where digital ownership has great value to people. So I like looking at my collections of games, even digitally. I want to see nice.
Digital ownership has great value. Oof. Now that's going in the Game Pass section of the Starfield video.
If only I'm still working on Fallout 76.
Hey, remember how you're supposed to be shilling Game Pass where you don't own any of your games? I mean, of course, you don't own any
And
of your digital
you know,
games anyways, but
I really used to be somebody who hated the idea of like digital games and stuff like that, and I was all about owning physical copies. And now I'm like the complete opposite. I smile every time I like go into Steam and I just download this massive game, and like, because you know now I have like decent internet and stuff. I can just download it so quickly. I don't have to go to a store. I don't have to even get up and change a disc or whatever. So it's like, I don't know. I've become converted at this point.
yeah, I mean,
I'm also just
I like to own my games. I don't like the
that's
notion,
the
like
thing.
with the Ubisoft, where they, if your account is inactive too long, you lose your games. There's some stuff on Ubisoft Store that, if that happens to me, I wouldn't be able to get those games anymore.
Yep. So that's where I'm hoping stuff like when NFTs and stuff are coming about, right? That's where I was hoping like the blockchain would be able to come into play, where we can finally have like some sort of digital marketplace where we can actually own our games outright.
YouTube has gifted memberships?
Yeah.
That's weird.
Yeah, the membership system is bizarre.
Very, very bizarre.
Very schizophrenic, as
Todd would say. This isn't a Todd fault; it's a Steam fault. Todd Howard's the executive producer. He could fucking sell a physical copy of Starfield if he wanted to.
We had games back in the day that would ship on 4 or 5 fucking discs. Like it's not impossible.
What I've always advocated for is they could ship it on an SD card.
Yeah, that too.
If they really wanted to bring the digital format back, we could go to SD cards. They don't want to, of course,
because it'd be too expensive.
Mm-hmm.
So, well, it's not just the physical like printing and stuff. That's actually usually the cheaper part. It's the distribution that becomes the biggest issues, because then you're dealing with inventory and you have to manage inventory between all these different stores. And say a store doesn't sell all of its inventory and suddenly they want their money back, or they want to send this. Remember, we were looking at the stuff with the Saturn, and they would send out tons of these machines and stuff, but they had to write contracts where those stores were allowed to send them back if they didn't sell them. So they would have a ton of like sales one month, and then the next month they would have a ton of returns. And then they also had to keep X amount of product on hand at all times, because those stores didn't want to run into an issue where they wanted inventory but they couldn't get it. So they had to hold like 500,000 units on hand in a warehouse and stuff. And that's the real issue. It's not so much the printing. The printing's the easy part. It's the logistics and warehousing and all that shit. So all these companies are like, yeah, we don't have to deal with GameStop anymore, or Best Buy. Fuck all of them.
Go watch Russ Scott's Games as a Service video.
You know, the same as album art. I want to see nice people. So I like looking at my collections of games, even digitally. I want nice, things. Digital ownership has great value to people. So I like looking at my collections of games, even digitally. I want to see nice, the same way you want to see nice album art. I want to see nice cover art for our games. And we spend a lot of time in them, so that you take a look at Elder Scrolls and Morrowind, Oblivion, Skyrim. We want those boxes to look good next to each other. Going back to the video games, I always mention Tetris because I think it's, obviously I love virtual worlds and those kind of things, but for the time and what an interactive like video games for the simplest form, I sort of think you can put Tetris in front of just about anybody and they'll enjoy it. And it's got some moment of challenge, and it's just so elegant. It's like, to me, this very pure game that only works because it's a video game.
And I think mobile games figured out some of the magic of Tetris, the simple.
Some of them have, yeah.
But Tetris did it a long, long time ago.
Right.
You can really create that immersive experience without.
But for me, the Ultimate Civilization.
Yeah.
Name the Elder Scrolls for box art, not Fallout. I have a very hard time imagining that Todd liked what was going on with Fallout's box art.
Yeah, I think a part of Fallout's the box art is to appeal to a different sort of audience.
Yeah, because
there is marketing statistics that proves that putting characters on a box draws more attention to it than like a book or something like that. So he probably lost that argument with whoever was in charge of making the art for
Or-
Fallout.
Or he decided that he would prefer the Fallout games to be like marketing accessible.
Yeah.
As far as a grand strategy game, Pac-Man I mentioned in terms of bringing games into the mainstream in a way that captured people that nothing before it had. Super Mario, Donkey Kong, everything Nintendo, probably the best game makers in the world still. They know who they are. They know what they want to do. Always in awe of what they create.
I got to ask you about a game I haven't played, but people put up there as one of the greats, Zelda Breath of the Wild. Have you got a chance to play it?
A lot of it, yes.
Oh my god, I'm so glad.
Good question to ask.
Yeah, because he was just talking about. I'm like, oh, I wish I could get to ask about Breath of the Wild, and because you always see people comparing Breath of the Wild to Skyrim. So let's see what he has to say.
Let him cook.
Yes, it's fantastic. It's fantastic.
What do you think about? I mean, it's a very different experience. I played other Zeldas than the open worlds you've created, but it is also an open world.
It is. It's my favorite Zelda because obviously I like open world stuff. And the one thing that they do really, really well is they don't constrain you. Some people, even some things we do constrain you a little bit more. Zelda says, here's the whole thing. And you are constrained by the actual player abilities you haven't earned yet, not some arbitrary barriers. And so I think this did a phenomenal job. It's a magical game.
It really feels open.
It's because it truly is, yes.
What about, I mean, I'm just like asking you about some.
Man, Elder Scrolls 6. Elder Scrolls 6 video makers, man, remember this. Catalog this in your memory. All right, yeah. It's an interesting thing that Todd is like, because I don't think he justifies the decisions. Like, he likes Breath of the Wild and he likes what they're doing with the openness, but he doesn't. He still wants to constrain players. Why? Really, like, dig into that.
Yeah, why? Do you not trust the audience that you have playing your games? This goes back to that question that I just want to fucking ask. Are you dumbing down your games because that's what you want to make, or are you dumbing them down because you know it's going to be more marketable? Please, just give me the straight answer. Because I'm getting so many mixed signals every time he talks about these things. Every time he talks about what he likes, his design ethos and stuff, it's schizophrenic.
I bet he's had a bit of an internal struggle with popularity versus artistry.
Which is fine. I do the same thing too with my videos, where sometimes I just do something. It's usually not huge, but it's part of the process. If you're trying to make something that's going to be delivered to an audience for sale, it always becomes a factor. There's no shame in admitting that, but I want to know.
Skyrim has climbing. No, a
very different is the world of.
Because it truly is, yes.
What about? I mean, I'm just like asking you about some open world. A very different one is the world of either Grand Theft Auto or Red Dead Redemption.
Both love. I would put GTA 3, Grand Theft Auto 3 up there with the landmark, kind of usher in the open world when that comes out on the PlayStation 2, even though there was GTA.
Man, dude, here's the thing is, I don't think you can say Todd Howard is unintelligent or uneducated.
No.
About video games.
No.
I think that all of Todd Howard's failings as a video game creator are done so intentionally, and that he is very knowledgeable.
I think he's very knowledgeable. He just has bad taste.
I don't know if he has bad taste. I don't know if I'd agree with that. He seems very. I almost think that all the bad taste things that he says are like, they seem out of obligation. But you give him an open-ended answer, and he almost always comes in with a cut that makes a lot of sense.
I want to do this with the mobster storytelling. Open world, when that comes out on the PlayStation 2, even though there was GTA 1, a new thing with the mobster storytelling.
Is that for 3D version, I guess?
It was. Then Vice City is kind of a fast follow, which could be my favorite one. I loved all the Grand Theft Autos. I think they're really phenomenally well-made games. Same with Red Dead. I think Red Dead Redemption 1 could be my favorite story. Like,
interesting.
See what I mean? Like,
that's a really good answer.
Yeah.
Because he could have said Red Dead 2 was his favorite story, but he didn't.
Which is a very important distinction to make.
Yeah, because Red Dead 1 story is told very competently. and it's because it did like the experimental storytelling, but it did so well. That's one of the best things about Red Dead 1 is its storytelling.
This is why I like this interview, right? You've got this abominable section of like 15 minutes that was just console politics.
The obligatory
and then
shilling.
But
and
Lex
stuff.
is getting back to asking good questions that give us a look at Todd Howard as an actual person, which I think a lot of Todd Howard interviews fail to do.
It's usually focused on the products or like Bethesda. Like they talk to him like he's Bethesda. And it's like no. The best way to approach talking to him is talking to him like he's a person. That's good. That's where you're gonna get the most human responses out of him.
It makes a lot of sense that he likes Red Dead 1's story. Especially if you think about Fallout 4 and the way it presents opening up new areas in like segments. It's kind of a Red Dead 1 style thing. There's some good stuff in here.
Yeah.
Same with Red Dead. I think Red Dead.
Are those intentional or just PR? Sorry, are you asking his gaming opinions or the red flags? It's complicated, for sure. And that's the most human part of it, is that it is complicated. Right. If it's too straightforward, it almost comes off as either marketing speak or somebody who's really well put together. And I don't buy that Todd Howard is just like this straightforward, simple person. So I think that like the fact that you kind of have to think about what Todd Howard is saying, not from the perspective of how is he lying to me, but from the perspective of, like we're saying, his opinions and what he values and what he doesn't value. That makes this very interesting.
Red Dead Redemption 1 could be my favorite story. Like, highly recommend finishing that game.
So you like both the story, you like the grittiness of it, because they have a bit of the, like, I guess if you like the Fallout, there's the humor, I don't know what it is. It's the lighthearted humor of it, but also the brutality of human nature's in there too. But it's like and also some of the fun they create with the music when you drive and stuff like that. They create a world. There's a tone. There's a very strong tone.
There's a very strong tone. The satire on the world is just so well done. The gameplay's great. I think they've just done a phenomenal job.
Is there any others that pop to mind? Portal. Yeah, that's it.
I accept the answer.
That's another weird creation.
I could just sit here and list games forever.
First one, I'm enjoying this.
Hearthstone's a game I love. I love all time. Like sport, college football, NCAA football was my favorite. It's like I would say this is a great role.
Oh, you would actually keep getting.
It's a role playing game because I have all these characters. I have like 60.
What?
It's a role playing game. What? You don't agree? You don't agree with Todd Howard that football games are role playing games?
I'm trying to come up with an equally absurd comparison. I'm coming up short. Is Civilization an RPG then? Because I can level up my units?
Yeah, I don't want to believe that Todd Howard's in that camp of like saying that, well, any game where you play a role is a role-playing game.
Yeah. And especially if you have stats.
Yeah.
Because that's what makes an RPG is stats and playing a role.
But I could buy that Todd Howard likes football games because of what did he work on Gridiron? I don't think he worked on Gridiron.
College football, NCAA football was my favorite. It's like I would say this is a great role.
Oh, you would actually keep getting.
It's a role playing game because I have all these characters. I have like 60 characters, and they're all leveling up, and then I have to play them. And then the college ones are like college football. They graduate, so you lose your players. Then they stop making the series. And the folks at EA, and they will say, "I have bugged them. When is it?" And they're doing it, so it's finally coming back.
Nice. What would you say is the greatest sports game of all time?
Imagine working at EA and getting an email from Todd Howard saying that you need to keep making college football games. Played college ball.
Well, it's NCAA football. I have to pick the year.
NCAA versus Madden?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, there's more teams. You get the college, fight songs, there's more pageantry, and the players.
I don't know much about football, but I do know that he's right that the college level is more interesting than the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
Turnover. They're only there for 4 seasons, so you have to. It's more dynamic.
So you like variety versus.
So what was the last one? 2014, maybe it was.
And you don't like FIFA and.
Look, FIFA's incredible. I'm a college football fan. They give you that fantasy. If you like European football / soccer, FIFA's incredible. I love that game too.
Have you been paying attention to the game design of that world, of those worlds?
Yeah, and the thing people I think with those kind of games, it is or racing games. Forza, put up there. I love Forza. Play them all. When you have to recreate something that's real in the real world, say it's cars or it's sports games, everybody knows how it should work. that's a really difficult task when people know how it should work. And then you're going to balance it for single player. The multiplayer parts of it get very, very competitive. And, in many respects, you're forced to put out a new version every year. And I say forced in quotes because they're, you count them as big updates. But it's a much more difficult development process than I think people understand, and how hard those teams work. I know a lot of people who do it, and I think they just do. I've enjoyed them all. I buy Madden every year.
Yeah, so every single year. Yeah, they do refresh it. There's a feeling of freshness. I don't know what that.
Todd, you can't. I was drinking something. Todd buys Madden every year. I guess, listen, he's rich. He can afford to.
Yeah, he has a fully loaded Tesla. He can buy every Madden game. Probably with all the season passes and everything else, too.
So there has been comparisons to the way Todd talks to Donald Trump. And I can kind of see that because entrepreneurial guys like Todd, at his age, would have been very much into that 80s era Donald Trump. At the Art of the Deal era.
Yeah.
Even like the 2000s, like the Apprentice era. So it's kind of an age thing.
That is.
Yeah, look, there have been like less was done and more was done, but
Yeah, so every single year. Yeah, they do refresh it. There's a feeling of freshness. That is.
look, there have been years where it feels.
God damn it.
I've enjoyed them all. I buy Madden every year.
Yeah, so every single year. Yeah, they do refresh it. There's a feeling of freshness. I don't know what that is.
Yeah, look, there have been years where it feels like less was done and more was done, but I enjoy it every year.
Yeah.
Todd Howard enjoys Madden every year.
Sure.
What does a perfectly productive day in the life of Todd Howard look like?
Oh
So,
my God! He asked the question that I wanted to ask.
What? All right, so Todd Howard wakes up at 4 in the morning, and he does a hit, and then he goes to his home gym, and he just slams 30-minute workout, right? And then he spends the next 90 minutes banging his wife. Drinks three raw eggs, yeah. He gets in his sports car, and he races down the hills of West Virginia into Virginia to get to his office in Maryland.
He goes into his 6-car garage and he gets to pick. Do I want to drive the Tesla? Do I want to drive the Audi? Do I want to drive the BMW?
Mm-hmm. Maybe I'll take in the private helicopter today.
Yeah.
As he's driving on the way there, he gets on the phone. He calls Phil Spencer. It's Phil Spencer or Elon Musk, Donald Trump.
If he has to make a phone call, he's definitely taking the Suburban, the blacked out Suburban with the driver instead.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, I only do business meetings by phone. I'm a busy guy.
But just like a perfectly average production. What are you, a morning person, evening person? Is it chaos? Is it pretty regular?
I'm in a good flow right now. I'm still doing a lot of stuff. So there's things I'm like executive producing, and then Starfield I'm directing. So I sort of view that as that's an everyday thing. Fortunately, I get to do a lot of stuff. From look at the TV show we're making, and this Indiana Jones game that's being developed, the machine game. So we have to look at that. But the best really day or
I'm loving the idea of Todd Howard getting dailies on the fucking Fallout TV show. Oof. Everybody's confident the Fallout show is going to be bad.
Yeah.
where I feel it's fulfilling is get to play some of a game, the game will say Starfield, get to play some of Starfield, look at the problem set of what it is doing, and then get in the room with the other developers that I work closely with, and we solve that problem together. So that's the most rewarding thing when you can say, okay, what do we want?
I love the chaos of that. Todd Howard plays Starfield for 5 minutes, and he goes in a room and says, "This annoyed me, you shits, fix it." And then, like, that's gotta be so disruptive to development. Will it be worse than the Halo TV show? Well, it's not being made by Paramount, so that's a tricky proposition.
Yeah. Man, but I don't know. That Amazon Lord of the Rings show?
True.
Oof.
Amazon itself is a gamble.
Yeah.
You never know what you're going to get out of them.
Man.
Because in the middle of the season, they can flip the switch and shit the bed.
Want this to do? What's the real player experience we want? What are all the pieces in front of us? Where you know the actual tangible pieces, as opposed to the beginning, the pie in the sky part is always fun. But it's like anything is possible, that's fun. But it's not rewarding in the same way because you haven't solved something. Whereas these are the elements you have to play with. How do we make this all work together? And you come out of it at the end of the day like, now that feels great.
So brainstorming about specific big picture, both big picture and very specific detail of a game that's not working, something's not working, you want to fix it, that kind of stuff.
Because you feel like, okay, you've made tangible progress on the actual build of the game. Or something you played in the beginning of the day, didn't feel great.
Oh my God. This just makes me want to interview him because like he and I are on the same wavelengths about like the creative process and stuff. I'm completely 100% with him, where it's like, yeah, it's fun to sit there and speculate and stuff, but it's more rewarding when you start making tangible progress.
Yeah.
And it's like, this is why I want to interview him, because this is the stuff that I want to know from him. It's like, how do you run your company? How do you see the process? Like, nobody asks these sorts of questions. Thank you, Lex. Holy shit. All right. I understand now. I understand why people like this dude.
Yeah, he can occasionally ask the right question. Like I said, I think he's high luck.
Yeah. But it's like, it's so rewarding for me to hear that too, coming off of the question that I want to ask so fucking badly, and to be getting the correct response, like the stuff that I would want to hear. He's not just like bullshitting, he's like actually getting into it. It's just like, fuck, I want to do this interview.
Wish it was you.
Yeah. Todd, I promise I will go light on you. I won't be critical, I won't be judgmental or anything like that. I'll just ask questions like this because I just want to know.
Always with a group, and then the next day you're like, yeah, that worked out.
Who's on the team? Is it designers, engineers,
all the above,
artists, voice over?
So internal to the studio, it's a lot of programming, a lot of art. You have design, which breaks into some quest design, writing, systems design, who are like doing all the treasure and the loot and the system.
The only thing that's missing is if Lex was a little more knowledgeable about who was who at Bethesda. You need to ask specifically, like, who are you having your daily meetings with? It's not enough to say like job titles. You're not meeting with the fucking entirety of Bethesda on a daily basis. Okay, I want to know, like, how often are you talking to your lead designer, your lead quest designer? Are they all in these meetings? How often are junior members brought in?
How much say does like a low level, like entry level associate get? Is there mechanisms for them to get a voice? Do they go to their direct superiors and those people then bring those ideas up the chain of command, or do you have like a direct connection with them some way, like some way that they can just email you or something like that?
How often do you go down?
I want to know.
How often are you down in the front lines? Do you think that people are like scared to talk to you because of who you are?
Yeah.
And the skill systems, and then level design is making the spaces like those that you'll play through. Production is a big part of it. The producers who organize everything. Can't remember if I mentioned art, a lot of artists. QA staff as well. They're hugely valuable in saying, hey, we broke your game in these magical ways. What are you gonna do about it?
Is the loot design team still hiring? How do I apply? That seems like the most fun job.
Always.
I mean, all of this seems like a super fun job.
No, it's the best. Then you have audio, and it by far.
Oh yeah, and the audio guys are there.
It's the greatest job you can
now I know why Mark Lampert was staring daggers.
Yeah.
Staring daggers at Anon. I don't even fucking get recognition.
It is, it's the best. Then you have audio, and it by far is the greatest job you could possibly have. So if you're into like technology, it's great. If you're into storytelling, creativity, and art, it's great. And it's really the gaming, the combination of that.
And like I mentioned to you offline, I think of video games, to me, has brought thousands of hours of happiness. And so when you're designing the game, whatever you're doing, you have a part to play in a thing that's going to bring like millions, hundreds of millions of hours of happiness to people. It's crazy, right?
It is. And I'm gonna play you saying that back to our team, because people forget. Your head's down, you're trying to solve these problems, and then you do forget how many people it touches.
Like even tiny decisions, you make tiny little things you create. Yeah, it's weird. I wish there was a way to like I would notice things in a video game, and it's like, oh, okay, like it feels good, but you don't get that signal. The creator doesn't get that signal. I wish they did. I guess you could get that signal by.
If only there was a crediting system that.
Well, I think what he means is for players to give feedback, like positive feedback towards the developers themselves.
Well, you could do that if there was credits on specific things, like in the creation kit.
Yeah, and then you could just go and like at them on Twitter or something and be like, hey, this is really awesome.
Yeah,
I think oh my God, it's complicated because on the one hand, you're going to get those like positive messages, but you're also going to get the negative messages and stuff. Yeah, the hate mail, the death threats.
What film has always done, names like Alan Smithy, where it's just a name you use in a credit when you don't want to take credit for something. There's a bunch of generic names that they put in instead. But like, if you think you did a good job and you think that you're gonna get positive feedback for it, I don't see why. And if you do it at a level where like everybody's name is on everything, like it's kind of impossible to like it wouldn't be directing your hate towards the one guy whose head is up, you know?
Yeah.
You know, why is Lex stuck in this digging through the loot? Get that signal. I wish they did. I guess you could get that signal by, you know, why is Lex stuck in this room, like digging through the loot?
We do now get a lot of good data on what the players are doing.
Enjoying and not.
Well, we know where they've been and where they've died and how long they play in certain sections, and we can sort of tell outside of people just telling us on forums or calling or other things. We can tell for some data where people are dropping off or having a, you know, we can tell if there's a key frustration point.
Do you ever?
How do they get that data though?
Yeah, these are supposed to be single-player offline games. I know I never consented to any of that data being collected.
Well, like what they would have to be going off of is achievement data.
Yeah.
I'm gonna kind of look at Fallout 4's achievements.
Like achievement data and game stats? Like are the crimes that I've committed being uploaded somewhere?
Microsoft telemetry services, man, they're fucking spying on you just to get like specific stats on like, man, they really didn't like your dungeon. So it's like 83% of players get out of Vault 111. Now, of course, I think Fallout 4 doesn't count achievements if you have mods. You have to like have a specific mod. So like there's a huge drop off, like 68% of people. So my method, 78, 79% of people reach level 5. I don't know. I don't think you could glean data from achievements, like actually meaningful data for
I don't think you can glean much data from telemetry in general because it's deprived of context. You need to collect a lot of data and have some seriously smart fucking people who know how to like manipulate that into something that's actually readable. I don't know, but you got Bungie over there saying that they can generate report cards and stuff that dictate.
Well, they were surveying people for that.
Oh yeah, they were doing surveys and stuff. But you know they're collecting data too. If apparently Bethesda can fucking collect telemetry on single player games,
I don't buy it. I don't think they do.
Yeah, please ask a follow-up.
Yeah, that's the kind of question you need to follow up for.
Think about making people feel like human feelings when they play, like designing, like make them feel fear or excitement, anger, longing, loneliness.
He's not doing that route.
Yeah, of course.
There's no thought in his mind that said, "Wait a second, how are you getting that data?" Like, the only thing I can imagine is that they have QA teams that play games that they've already made, like the launch version of a game. And then asking them for feedback or something like that. I know playtesting is a thing, like not just QA, but actually like putting it in front of like average gamers and getting their opinions.
Yeah, maybe that's what they're doing.
The big one, I like to say,
or excitement, anger, longing, loneliness,
all the above. Yeah, of course. The big one I like to say is the video games give you is pride. Outside of other, you know, if you watch movies or things like that, like but you never think like, look what I did. Yes. And that feeling of like accomplishment and pride in what you did, or you overcame. You talked about going back to a game that like those are real feelings of like accomplishment.
Man, dude, why doesn't that reflect in your games? He's right.
Are you saying you're not proud of your sandwich collection in Starfield? No, yeah, he's 100% correct.
That's the tricky part of Todd Howard, is that this is an intelligent person, this is a knowledgeable person with taste and understanding of games and development and connections that is not making things true to his artistic vision. It's gotta be frustrating.
I want to know, because my theory is that they have been dubbing down their games and stuff just to appeal to a wider audience so that they could get more money and stuff in the hopes of eventually being able to do something like Starfield. And the tragedy would be that they
just did the same with Starfield.
Yes, that they compromised their vision so much for so long that when it comes time to them finally being able to make the game that they've always wanted to make for 25 years, they don't know how to make that game. And that's the vibes that Starfield's giving me. It is the vibes. Like, They said they've been working on this game for 25 years in the making, which is like, obviously it's not been in development for 25 years, but there's ideas in there that have been embedded for a very long time. And now you're getting to the point where it's time to be released. And all I'm getting from it is just mixed signals of all these different, like, we keep making fun of it. It's just like, oh yeah, that's Red Dead. Oh yeah, that's No Man's Sky. And it's just like, there's no real originality in there. If they've been wanting to make this game for so long, there should be something core in there that comes across. But even the art style sounds like they just came up with it, during pre-production.
Yeah, whiteboard ideas.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of what Todd said has kind of validated the whiteboard ideas thing.
That I felt in game that I played, about going back to a game that, like, those are real feelings of, like, accomplishment that I felt in games that I played. And when we get to see a player feel that, it's really, really special. The other one is there is an escape, or to be someone else that's more powerful in our games that you aren't in real life, that gives you a confidence or a perspective. We're doing one next week. We've done a number of Make-A-Wish visits, kids who could wish for anything, and they want to come and I want to see the next game and meet the creators and see how you do it. And they come with their family, and it is like the greatest thing that we do, and it reminds you of like how important it is. And the other really awesome thing is that you can see like the family change by the end of the day. Like they didn't even realize what it meant to their child or what went into it, and it's just that to me is like been involved with that foundation for a number of years, and it's been really good, reminder of how lucky we are.
And in general, for young people, that sense of accomplishment is hard to find. I mean,
yeah, they don't. Not everybody has it in the outlets that real life provides.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, the world is cruel when you're young. Nobody takes you seriously. You don't get like. That's why everybody always wants to grow up and get old as quickly as possible.
It's the hardest. It's hard.
And then video games allow you. I mean, to build that sense of confidence, a sense of pride in something. That's why when people talk down to video games, like the culture and so on, it's not. It misses out on that really deeply meaningful thing.
Agreed.
Especially with like single player. There's some darker aspects of multiplayer that people create communities, and it can go off the rails a bit. But the actual experience of the game, especially one you stick with for a while, that's really beautiful. Do you have advice for those same young folks? Given that your life is an interesting one, given what kind of degree you got and being a legendary game designer, do you have advice for young folks in high school, maybe college, how to have a career or a life they can be proud of?
God, that's such a good question. Once again, another question that I would want to ask Todd.
Yeah. My angle on it would be, do you think a young person joining Bethesda today would have the same possibility of having a career trajectory like Todd Howard had?
Not within Bethesda.
Yeah.
In a lot of ways, Todd Howard and Justin Truman they have similar touch points in their careers, because they both stepped up when the studio was on its ass, and
and took over with their methodology.
Yeah,
it's interesting how completely different the two are.
Yeah.
Justin Truman does not look at what he does as an artistic outlet.
No.
He is entirely 100% a businessman.
Yeah.
Like, again, we got a contrast that Todd Howard, like, if you dislike Todd Howard, you don't have enough of a perspective on how much worse it could be.
I keep saying it. I think Todd Howard is one of the few people keeping the wolves at the doors, so to speak, of Bethesda.
Yeah.
Because that's a studio that is just so ripe to be utterly corrupted.
Yeah, I mean, the people that will destroy that company are already there.
Yeah.
They're in the trenches, probably in management.
And the fact that I still have doubts when it comes to asking the question of, are they making games that they want to make, or are they making games that they just know are going to sell well? The fact that I still have doubt about that, and that I can still ask that question, speaks to a level of genuineness from their products still. Then you look at Destiny 2.
Well, you have to find that you love.
In high school, maybe college, how to have a career or a life they can be proud of.
Well, you have to find something that you love so much that it's never going to feel like a job. And don't do it for money. Don't do it for, find something you love, and the rest of it will come. It won't be a straight path. And do not ever underestimate yourself. It's going to take hard work. But the worst thing that young people do is think they can't accomplish something, or they underestimate themselves. And maybe those first few times through where they do fail, if they love it enough, they're going to be resilient and push past that. Anyone who's had success or gotten somewhere, they've had those times, right? And they've stayed resilient because they love it so much that this is what they want to do. When you do it for other reasons, I just don't think it's going to work out the same.
Did you have low points in your life, dark points, or your mind went to a dark place, whether it's struggling to get a job at Bethesda Softworks, or maybe with a Red Guard flop, or where you kind of start to doubt yourself or any of that?
Well, I think what's weird looking back.
So, are you knowledgeable in the history or not? You know about the Red Guard flop, but you never played Fallout 4?
We're looking at two men we got to interview at some point.
Yeah, this is a very... Lex is an interesting character from a...
Yeah.
How does he know what he knows perspective?
Man, he's really in the section that I want to do. 'Cause that's another question that I would want to ask. It's like moments where you struggled. How did you get through it?
I was always so like in love with doing this that I didn't view them as like dark per se. Looking back, I was like, I just wanted to, okay, let me find a way to make this work.
Even when it's hard and it's failing and all that kind of stuff, you just kind of like, it's a problem before you to solve.
Yeah, when I started Bethesda, I don't know, my father had moved nearby to the office. I was moving, and I slept on a sofa. Like I didn't care. Like I don't need a bedroom. I'll sleep on the sofa and work there. That's all I want to do. When the company almost went out of business, it was, well, I hope it doesn't. I feel somewhat responsible, but hey, that's a learning lesson. Let's go. I think I was pretty resilient to it all. Fallout 76, like really bad launch, and okay, what do we do?
Here we go again.
Huh.
Todd Howard taking responsibility on Fallout 76. I thought
God damn.
you didn't make it.
The dude, it's it is so validating for me to be hearing the questions that I wanted to ask and just leading to the most genuine human responses that we've ever got at a Todd Howard.
It's crazy, for sure.
Get me in there. Telling you guys, we can get like the best Todd Howard interview, because it's like the problem with Todd Howard interviews is that people don't know how to fucking talk to him. If you ask the right questions.
Listen, chat, I know what an average gamer is. I want nothing to do with them.
If you just ask the right questions, the man is willing to speak.
For sure. It's I'd say this is a good interview.
Yeah.
It's not the best interview, but there's great questions in here.
Do wrong, what can we learn? Let's go at it. Now it's a success. But those kind of ups and downs for the length of developments that we have, people don't see them, but we have them, all the time. And so it's that sort of belief that, with the team having done it time and time again, to know that now we're gonna make it as good as we possibly can. And whatever we're experiencing now, when we solve it and we get it out, and we see the millions of people who love it, it's all worth it.
And you're getting into new spaces. First of all, new worlds with Starfield, but also I saw the TV show you're working on, on Fallout with Amazon. What's that like? Worlds that you created in the digital realm going on the screen.
Yeah, people asked, I can remember 10 years ago after Fallout 3 was a hit, movie producers coming and, hey, we think this will make a great movie, and taking a lot of meetings. And I think, most people would jump at that. Like, sweet. And I sort of paused and like, I don't know. What is this going to do? I feel like they're like synthesize. I met great people, like well-known creatives. Like, it's going to get synthesized into this 2-hour. I don't know. I'm not seeing the great thing here yet. So, I think the advent of television in terms of what it's become, nowadays with big budget TV series, it kind of came up again and met with people, and Jonathan Nolan and Lisa Joy, who do Westworld. And I always love the work he did writing Interstellar and Dark Knight movies. I just love.
Jonathan Nolan's involved with this?
Yeah, he's
I forgot about that.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Because when I was watching Westworld and I was seeing like the visual elements of the synths and stuff, or I forget what the fuck they're called in Westworld.
Sense, but yeah.
Yeah, and I'm like, wow, that really feels like Fallout's Institute and shit. Oh god, I forgot that he was in. Damn.
It's interesting. What's also interesting is that Lex doesn't know who's making the Fallout TV show.
Yeah, he's the EP and he's directed the first.
Incredible.
Yep.
Yeah, this is awesome.
And he's the EP. He's directed the first few episodes. And when I connected with him, Jonah was like, "Hey, you're the person I want to do this." So I met with people, kept saying like, "Can we just let me see if he wants to do it?" And to my joy, he was like, "Oh yeah, Fallout 3 is one of my sign me up." I was like, "No, how do we get this done?" And at that time, he was at HBO, and it was we were trying to figure out. We put a little pause on it, got to visit the sets, reading scripts and things like that. It's all new to me, but they're doing such an incredible job. Like, I think if you like this world, you are going to be just blown away. Keep in mind, I've never made a TV show.
Right.
There's all the best. No one ever does it, wanting it to not be great. But they've just done their attention to detail and just obsessive with what's on the screen and the storytelling and how it looks. The whole thing.
Yeah, I think obsession is really a prerequisite for greatness. What they did, HBO did with Chernobyl, like the attention to detail. It's just
and he's doing The Last of Us now, that showrunner.
If you
Oh no, I didn't hear good things about Last of Us.
The show?
Yeah.
Really?
No.
I've heard nothing but praise for it. I've literally heard nothing but it's probably the greatest video game to TV film adaptation ever.
Yeah, but I mean, you're adapting The Last of Us, so.
The people who did Chernobyl did that?
Is that what he said?
I think that's what he said, yeah.
No, I think he said the showrunner for Fallout worked on Last of Us. We'll check it out.
And the storytelling and how it looks, the whole thing.
Yeah, I think obsession is really a prerequisite for greatness. What they did, HBO did with Chernobyl, like the attention to detail. It's just
and he's doing The Last of Us now. That show.
Oh, okay, yeah, you're right.
If you really care and you really put a lot of effort into the details, you can.
I was stunned. I mean, I don't want to spoil it. When people see it, I think it'll just be like, wow. It's the other thing we're approaching it is very different. Where when it was people say
it sounds like it's done.
Yeah.
And like just the other day, I saw like the first production photos from the show, so it's really weird.
Well, I know they wrapped principal photography a while ago, but I don't think it was done when he was doing this interview.
That's what's weird.
I guess the scripts were done.
But he said that like the first few episodes had been directed. So very interesting.
Yeah.
I wonder if did the Fallout TV show go through development hell?
Like a movie, they wanted, story of Fallout 3 or then tell the story of Fallout 4. And for this, it was, hey, let's do something that exists in the world of Fallout. It's not retelling a game story. It's basically, an area of the map, and like, let's tell a story here that fits in the world that we have built, doesn't, break any of the rules, can reference things in the games, but isn't a retelling of the games that exists in the same world, but is its own unique thing. So it adds to it, while also people who don't have.
What would that possibly be?
What, retelling the games?
No. So the show takes place in an area that is related to what's happened in the games, but it's not a retelling of the games, but it's relevant to. So it has to take place on the East Coast, obviously.
Yes.
What would it be?
Set in Boston. It's an organization tries breaking into the Institute while the player was alive. I don't know.
The foundation of the railroad, or maybe the destruction of the Minutemen. Maybe this is what the Gunners were leading to.
Oh my god. Do we even know where it's set yet?
I don't think so.
Haven't played the games. It's like how crazy cool Fallout is. Can watch the series, and so.
Are there some similarities?
I've been reading chat right now, and it really has me wondering what people's ideas of a good adaptation are.
I almost think, well, see, I think it's pointless, but
I've always looked at adaptations as being something, especially for video games, like a book to a television or film adaptation is different because there's no visual element to it, but because video games is a multimedia medium, it is kind of worthless. The best it can really do is just introduce the games and the setting to a new audience that would then go and play the games. I really don't see the value.
Listen, chat, we're specifically talking about a TV show or film adaptation of a video game.
Yeah. Because so Dune was an interesting film adaptation for me because I read the first book and half of the second book so far. And it was cool to see like somebody's visual interpretation of it. That in of itself lends its own novelty, but like I said, video games are a multimedia medium, so I don't even get that novelty out of it. So all you're doing is just telling a story that either I've seen before, which is what I've seen The Last of Us 1 doing, is retelling The Last of Us's plot.
All right, my logic is a good game adaptation of a film, movie, book, etc. captures what the essence of that piece is about. So like The Witcher as an example.
Yeah.
The Witcher tries to capture the essence of what the Sapkowski books are about. And to do the inverse, you have to capture the essence of what the video game is about. But because it's linear, I almost think that like the only way to do it would be, the only way that I think you could do it is a story in that universe. Like some kind of prequel story or sequel story.
Yeah. So like Halo would be telling the story of like Master Chief before the Covenant War.
Yeah.
Or a Mass Effect one would be like doing the First Contact War. See, the problem too is if they give it away, like, so basically if you're a game designer and you're like, yeah, you can make a story about Master Chief, like a prequel, that basically means you can never really do a Master Chief prequel game without either retconning that or having to abide by its story.
An adaptation has to add something new to stand on its own. Man, there's so many bad adaptations that follow that rule that it would be cruel for us to start listing them off.
Yeah.
To show you how no, that's wrong. Hogwarts Legacy is an adaptation of the Harry Potter universe. It's not an adaptation of Harry Potter. And it is very good about using that setting intelligently to make something good out of it. And so, as an adaptation of something that's kind of esoteric, it does a very good job.
So, it's kind of easy for us to come up with examples that take
a game and put it into a linear format.
Yeah. Or rather, no, I was talking the other way around, where like a game can take a movie or something like that and just take its universe basically and be like, all right, we're gonna make a game where you're playing in that setting. Whereas it seems the struggle is taking a game and like streamlining it down into one singular like linear narrative.
Well, anyways, I want to finish this interview.
Yeah.
I wanted to do other interviews.
Differences between the creation of a game and a TV show they noticed from the sort of story perspective?
Well, for them, it's much more character driven. Like, you can do all these things with the world and stuff that we already have. It's the main characters, who they are, what their motivations are, that really is the engine.
Right, there's no
finding the right actors to do those, yeah.
Because there's no interaction. There's no you don't get to enter that world. They have to do the work for you. The NPCs are on the show. Yeah, I can't wait to see how it turns out. You also mentioned Indiana Jones.
Do you think the NPCs on the show?
You don't get to enter that world. They have to do the work for you. The NPCs are on the show.
The NPCs run the show.
Is that what he said?
Yeah, I think that's what he said.
Well, I mean, you fucking preach, brother, but shit.
There's no interaction. There's no, you don't get to enter that world. They have to do the work for you. The NPCs are on the show. Yeah, I can't wait to see how it turns out. You also mentioned Indiana Jones. That's a different one. How do you work with a famous protagonist?
Man, I wonder how that project's doing. Now that the Dial of Destiny flopped.
Like when the character is known, how do you work with that?
Well, it's different. It's different. Like Indiana Jones is different, where like the name it's Indiana Jones. Not a world, it's him, right? You can talk about the world of Indiana Jones, but at the end of the day, it's about this character. And Raiders still my favorite movie of all time. No debate, it's the best movie ever.
Best movie ever.
Ever.
On a tangent, what do you love about it?
No tangents, please. But go on.
Well, I saw it obviously when I was younger, and I believed it. I believed this happened. When they found the Ark, I could not believe that they found it. So, and I've found over my life, it's still really watchable every time. I enjoy it every single time. Love the character, love the story. The opening is the greatest movie opening ever, and I just love everything. I love everything about it.
What was the opening? Is this when
Todd, if you like rewatching movies over and over again, why are you afraid of making players replay your games over and over again?
Well, listen, it's different, okay? Because Todd makes good introductions. That's like that's like rewatching a movie.
Oh no, is Todd one of those game designers who really just wanted to be a film?
I don't think
filmmaker.
So. I don't buy that in the slightest.
No.
Todd was a nerd who played tabletop games in school. He totally wanted to make games.
It really though, the film dropouts are kind of a blight on the industry.
Oh, absolutely. Which is worse because now that the game industry has eclipsed the film industry, we're stuck with these fucking people.
Yeah.
Yeah, he steals the.
I think you're deeply offended.
It's like, oh, it's opening a Raider. Dude, it's one of those things. Like, what's on your bucket?
I think you're deeply offended.
It's like, oh, it's opening a Raider. So I've always wanted to. It's one of those things. Like, what's on your bucket list? Like, I want to make an Indiana Jones game, and I.
It's on his bucket list, and that's why he's doing it. Man, that is like.
That's
Anytime
awesome.
it's been mentioned, I kind of like mentally filter it out. It's like Todd's making a Indiana Jones game, whatever. It's very strange to say the least.
But it's like, yeah,
No, yeah, go for it.
yeah, like you've basically made it as like your career's done. Like you could literally make Starfield the last game you ever make, and you will be remembered forever. So you might as well just have fun doing projects. Like once again, it goes back to technically he's not really making it though. It's another studio that's making it. He's just like supervising and giving creative input. But I mean, still, like, fuck it.
Yeah, it'd be cool if Todd Howard went off and did his own thing with like 10, 20 people.
Yeah, right.
That'd be so cool.
Redguard 2.
Redguard 2. I'm bringing it back, baby.
That's why I love when I see people leave studios and stuff and just go and make their own studios and their own teams. Even if they're making something that I just don't care about, it's still cool to see, you know, them going back and just being like, this is what I really want to make. I'm finally able to express my creativity once again.
Pitched Lucas. I pitched them back in 2009. I always wanted to. It's one of those things. Like, what's on your bucket list? Like, I want to make an Indiana Jones game, and I pitched Lucas. I met some people there and pitched them back in 2009.
Oh yeah. Okay, so this is an interesting. Being somebody who does Star Wars too. This is a very interesting little tidbit of history that Todd Howard pitched an Indiana Jones game in 2009. Very interesting time period at LucasArts. That was the time period where they were trying to have The Force Unleashed be like this big flagship title for Star Wars, and it didn't work out. And they really like languished, right? And that's kind of how they ended up getting sold to Disney, was that LucasArts was supposed to take over and like run the franchises post movies. Like that was supposed to be it. And then because they fucked up, Disney took over. So it's like, I want to live in the world where Todd Howard in 2009 said, instead of Fallout 4, I'm going to make an Indiana Jones game.
This Indiana Jones game. And they wanted to publish, kind of the deal fell apart. They wanted to publish it, and we were a publisher, and so we didn't do it. And I didn't really have the team to do it. I just was going to figure that out after.
That's a really weird reason why it fell apart. It makes sense in the story of ZeniMax that it didn't work out for that reason. But it's like, yeah, it's LucasArts. Like, of course they're going to want to publish it. Don't you mean Fallout 3? 2009. He's pitching the idea in 2009. As in, he would have finished Skyrim because it was in development. And then after he worked on Skyrim, he would have done this Indiana Jones game.
After we agreed to a deal, and well, you know, we made Skyrim, so it worked out. And then, you know, fast forward 10 years plus, and you know, Lucas, now part of Disney, and they're doing a lot more of licensing and working with people. And so I knew some folks there and said, oh, I have this idea that I pitched a long time ago, and they loved it.
And none of the same people were at the meeting because pretty much everybody that was at LucasArts got fired after the acquisition.
And again, the internal team that I had not only didn't have the time, they probably weren't as good a fit as Machine Games, who's done the Wolfenstein series, who is the perfect fit for this game.
Oh. Oh no!
I forgot. Yeah, I forgot it was them who was doing
I
it.
was thinking, like, where do I know Machine Games' name? That's just a right in the chest, right in the sternum. And people ask me when I say, like, "Yo, why do you care that Monolith's making a Wonder Woman game or whatever?" And I'm like, bro, I don't want studios doing adaptations, right? I don't think they have to be done, but I hate to see it. I don't care what your opinions are on the Wolfenstein games. I don't like seeing big studios get resigned to making adaptations. I don't care how much they want to do it.
But the Spider-Man games was Naughty, right? That was Naughty Dog, or was that Insomniac?
Insomniac.
Insomniac. Jesus.
Naughty Dog's too busy making engaging, not fun, but engaging Last of Us games.
game with storytelling and for it, and they are good a fit as Machine Games, who's done the Wolfenstein series, who is the perfect fit for this game with storytelling and how they record it, and it's awesome. They're just doing an incredible job with that game. People are going to be, if you like Indiana Jones, it is a definite love letter to Indiana Jones and everything with it.
Can you say if it's more on the action adventure side, like the actual experience of the game?
I could go back. I would just say it is a mashup. It is a unique. It isn't one thing intentionally. So it does a lot of different things that myself and Jörg and the folks at Machine Games have wanted to do in a game. So it's a unique thing.
Before I forget, who do I? How many humans do I have to kill? I mean, dragons do I have to kill to get myself somehow into Elder Scrolls 6? It's a mod. If anyone wants to create mods of me, and is that possible?
Yeah,
that's possible. While maintaining realism somehow. You don't want a person in that suit and tie.
You put you in Fallout. You wear that.
Yeah, exactly. Please put me. So Fallout, there's also a culture of.
You do a mod where you replace the mysterious stranger.
There you go. That's a to-do task.
And top mod right there.
And you will have my deep gratitude and more, dear stranger, for doing so. What's the programming language for mods? Or is it mostly?
They use our internal scripting language that's built into the tool.
Oh my god. I know you have Todd for 2 hours and 44 minutes, but like...
You didn't need to...
You're gonna ask what the scripting language is? It's a variation of C. Got it.
Yeah.
Come on now. What a question. He swings, sometimes he hits, sometimes he misses. You know?
It's that luck stat.
Almost afraid to explore that world because you will never turn back. How long? You've created so many incredible...
No. I would like you to ask some questions about what Todd's credentials are as an actual like frontline developer. That's not the way to go about it, but yeah.
Games. Is there what does the future hold? Is there so going through this process, do you still have the energy, the passion, the drive to keep creating?
I cannot imagine doing anything else. I'd like to do it as long as possible. I will say though, as I've done it, soon it'll be 30 years at Bethesda. I've learned that to appreciate the developments a little bit more, that the time it takes, I should prioritize all of us enjoying the development process more than I did in the past. It was like, just wanted the end. That's all that mattered. Yeah. And the more you do it, you realize, no, I'm spending the majority of my life in Tamriel and the Wasteland and Fallout. So, the moments that we're all doing this together, we need to enjoy it. Like, it's a lot of work finishing Starfield, but hey, we gotta enjoy this. This is like incredible. We don't get that many shots. So
9 months later, do you think that they're enjoying it?
I don't think they're enjoying it at this point. I thought they were enjoying it when they had to fucking delay it. That's a very...
Oh, man, you're like a low-level worker at Bethesda.
Yeah.
You're not into science fiction. You want to work on Elder Scrolls, and then then the news is broken to you that it's not ending in November. That you're going to spend most of 2023 QA testing
and
fixing bugs in Starfield.
Todd's like, yeah, we'll just head off for the evening. All the low level workers. He doesn't strike me as that type of person. I'm not even gonna make that sort of joke. That he's like the sort of the absentee manager.
Yeah.
He's more the manager who's like, yeah, I slept on a couch for like 6 months. Why, it's not a big deal. I'm not gonna make you guys sleep on the couch, okay? But let's enjoy this. Come on, guys, let's have some fun. This is video game design. We're making games here.
This is what we're here to do.
Yeah. And it's just like, I don't know, because there are people who don't really view it that way. You're always going to have people who are... People do different jobs for different things, for different reasons. They have their own motivations. So to assume that everybody's really motivated just to make games is naive. There's people who want to make certain types of games, or they just want to fucking collect a paycheck.
Yeah.
So the actual process goes along the way of stuff not working. Like you said, at this point, Starfield probably creating some of the glue of how stuff feels and going back again and again and again to try to make the beginning better, all that kind of stuff.
But I would say it for anybody's vocation, whatever you're doing. Whatever people do, you're going to have harder times. Mm-hmm. And sometimes people, you got to, maybe recalibrate yourself. Like, okay, how can we make this more enjoyable for all of us, no matter what you're doing, and rewarding?
So if life is a video game, which most likely is, what do you think is the meaning of life? From having created so many games.
Life is a video game, which it most likely is.
Life is most likely a video game. God.
Please. So he's definitely a subscriber to the simulation theory.
Absolutely. He was asking about it at the start of this interview. It was like the very first thing he started talking about was simulation theory. My life is like a video game.
Nothing matters. My mom always told me that life doesn't have a restart button. Well, Mom, if life is a simulation, that means...
I would hate to be a game developer and then to find out that real life is a video game because of how many shortcuts that I would have taken in development. Like, what were the shitty life shortcuts? What are the bugs?
Yeah.
He's obsessed with that. Comes up in every interview, regardless of context. That's probably his, like...
Really?
Joe Rogan's talks about AI in, like, every interview.
Or the character has to try to figure out. I mean, there's bigger questions than just solving the quest. You're asking the big questions of why am I here? I feel like that's good practice for answering the same question for this video game we're in. What do you think is the meaning of life, Todd Howard?
What?
Hey, Todd. What's the meaning of life? Edibles be hitting hard.
Yeah, they're peaking right now.
Yeah. Ask him about aliens and UFOs. Where's the scene skip for the bad levels of life? Where's the microtransactions?
That's very... I can say what motivates me.
I can believe that Todd isn't the kind of person to really engage with that kind of question.
Yeah. He just seems to be too grounded of an individual to like get into like super esoteric. Like he's been like Lex's this whole interview has been trying to like talk about like the human condition and like how does it make the players feel and it does it evoke, and Todd's like, yeah, I mean that's a design goal of ours. Like Todd's more of an engineer than like an artist.
Yeah, Todd's a very like problem-solving mindset, and that's why there's so much like people mock the guy that wears the tram as his helmet being the way that they do trains, but like you know that's the kind of thing that Todd Howard does. Todd Howard solves problems. He doesn't care if like behind the scenes artistically it looks good. He doesn't give a shit. Okay, it's a fucking 2x4 that's holding up a matte wall that's in the background of the set that's out of focus. He doesn't give a shit that like, oh, it's not actually real. Okay. Philosophizing is for them that don't gots to work for a living.
That's good to start.
Having a curiosity, you know, the ability to not assume a lot and be curious about the world around you. It's more, it's, you know, not the same as just wanting to learn everything, but what makes other humans tick? How do they feel? How do they love? It might be cliche to say, the meaning of life is to love, right?
So that curiosity is about noticing the world.
Noticing the world around you. You know, like, there's so much anecdote someone says, everybody has two lives, and the second one starts when you realize there's only one. And I think I usually preach to my children and everything else, like, have a curiosity to the world around you, and you'll have the most fulfilling days.
Are you able to be inside the worlds that you've created and be able to notice them? Like really enjoy them?
It takes time. So like Skyrim had its 10th anniversary, so when I went back into it, I think I got to see it for what it is. My younger son got really into it, you know, a few years back on the Switch. That's when we notice people age up into it. Right, so when it's so popular is, you know, people come into, you know, they're now becoming, you know, teenagers, and, oh, okay, I'll find it.
Do you think he sold Todd Howard's son his copy of Skyrim?
Play Skyrim. And, you know, he got obsessed with it. And he wasn't usually say, hey, check out my games. Like, shut up, Dad, we're playing some stuff. He got, like, obsessed with Skyrim. Like, we're having, like, deep Elder Scrolls lore conversations at dinner.
Off of based on playing Skyrim? Come on, Todd.
Well, the funny thing too is just asking Todd Howard those questions. It's just like
Todd's got a blank face.
Dad, what is the Dragonborn? What does it like?
So like, who actually
technically I
appoints
should be the emperor,
Dragonborn?
right? Yeah.
So what did happen to teleportation magic?
So was what Ulfric Stormcloak doing correct? Because he made it into Sovngarde and Tullius didn't. Where do the Imperials go when they die, Dad?
And, you know, I saw it through his eyes, and that was pretty special. And then the mods he was downloading, the YouTubers he was following, talking about stuff. So the people who like the Elder Scrolls people don't realize how much of that I have watched with my son.
YouTubers.
Yeah,
I need names, Todd.
This is the clip. Shout me out, Todd. Shout me out.
And then I kind of, when the 10th anniversary came out, like, oh, I'm gonna check out the build. I have to check the build out, but I hadn't played it in so long. It was like, it has this flow. Like, oh my god, I just played for 4 hours. I need to turn it off.
Yeah, I mean, there's something about enjoying video games with people you love too, or the water cooler discussion, and with kids. So I would love to have kids, and hopefully soon in the future. So I guess the thing I need your advice on is how do I time it in such a way when they're old enough, right at the age they're old enough. Like I want to know when to have them, so that when they're old enough, that's exactly when Elder Scrolls 6 comes out. Can you give me a hint when I should have kids? All right, never.
Well, at least I got my question answered. If Lex has kids or not, it does not. So.
Next question.
Why haven't you played Fallout 4?
Does he have a girlfriend? Obviously, you've got the time. Oh, shit.
Never mind.
You're a genius at how to ask that question.
The number of times. Yeah, you told the anecdote that your son asked you the same question. But of course, it's all for good fun. Take as much time as is needed. Skyrim is still an incredible game. It has an impact on millions of people, as do all of your games. Thank you for everything you've done for the world. It's a huge honor that you would talk with me.
This has been an honor, and it has to be said. Like, I have a huge team of people I've worked with, for some of them for 20 years, and it's really all of us together.
Keep doing a great job, guys and gals. I can't wait to see what you create next. It really, really does have an impact on silly kids like me and millions of silly kids like me. So I really appreciate everything.
Thank you.
Thanks, Todd. Thanks for listening to this conversation with Todd Howard. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Tolkien. So comes snow after fire.
Okay. Oh, man.
He would be.
And that wasn't even all of it. That wasn't even all of it. We didn't watch the full Starfield section. I only showed you the stuff that I took notes on. And we didn't watch anything before it, which is like an hour.
Fuck. Fuck, man.
It was dense, though. There was some good stuff in there.
There's some good insight into Todd Howard.
Mm-hmm. Not just good sound bites to use for a video, but actually like good perspective setting.
Yeah, because it helps. Those sorts of questions really help explain the questions that I always have when I'm playing games. It's like, what was the minds of the people who were creating them?
I have a better understanding of the timeline of events now, as well. And I have a better perspective on who Todd Howard is as a person. So I'd say it's a good, successful interview. For sure.
So what do we got next? Are we gonna listen to the rest of the thing? Or
of course we have to go back to the beginning and watch the first hour. I'll probably knock out the rest of this on my own time. I think we've seen enough of this for one day.
So what you're saying is the Elon Musk Todd Howard interview is next.
Thankfully, we have other interviews that we can watch. As amusing as I'm sure some stuff is. So we've got P. Hines at E3. E3 interview with. So there's 3 IGN interviews. We've seen one. Do we watch the early one, which I think is the one where Todd Howard was talking about Anniversary Edition, or do we watch the more recent one?
Let's watch the most recent one first. On the off chance that we don't get to watch all 3, at least we'll watch the ones that are probably most relevant.
Well, we saw the most recent one, which was after the gameplay deep dive.
Yeah. So we'll just continue to go backwards.
Now, if anybody needs a break, we're gonna take 3 or 4 minutes. So, I'll be right back.
All right. Hey, chat. How's it going? Let's watch Angry Joe. Why would you request Angry Joe of all people? You would like to help me with my Destiny video. All right, here's my first request. Can you help me get OBS to actually fucking record Destiny 2? I spent over an hour today trying to get it to record, and yeah, was not having it. And I can't just do a screen capture because the latest version of OBS has a known issue where it just won't let you switch to different monitors. So it's stuck on my second monitor and it will not display my first monitor. Known issue for months now, and it's still not fixed. So I might have to just downgrade. Back at D2's launch, people were getting banned when using OBS with Destiny 2. Yeah, I was reading that they took issue with like code injection, which is how OBS's capture works, how their game capture works. So, yeah, that doesn't surprise me. That's hilarious, though. Where can you send all your schizo ramblings on Destiny 2? Well, we did have
Alrighty, I have returned.
we did have a chat in Pat's Discord for a while. That was about the games industry, but it just turned into a DS2 decompression chamber. And yeah, I got some things sent me, like stuff on Lightfall. Absolutely fascinating.
Yeah, those poor Destiny 2 players.
Okay, my food just got here, so I'm gonna go pick that up. So I'll be back in like 2 minutes.
Hey chat, what's going on? Angry Joe is a Pat TV classic. It really is. It's kind of vintage at this point. For sure, because I mean, come November, it's going to be 2 years from the Skyrim stream series. Which is a bit crazy to think, but I do think that I don't regret after the Skyrim video deciding to take these 9 months. I didn't know when I made the decision how long it was going to be. I was hoping that they were going to do Starfield sooner, but I am actually kind of glad it took as long as it did because I think I'd been working continuously on like the big long form projects for like 5 years at that point, and interspersing other projects along the way, but it was nice to kind of have more time not working on that, but I am starting to feel the itch of the long form project demon, and I find myself here's how it always starts. It always starts with like it's been 9 months already. Well, I mean, it's gonna be 9 months when Starfield comes out from 2023, so it'll really be like 11 months, right? How I know that the long form demon is starting to scratch is I will start having like notebooks and notepads piling up around my desk with like different notes I'm taking on like games that I'm thinking about doing. So like I've got some stuff here, and I'll talk about it when Private Sessions gets back. I'm gonna ambush him, do a filthy ambush him. Don't you dare chat. Warn him. I had like 1,000 hours on Destiny 2 and I hate it. I dropped it halfway through Beyond Light. Oh yeah, it's a very people always ask like, how do people who have a lot of time in a game dislike it? And it's because a lot of games will entrap you with like the dopamine rush, or like it's at the right time, or it's a huge sync. You know, there's all kinds of psychological tricks that they pull to kind of entrap you, and then by the time it gets old, like you've sunk a filthy, a degenerate amount of time into it. I mean, like, so for reference, a lot of language learning process, if you actually committed that to learning a second language, you could knock out one language, maybe two, unless it's like really complicated, hard for English speakers to learn language like Polish or Japanese.
How is your Polish going?
Slowly, but I am getting some ideas on what I need to do. There are certain concepts that English speakers really struggle with in the Polish language because we have no equivalent. So like declension. English got rid of a lot of its declension in like the Middle Ages. And the only examples that are left are like pronouns, basically, which is funny. So whether you would use he or him or his depends on like the context surrounding the word. And languages that have lots of declension, so like Polish has like 7 or 14 or 21 or 35 variants of a word based on what the context is and all that. And the background music stopped. All right, welcome back. I had you muted.
Oh, you had me muted?
Yeah.
Okay, so nobody just heard me get my real life name dropped, right?
Mm-hmm.
Thank God.
Nobody heard me knock on your door. So let's talk our next big kind of project. While I've got you here, we're still giving people a chance to smoke that cigarette.
Oh, okay.
I'm talking about this because I said that I know I'm working on a long form project when I start having like notepads and notebooks with stuff written down on them, like laying around my desk. So I've got a notebook. They're ruling on it. College ruled with a bunch of stuff on it and a notepad, legal notepad with a few pages filled out. About WoW Classic. I know I sent you a bunch of stuff on it, and you didn't respond to a whole lot of it. I don't know if I overwhelmed you.
No, that was Friday. That was the day I was in New York City.
Yeah,
So...
I figured that was why.
Yeah, like you're sending me that stuff as I was heading out the door to catch a train. Yeah, what were you saying? Something about Protection Warrior?
Yeah, I'm thinking for what you want to do that a role as like a Protection Warrior would be really solid.
Mm-hmm.
Prot Warriors in WoW Classic are like solo play, they're like really slow. And so, but they're super valuable in group dynamics. I feel like I'd want to do Warlock. That's my temptation, but I understand that what I'm doing requires more of a selfless aspect, and so I wouldn't be doing Warlock on this group.
Yeah, because there's 2 people we know we can rely on to show up every night, and that's you and me.
Yeah.
So we probably should have the most important roles on the team.
Yeah, so like you can 2-man, so hunters can solo dungeons, but that's kind of boring and time consuming.
Yeah.
You could 2-man most dungeons pretty reasonably with the right combination of people, and then if you've got 3 people, it's not terribly difficult. And then 5 people just helps expedite the process, but coordinating 5 people can be a challenge. I don't know if you caught, I was talking about if at BlizzCon this year they announced that they're going to do a fresh realm for Classic, or if they announced Season of Mastery 2, that would be the time to like get in.
Yeah.
And set up a guild instead of just a crew. I don't
When
think
is BlizzCon?
November, I think.
Okay. Oh, so that's not bad.
You play on private or official? Well, see, the problem is, I don't know if I can make the video doing it on private. Could.
Yeah.
I could if I was smaller, but that's a constraint of size for sure. It gets a little complicated doing private, so I feel like there's a lot less questions asked if there are subscriptions paid and all that.
Also, I think you just want a more genuine experience if you're evaluating it for a.
Well, okay, so that's
For an
where it gets
analysis,
complicated because there's a pros and cons list for private servers versus official on which one's genuine or valid. And especially if we do Season of Mastery, there's like some big question marks attached to that.
Okay.
I don't think there's I don't think that there is a clean way other than I played it back in the day and happened to take footage back in the day. And
Yeah. Because I was just assuming this would be like an analysis of the game in its state now. But yeah, if you're talking about something that has historical context to it as well, yeah, I could understand then wanting to do a private, pure build of the game.
Yeah, so, and there's no such thing as a private pure build because of the fact that a lot of the behind the scenes numbers, so like to put it in Skyrim terms, like numbers for the enemy's level and health and damage resistances and like perks that they're affected by, all that is stored server side and was never sent to clients in a cleanly loggable way. And so there was a lot of guesswork on private servers.
Interesting.
Yeah, so what ended up happening was private servers actually made the game much harder than it was back in the day. So that was interesting to find out. But yeah, the complication of it is the gamble of saying, hey, 4 other people, sorry, could you play a video game with me for 2 months?
Yeah. And I'm sure there's plenty of people in chat right now who'd be like, oh, that sounds fucking awesome. I would totally do it. Sign me up. And it's like, it sounds awesome for about 2 weeks. And then when you realize that we have to be militant about it because we have deadlines we have to meet and everything, then it's going to become a lot harder of an obligation.
Yeah, so like, it's not a casual thing for sure. So there's still question marks around that. But at the same time, I find it a very compelling project idea.
It's just nice to do. I enjoy doing Fallout 76, like, just because like the multiplayer aspect to it. And I was really disappointed that there was not as much multiplayer to 76 as I was hoping there would be.
Yeah. My hope is that they do a fresh realm.
Yeah.
Or a Season of Mastery too. Because then I can just have a guild and say, be this level by this time, you've got a chance of being in the dungeon runs. Pay me, I'll do it. Ha! You might get your fucking subscription paid for, but... Season of Mastery was confirmed to be coming soon. Trademark.
Now, we don't want it to come too soon, though.
Well, I mean, kind of do.
Well, like November would be November, December.
Yeah, that would be the ideal time for them to start a fresh server.
Well, now that they're under the same umbrella, maybe if they wanted to do it, well, I was thinking like maybe Microsoft will be there saying like we don't want to do anything big around Starfield, so we need to give Starfield like a month.
I think they were doing other stuff around Starfield.
We need everybody signing up for Starfield because we're losing money on it.
It'll be really disappointed if Hardcore is the only like new server that they do. Because I'm not gonna do Hardcore. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I did that shit on Turtle WoW, and trying to get 5 people together to do it. Alrighty, well, what was the other stuff I was thinking? Alrighty, we've got an interview with IGN, so temper your expectations.
I hope it's Ryan again.
I think it's Ryan again.
Yes.
It's remotely over the phone
Yes.
with Todd Howard, the game director on Starfield.
Remotely over the phone.
Well, you know, summer 2022. It's
2022?
I think that's what I said. Yeah, Summer Game Fest 2022.
Yeah, but I mean, like, really? You think so? That they would still be... I think he's just lazy.
Well, Todd Howard couldn't leave the studio. It's, you know, heads down working right now. Sorry, Ryan.
Bethesda Game Studios. Todd, how are you, sir?
I'm great. We're
Oh no. We cannot go from having Todd on the shirt to Todd on the phone. Come on.
we're all excited today after this weekend, and incredible response from everybody.
Well, that's actually where I wanted to start with you. So we're recording this the day after the showcase, and so were you following the community?
It's hard to take this seriously. It's a fixed. It's a still image of Todd on the poor getting blasted with radiation. Presented by US Army.
One of his worst public appearances ever, because that stage's lighting was just god awful.
This is fascinating. How did Ryan get an interview after this?
Reaction? What was your reaction to the community reaction to the gameplay reveal?
Well, I'm always excited when nothing leaks,
damn.
so that's usually where I start. You know, the whole team obviously is spending years on the game, and then when you put it out there, there is this moment of how's everyone going to react. And I will say, you know, the fans have been really incredible in the response to what we're doing, and they're
you could have taken a fat shit onto the stage and the fans would have called it daring and exceptional. Like
support, so everyone on the team is just really overjoyed, and all that energy back to us is so much fuel in the tank to make this as good as
it goes back to what I was saying earlier about where is this apprehension coming from, this lack of confidence. You guys dropped Fallout 3, which was a much riskier endeavor. It was this much smaller audience that was going to be receptive to it, and you still marketed the game and you got people on board with it, and in the end it worked out really well. So like, where's the apprehension? Was Fallout 76 really that fucking bad?
I think it was. To them, I think that their PR team was scared absolutely shitless.
Yeah.
And I think that's why they were like, so like they set the policy that like they need to be super tight on it, and
we can't mention Fallout 76 anymore.
Immel was talking about how he's a professional because he's under NDA. So they leashed him up. Man. Yeah, I don't know why they were so like apprehensive about people's opinions on it. Like I said, they could have done anything and people would have been positive towards it.
I just wanted to talk to you about a few follow-up questions I had, because I, like many people, have been very much looking forward to this game, and part of that is the scale and scope of this, Todd. That you seem to really want to drive that home in the presentation, the massive scale and scope of this project. You've got all these planets.
Have you ever heard of a Bethesda game, Ryan?
Let him finish.
You touched on
Let him actually ask a question.
1,000 planets. I imagine you're going to have to procedurally generate a lot of those.
Okay.
No, they're going to handcraft every single one.
They handcrafted 1,000 planets.
Didn't they say in this reveal
This is like,
that they were going to be proc-gen?
I don't think they said it. I
I think they did.
I don't think they did. Because it feels like marketing poison with how people have responded, and I think they knew that. You want to know what's something weird? They've never once mentioned Minecraft and the like proc-gen, like, because you know it's Microsoft. They have that as a resource that they could lean on and say, "Yo, we got help from Mojang on developing a good proc-gen system." I think that they really are scared of acknowledging it as proc-gen, and so this question has to be asked as an opener. Like, he has to ask this question.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, look, I mean, we're pretty aware you throw that out near the end, people will go, "So what did you just say?"
So, okay, I guess he did say it. Let him cook, but... and, like, Todd's admitting that he's... That's interesting. So, Todd really is, like, admitting that, they put the proc-gen...
At the end.
Yeah. Which they did the same thing with the Space Force, so...
Yeah.
And then they'll have a lot of questions on how that works, and we will probably deep dive into that in the future. Here's how we pull it off and how it feels. We ask ourselves in the game.
They never proceeded to deep dive into it.
When?
Games
No,
that,
what we got
that we
instead
love.
were animes.
Is this before or after the delay announcement?
This would be before. This was
So when?
Summer 22. Yeah, exactly.
I mean, like, if they're still assuming that they were going to hit that, which I don't think they were. I bet they thought that they were going to have to do the delay.
You know, if we got to delay it, we can always blame it on COVID.
To make and that we love to play, and what's great about video games, and you're going to step into these universes, you go through in your head all the things you would want to do in a game like that, and we try to say yes as much as possible.
There's that.
Yes.
There it is again. So will you tell us about the game, Todd? Well, we can't always say yes. Is it going to be all softballs and marketing questions? Well, that means it'll be quick.
Yeah.
It was always
that's
for
an
us,
IGN interview for you.
Yeah.
Those kind of experiences, could we eventually do one in space? Because you know that's going to involve, in the way that we would want it, going to a lot of...
God, I love this shot of it being exactly the same every time.
What is this music?
That in the interview or what I'm listening to?
No, in the interview.
I have to turn off the fucking.
It's just like this, like, tavern music.
Possible. It was always for us. We like those kind of experiences.
Oh yeah, you're right. Royalty-free, like, tavern music, probably.
Could we eventually do one in space? Because you know that's going to involve, in the way that we would want it, going to a lot of planets and being able to explore them in some way. So we do a lot of procedural generation, but I would keep in mind that we've always done that.
Right.
And
What?
Yeah, they've always done it. Have you ever played Daggerfall?
Man,
I'm sorry, Todd.
If I had a superpower, it would be to retroactively make Todd Howard clarify everything he's ever said. Like, any statement I want, get a clarification immediately.
You guys can't have it both ways. You can't try to memory hold the old games by putting a shitty filter on it from footage that you pulled off of YouTube, and then lean into it by saying, but no, we've been doing proc gen for, decades now.
So, like, we know for a fact that Oblivion was done with a height map. So they made up a height map of Cyrodiil and then imported that into the engine. And then they did Speed Tree, which populated the area with rocks and trees. But that's not really procedural generation. Morrowind was handcrafted fully. Skyrim was handcrafted fully. They've talked about how they wanted to go back. They didn't like the speed tree implementation, so they went back to fully handcrafting games. So I don't buy this. We've always done proc gen stuff.
And it's a big part of Skyrim in terms of questing and some other things we do.
Oh, that's what he means.
Oh.
Radiant Quest. No.
Todd, did you not understand the question, or are you just trying to deflect here?
We really are living in the world of Radiant Location.
See, because he doesn't want to say we proc gen the environments because that's going to be red flags.
Yeah.
What he's really saying is, no, we've been doing proc gen with Radiant AI and Radiant stuff. You probably didn't even know a lot of those quests were proc gen. It's like, yeah, because that's not the fucking definition of proc gen.
Yeah, the conversation we're having is about your world design. No, don't worry about the procedural world. Procedural content's so much worse.
Yeah.
What an amazing
No,
parry.
seriously, that is the scarier part. It's like...
We generate landscape using procedural systems and...
No! Which games? You gotta clarify which games, because I have quotes from Noah Berry, one of their world artists, talking about the different approaches that they had, at least with Elder Scrolls. Maybe he's talking about Fallout 76. But like, I'd really be curious which games he's talking about, because as far as I understand, this is not a true statement. Which, Todd Howard liar, but...
Todd, would this statement stand up in a court of law?
Do you swear to tell the full truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? It's almost like Todd is an interview chameleon. He gives as good as he gets. I think we've said that before. Didn't they use height maps for the initial layer of landed Skyrim and then add anything visible after that? Height maps aren't proc gen. That's not, by definition, that's not procedural generated, because you handcraft your height map. But yes, that is their workflow, is they come up with a height map for what the area will be, and then that gets imported into the engine, and that creates the basic level geometry, your ups and downs and your hills and stuff, and then you add assets to the world. So you'll add the water assets to add the rivers and your trees and stuff.
Let him continue.
So we've always kind of worked on it. And a planet by itself, if you think about it, is sort of, in a game concept, just one planet is infinitely big. If you're going to do it in some real...
Infinitely big. One planet is infinitely big. No, it would stand up in a court of law, because Todd is a bit of a master of not saying things that are directly wrong.
Yeah. Yeah, because he could just say, but that is our definition of procedural generation, internally.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he threw in the procedural generation quest. Well, no, he specified land.
Yeah.
He specified land for the game that we know was 100% handcrafted, because they didn't like Speed Tree with Oblivion.
Realistic fashion. So once you're dealing with scale like that in procedural systems, the difference between, say, one planet that has some variation on it and 100 planets or 1,000, but it's actually not that big of a leap, if that makes sense. Yeah. Once you have...
Shut it down! Shut it down! You can't say stuff like that, Todd. Like, am I misunderstanding him? I feel like he's saying a bad thing.
Planet is infinitely big, if you're going to do it in some realistic fashion. So once you're dealing with scale like that in procedural systems, the difference between, say, one planet that has some variation on it, and 100 planets or 1,000, it's actually not that big of a leap, if that makes sense.
No, he's right. Why don't you have the systems that can procedurally generate stuff?
Yeah. But I mean, like, isn't that basically just saying that every planet's going to be the same because it's all procedural?
Once you have good systems working for that. But I should also add that we have done more handcrafting in this game. Like,
hang on.
There it is.
Have good systems working for.
Okay, so I've noticed something here at this map. I'm gonna mark on the handcrafted thing. We've done more handcrafting, blah blah blah. So Sol, that's Earth. Alpha Centauri, that is the capital for the United Colonies. Cheyenne is where Aquila City is. And I believe Jaffa is where... No, Volley is where Neon is.
Huh.
So all 4 faction capitals are on screen right now, where their systems are. That's how far apart they are.
Oh my god. Okay. There's a few ways I can look at this. Because I'm thinking of it in terms of the context of my burning question of how many planets does Bethesda expect players to land on?
Mm-hmm.
And if they're putting the star systems right next to each other, it could mean several things. It could be that you're allowed to go to those different systems and start their relevant quest lines at any given time. So they're more like factions than they are, or guilds rather, than they are like stages during the main quest. So like you can just like travel between them and stuff, and like this area is really meant to be viewed as a hub world in of itself, or like the province itself, and then the expectation is you venture out from beyond here. Either that, or they're just trying to keep all the handcrafted content centrally located. Like the further out you go, the less handcrafted stuff you're going to find, because odds are less players are going to venture beyond this little bubble here. Because if you spread out these planets, because it's obviously these planets have the most handcrafted content.
Yeah.
There's no way you're going to find a random planet with a more handcrafted content than the fucking homeworld. So maybe it's like they want to put it front and center and just keep players in this little garden. And then the stuff on the outskirts is just for the curious and the modders.
So I'll answer this question quickly. We know that Emo Pagliarulo is in charge of the Crimson Cringe. So if you do not want to play Emo's quests, do not join the Crimson Cringe.
Yeah, I already said I'll take that bullet. I'll make that my first faction.
Well, what I'm thinking is, if you've got a lot of quests that go in between these systems, assuming it's part of the main quest, then like all these planets are not very far apart. That might be to lower the travel times.
Maybe, yeah.
Man. That's one of those things where
interesting catch.
Yeah, I picked it up because they dropped the names of all the planets today. Or in the trailers earlier.
Yep.
So I was like, well, I already knew Alpha Centauris where the UC is based. And then I picked up today that Cheyenne and Volley was where Aquila and Neon are. Really makes you think.
I'm gonna give them the benefit of the doubt and assume it's to facilitate a more free-form adventuring experience. Like I said, they might just be more like guilds than they are like you're dealing with the blades, or you're dealing with the what's it called, the graybeards, and okay, now you got to go deal with the blades. And it's like there might be aspects to the main quest where it does take you in contact with those factions, but it might also just be like you can go and just get the jump on Cheyenne or whatever.
Yeah, of course. It's all to be accessible.
Mm-hmm.
You can fast travel to Coral whenever you want.
That does sound like that sounds like one of those like design concessions, like like a mandate. Like we need to have these planets
Well,
on
listen,
this
if
screen.
you don't like it, you can install the mod that puts these planets farther apart from each other.
Yeah.
But there's like a storytelling aspect to it that they are all like close to Earth, I guess.
Yeah.
That's about it. All right.
For that. But I should also add that we have done more handcrafting in this game, like content-wise, than any game we've done. We're over 200,000 lines of dialogue, so we still do a...
And see, I don't think this is wrong. I just think that the form that this is going to take will not be particularly impressive.
What, the 200,000 lines or the handcrafted
the most handcrafted stuff thing?
Yeah. No, I definitely buy that it's the most content they've ever made. It's just the substance of it I'll question, and how it's presented and paced out I'll also question.
Yeah. Well, 200,000 lines of dialogue. I mean, it's a meaningless statement. All it says is that there's more.
Mhm.
It's almost like, what I don't get is, why go for the, not just more, but ridiculously more angle? Why not go for the better angle?
Because bigger sounds better. And you're in space, right? See, that's the problem too, is space always encourages developers and stuff to go big. Space is huge. We need to fill it up with a ton of stuff. And it's like, I mean, you don't have to.
A lot of handcraft, and if people just want to do like game, like content-wise, than any game we've done, we're over 1,000 lines of dialogue, so we still do a lot of handcrafting. And if people just want to do like what they're used to in our games and follow a main quest and do the quest lines, you're gonna see what you kind of expect from us. But then you have this whole other part of, well, I'm just gonna wander this planet, and it's gonna provide some gameplay and some random content and those kind of things, kind of like a Daggerfall would,
right.
If you go way back.
Ooh, man.
You said it.
Daggerfall mentioned, chat.
Also, I thought your games were known for just mindlessly wandering and exploring, or aimlessly.
No, it's known for doing the main quest.
Yeah, for the main quest and its stories and. Okay, Todd, whatever you say. Because this just flies against like shit he himself has said in the past.
Is it handcrafted, or am I going to be running into random events? Because I thought you were saying that was like procedural content, like Skyrim.
Oh no!
I can play play the word games too, Todd.
This is why you'll never get an interview with Todd Howard.
Yeah.
Ice balls in space. So that was one of our big design, random content and those kind of things, kind of like a dagger.
Right.
If you go way back, there are a lot of ice balls in space. So that was one of our big design considerations on this game, is what's fun about an ice ball. And it's okay sometimes if ice balls aren't, it is what it is. You want to go land on that weird planet and check it out and build an outpost.
I fully agree with this. I think people are overly hysterical about this. This isn't the problem. We've talked about that before. Good. I love that most of the planets are empty.
I wish they gave me an exocraft that I could drive around on those planets with.
Well, see, you're going to land on a random spot on the planet, and it's going to happen to be like a bandit base. And then you're going to get a dungeon. Where the environmental storytelling...
But...
Think of all the skeletons that are going to be littered around.
There's going to be that issue again. Of the No Man's Sky issue of, like, you're out there exploring. And it's like, every planet you land on has pirate bases and stuff. Yeah. And it's like, well... If the fucking pirates are already here,
there's gonna be so many fucking pirates.
I'm so far removed from being the initial explorer of this.
So many space pirates. None of them interesting. If most of the planets are empty, then it's shitty to use it in marketing. Why? Why can't they just say there's 1,000 planets, 90% of them are empty? Like, that's honest. We want Todd to be honest.
It's honest and it's also realistic.
Yeah.
Or at least
that's the best thing I've heard about this game.
Realistic as of summer of 2022. Recent information might be indicating otherwise, but They didn't have the JWST.
I'm a bandit at this random planet, and here's my audio log about how I beat up grandmothers and love drugs.
It's the sunset because you like the view of the moons there. Like, we go for it. We love that stuff.
Well, similarly, I wanted to ask you about the space combat. You can build a ship and you can go battle in ship-to-ship combat in outer space. So when I saw that, I thought, well, that's really cool. But I did also get a...
I would expect to see Riverwood-style settlements just randomly on planets, for sure. You're going to land and there's going to happen to be like a Riverwood. Oh, yeah. It's going to be like a little like mining base or...
I don't know if those would be... You think those would be one of the proc-gen things?
Oh, yeah.
Hmm.
Just like one of the Radiant locations you can find.
On the scale of Riverwood?
Yeah, just a little town. Not like...
Or maybe like the scale of... Maybe like the scale of Karthwasten.
Yeah. There's going to be a single quest. Okay.
Yeah.
I get what you're saying. Not Riverwood, because Riverwood's very well integrated. I meant like the size of the little settlement.
Yeah.
There's gonna be a little settlement there, and there's gonna be one quest to do there, and like it's not all gonna be pirate based. So sometimes it starts just gonna be boring quests in little towns that that only exist because you landed there.
Do you think those characters will be named?
Yeah, I mean, I think they'll be named, and I think they'll show up. It'll be interesting because I think if I'm correct about how it works, one of the complaints will be like, I wanted to do this quest, but I couldn't because I couldn't find like. I had to keep reloading and landing on a planet and getting the different gen.
Yeah.
So I almost think like maybe they'll tie it to planets, like planet Riverwood. So the first time you land, Riverwood gets set wherever you decide to land.
Ah. Yeah, that could work.
It'd be interesting for sure. I don't think there's going to be 4 content hubs. I think that there's going to be like a lot of disparate little locations you can visit.
Well, I was just assuming those would be space stations. Like your small settlements would be space stations or something like that. Oh, wait.
They could do both.
Oh, wait. No. Because remember, we have the thing where you scan from orbit, right? And it reveals points of interest.
Yeah.
So doing that would probably reveal your Riverwoods or whatever.
Yeah, and a preset location.
Uh-huh.
I just think when you pick a spot to land at, it's gonna pick from a list of potential potential Radiant locations that it could put down. And I think some of those are gonna be like friendly settlements. Just as like a little surprise.
Twinge of fear that, well, I hope this isn't going to be something shallow like the going with the Mako on Mass Effect 1 and just roaming a bunch of mostly...
Oh, fuck you, Ryan. I love the Mako.
Shade. Yeah, I know.
Throwing shade on the Mako. That's what this fucking game needs.
Empty planet, so...
I'm one of the people who actually like the exploration of Mass Effect 1 to some extent.
Like, can you talk a little bit about the depth of what's...
I like that he brushed on the topic of like space, like vehicles on planets, but Ryan has like preset points that he needs to hit, and so he just keeps going. It needs to Mako with the Mako physics. That would be,
hey, you know what?
Would be funny.
You know what Mass Effect 1 has that Starfield doesn't have? A fucking land vehicle.
Yeah. Starfield has no land vehicle.
Literally it's confirmed.
Go explore all these planets. Go explore all these massive infinite planets on foot, pleb.
Of what we can look forward to with the space combat?
Sure. I would say the 2 things that we started on the project is we had a good basis for tech and gameplay systems from Elder Scrolls and Fallout. We started the planet stuff, the procedural generation, and we started space combat. We want this to feel something unique. There's been a lot of space sims that we're fans of, and space shooters from the 90s. And if you look at it, you can see it in the video.
Please, Todd. I need more games to play.
Your ship has various power systems. A little bit of FTL there in terms of putting how much power into different systems, and then your engines and shields.
Come on, FTL.
I think you're gonna have to play FTL at this point. He's mentioned it several times.
I've played FTL.
Oh well, you're gonna have to play it again to get footage of
it.
I
have to go get footage of FTL.
Fortunately, it's a roguelike, so you can just boot it up and knock it out in 2 hours.
2 hours, if even.
and the grav drive is what lets you jump and sort of get out of some situations that you have to put power to. So there is some dogfighting. I have quotes up. We keep the pace fairly slow. One of the games that I love that we
Todd's done stuff with a PC Gamer article. I need to see that.
sort of look at for pace
Unless I already
is
have.
is Mech Warrior, believe it or not.
Nice.
Oh, see, never mind. He said it here.
Wait, what?
Mech Warrior?
Play it again.
We keep the pace fairly slow. One of the games that I love that we sort of look at for pace is Mech Warrior, believe it or not.
Oh,
Nice.
okay,
Ball back
okay.
there.
Like
I
that's probably-
heard mech, and I was thinking of the fucking the anime.
They get the shitty anime.
Yeah.
a little bit slower, but in terms of systems and power and being able to line things up. Now it's a little bit faster than that, but you know what I mean, as opposed to a twitchy dogfight.
I'm gonna be so bugged by asteroid fields in this game. That is something that annoys me, is really close together asteroids.
But it's not just dogfighting. Like the ship stuff includes, you see it in the video, you can dock with other ships, you can disable them, you can dock, you can board it. There's actually some quests that involve that. You can steal the ship, there's dialogue in space, there's star stations you can visit, there's smuggling, there's all the things that we would want. And we'll be showing some more of that later, but it's a good chunk of...
I am going to be fairly confident that I don't think the space component turned out the way they wanted it to.
Yeah.
I think that they were probably expecting more out of it, and it didn't pan out.
There's star stations you can visit, there's smuggling, there's all the things that we would want. And we'll be showing some more of that later, but it's a good chunk of gameplay that we think is really fun when it comes to playing this type of sci-fi game.
Oh, you're getting me fired up, Todd. And
You're getting me fired up, he said, as unenthusiastically as possible.
Oh, yeah.
Love you, Ryan.
National treasure right there.
Getting me fired up, said the world's most bored man. Notice how many ships on screen, like 3 max? Oh, no, yeah.
Yeah. Well, he did say it, like... We want something that's slower paced.
Mm-hmm. Slower, intentional. Mano-a-mano ship combat. Have you seen The Expanse?
Something that's not going to make people's power supplies blow up.
Right. Did you know that they made an Expanse game? Completely flew under the radar. It's a Telltale game.
Telltale game, yeah. I saw that recently.
One of the other things...
Oh god, does that mean you have to play that now too?
Oh, no. Come on now. I don't have enough time for this shit.
That really jumped out at me, that got me fired up from the gameplay reveal, was the character customization.
Oh yeah, the character customization? You mean the fucking characters that are on screen right now? This got you fired up?
Well, hold on. There's different definitions for what fired up means.
Fired up as in I'm going to be fired if I don't acknowledge this. Up.
And the character creation,
it's so fucking bad.
Oh my god.
Every
things actually
every
that
picture
jumped
or
out at me,
frame.
that got me fired up from the gameplay
How?
reveal, was the character...
How?
Let's take it slow. The plasticky texture
Fallout
of their skins.
4.
Fallout
looked
4.
Leagues better than this. Oh my god.
Customization.
Customization.
And the character...
I think this has to be a fucking bit in your video.
Yeah.
Just slow motion. Customization. I said it before. I think all my characters are going to be bald in this game. The hair is so
the hair is
bad.
really bad.
I'm gonna play a bald.
No,
female.
helmet stays on.
Yeah, or the helmet stays on. Oh my god! What is that?
I'm sorry to the poor people whose likenesses got scanned into this game and turned into this.
Does it look like there's some asymmetry in her face too? Like her eyes look like two different sizes.
I think you can do asymmetry in Fallout 4.
Can you?
Yeah, I think there was an advanced mode where you could like offset your eyes right and all that.
Chat.
So many.
I love this. Just the slowness with these monsters.
Yeah, my fucking god, dude.
Oh my! What happened?
Something went really wrong. And what's sad is that they showed the updated character models in the 2023 stuff, and it's not that much better.
No, it really is not.
Character.
Like, this one's the first one that I can at least.
You can salvage this one.
Yeah, like she needs a different hairstyle, but at least the rest of the features are fine. But yeah, that hair is just fucked. Where's literally no shadows being casted by that hair?
Were the shitty hair mods for Skyrim? Was that one of the modders that they hired?
Yeah.
Backgrounds.
It's the sheen on that hair and the weird oily, like,
yeah,
beyond normal amounts of oil, like super oily, like rubbing your face in vegetable oil. Oily.
This is she Vaselines her face at the end of her skincare routine to like really just soak in make sure all the product sinks in.
To choose from. Beast.
All right, we've made it through the compilation.
Made it through the minefield.
Yeah.
Hunter, bouncer, chef, diplomat, gangster, Ronin. Those are some of the ones that jumped out at me. How many are in there, and what's your favorite that maybe you've been messing around in a build lately that's you've been having fun with?
I might get the number wrong, Ryan. Maybe there's 20.
Okay.
We add or remove.
Yeah.
You know, after the Lex Friedman interview, I can definitely see that they definitely remove stuff. It is funny that we add or remove backgrounds / traits. Why? What's actually the reason why you would remove a trait that you have established?
Too buggy. Don't have time to fix it.
Don't have time to fix it. That's pretty much the only reason I can think of, because like
a developer came up and asked, "Can we just remove this thing? It's really making my life difficult."
Can we just remove recall? Like, this is really. I love that that's something that Todd Howard said. Oh, man, but like, I don't see any reason why it wouldn't skew towards we're just gonna add.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you would add more often than you remove.
Especially with a game this size.
Yeah.
Why would you be removing stuff? If it doesn't really... like, unless it's fundamentally, functionally broken, it's going to break people's games. Just leave it in. If it's imbalanced, if it's not this, that, or the other thing, leave it in. At least it's more options for the player.
Yeah. It's interesting, to say the least.
And that really is, think of it like a class kind of at the start.
Right.
Here, your starting skill.
Whoa, I thought, hang on, let's not get crazy with the words that we use here. Class.
Let's not drop the C word now, because if I recall correctly, during Lex's interview, you said you guys don't do classes anymore.
We live in a classless society.
There is some dialogue that works into that choice, and some other options in the game based on what you picked.
Ugh.
It says here you spend some time as a diplomat. I think a way with words might prove useful.
Like, there they go. There you go. You've gotten all of the traits. That's the extent that they'll probably be useful.
Mm-hmm.
Is that guy has 20 lines that he has to read. And that's the real reason that they remove more than they add, because they don't want to get that guy to do more lines.
True.
For the new ones that they add.
Yeah.
So really the number can only go down.
Ugh.
I hear you spent your time as a gangster. I think you will be a good fit for the UC. Ah, a Ronin.
I hear those swords can be quite sharp. It's just dumb throwaway lines. This is why
Why would a cyber runner like you be here?
it's stuff like this where you got to ask yourselves, are you just hindering yourself, like putting unnecessary restraints on yourselves by just ensure, like, this guy has to voice every single one of these traits. Like, okay, well, that means we literally can never add more unless we need to get this guy back into the audio, into the recording booth.
It's very interesting, to say the least.
I mean, I think the chef is kind of funny, to be honest, which is why it starts the video. I love these starting skills of like astronomy and knives.
Todd throwing in a little humor here with this build.
And wellness. So there's some things like that that's a bit more interesting role-playing outside of your usual, I just shoot people. So we do have some really nice role-playing systems for, you know, some other options in terms of dialogue and crafting, being able to manipulate people, those kind of things, leadership, that I think are pretty interesting when it comes to the content we have.
Yeah, but is it going to be like consistent enough that I'm going to actually want to invest in those skills? Or is it going to be like Skyrim where it's so fucking inconsistent?
I would think that, like, there's no world where rolling doctor and using the generic health item that we know is in the game, stim packs are in the game.
Yep.
Why that wouldn't be superior to just, like, picking the chef and doing food. Like, why would you ever bother with researching food? There's no fucking way. No shot, because it would have its own UI element. It doesn't have its own tab in the inventory. It's not going to be a real mechanic. So don't bother with chef.
I loved the generic food item that we saw, and it still just gave plus 5 HP.
I know, like the most pathetic amount of HP. We don't even, I don't think we even know how much HP there is, but we know that the food items are pathetic.
Yeah. It's the same
so
fucking
sad.
numerical value from Skyrim.
It's so sad. And, like, come on, guys, make food great again. I don't know if it was ever great, but, like, it will start at 100. I mean, that's my guess. So
they started to do something with it in Fallout 4 and 76. Be ashamed to see you guys slide back.
You know, something else that's always memorable in your games and your team's games is that first moment when you come out of, whether it's a jail cell or a
I love this moment in my favorite video game, The Elder Scrolls V Skyrim, Anniversary Edition. Trademark.
Cave or whatever it is, a vault, and you see that the game world.
This is a side thing. Did you know that Anniversary Edition and Skyrim VR don't get along?
How so?
You have to go out of your way to add the Anniversary Edition content to Skyrim VR.
How do you do that?
I'm pretty sure you have I think you have to take the files and, like, bring them over.
Oh, okay, so you gotta, like, copy the ESPs and stuff.
Well, they're not ESPs, of course. That's not how Creation Club content works. It's got its own, like, file header.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So, like, you would think that, like, Skyrim VR would be, like, a great opportunity to play Anniversary Edition content, but it doesn't work out the box like that. Because they stopped supporting it, like, almost immediately.
Cash grab. When did that come out?
2018, 2017, somewhere around there.
Oh, so the time when they were trying to boost their valuation.
Yeah, no, like, legitimately, the VR stuff was like, they threw that shit out there to increase their valuation and then, like, completely abandoned it. It is actually kind of fucking sad. Skyrim VR has a lot of promise as to what it is, but boy howdy, did it not get its shot. Same with Fallout 4 VR.
World, the very first time. Is there a handcrafted moment, like, given that there are many worlds? That
gamers,
the game world, for the very first
especially
time,
young gamers, don't want to be playing VR. They want to play on their phones.
Of course. They don't like VR. It's just.
Is there a handcrafted moment like that in Starfield, given that there are many worlds?
There is. Look, the way that the game starts is pretty set for everybody.
Yeah.
So we definitely have the.
Another, like, wasted question. What I want to know is, why does Ryan get so many Todd Howard interviews? He's gotten 3 or 4. You would
really
think that,
great, really great at the softball questions.
I guess you would think that they would get like a guy who's like really knowledgeable about Bethesda games, like if IGN was a serious outlet, and so like he would be in the know.
What we call the step out moment, and we probably have a few of them giving the scale.
No. I think you do want for the audience that IGN is able to reach, which is like, you know, real normie shit.
Mm-hmm.
You kind of want the person who has basically no exposure asking questions, because they're going to ask the most obvious questions that the normies will want to know and hear. No, I think for what IGN is, Ryan's a good pick.
I guess, yeah. Just a shame because Todd doesn't do that many interviews.
I know, it's wasted. I want to know if Todd even enjoys doing Ryan interviews. Enjoys doing IGN interviews.
I think Microsoft pays so much money for IGN to give them positive reviews that like they have to.
Yeah.
They have to give IGN content or something.
Because like
there's some kind of relationship going on.
You could tell he was really enjoying the Lex Friedman stuff.
Yeah, for sure. I guess Todd gives as good as he gets.
Yeah.
If you're a shitty interviewer, expect shitty answers.
Yeah, expect the shitty corporate PR stuff, marketing PR stuff.
Scale of the game. The early ones are the ones that we do spend time on to make sure it's in the surface of the planet. Or the scale of the game. The early ones are the ones that we do spend to make sure it's impactful when you finally get to see the surface of the planet or what that planet looks like from space.
Something else that jumped out at me from the gameplay was New Atlantis, that city. It reminded me of maybe the Citadel.
I'm just looking at this sidewalk here that goes up towards that building.
What's wrong with it?
It's just, I think it's a little dangerous is all.
Do you remember the train tracks in Fallout 76?
Yeah.
I don't think Bethesda understands how like transportation networks work.
What's sad too is that Morgantown is like, it has a very cool little tram system for people to get from the living space in Morgantown up to the university. And so it's actually recreating something that does exist in the real world right now, but
on Mass Effect, or to go back to one of your games, the Imperial City from Oblivion, is what are some of the things we can do in there? Because it seems like a place that you're going to want to go back to time and again.
Yeah, we have 4 main cities in the game, and New.
Okay, so there we go. That's the 4 main cities thing. That's it, guys. 4.
Yep.
What was that? Okay. Morrowind has
Let's count.
Vivek, Balmora, Aldrune, Sadrith Mora. That's what I would consider to be its major cities. I guess you could technically count Ebonheart if you wanted. So 5 from 30-man team. Oblivion, Imperial City. Oh, fuck, I gotta play this game. Okay. Anvil, Kvatch, where the count, the vampire count, Skingrad. Kvatch doesn't count, hang on. Anvil, Skingrad, Coral, Bruma, Shadenhall, Leowen, Breville. So 8? Did I miss any? No, I think that, yeah, 8. Such. Skyrim, Riften, Windhelm, Winterhold, Dawnstar, Solitude, Markarth.
Look, you can even remove the smaller ones, right? And just count Markarth, Riften, Solitude, Whiterun, Windhelm. That's still 5.
Yeah. Yeah, if you don't count Winterhold and Dawnstar. It's still 5.
The Falkreath.
Yeah. But more handcrafted content than ever.
Yeah.
Guys, we promise. Well, listen, it's because the cities are bigger. We've nailed the scale of the cities.
So each city is like the size of.
It is going to be
What?
hilarious if they are as small as usual. Because I mean, I'm thinking about Fallout 4. Fallout 4 is pathetic.
That's one way of putting it. Yeah, you had Diamond City, which was already pretty on the small side, and then you had Good Neighbor.
God, Good Neighbor's like fucking what? Winterhold?
It's an alley. It's not even Winterhold. I think Winterhold has it beat. And then that's it.
It really all hinges on if they scaled up the cities. And that's pretty hard to believe.
Yeah.
Surely, like, okay, we're talking about, like, marketing and optics and all that. Surely they're going to go for... We're going to have 10 cities. We're going to have 20 cities, right? Wouldn't you go for bulk?
Well, yeah, so that's the weird thing is that they're going for bulk on the planets, right? On the number of planets. But then the cities themselves.
Yeah.
No. We're doing quantity over quality.
Well, it's like, and if you don't like one of them, that's 25%.
Yep.
If you don't like Red Dead Redemption Town, that's 25%. Yeah. If you don't like Neon and Red Dead Redemption, Cyberpunk Town and Red Dead Redemption Town, that's half of the cities. I don't even see how Sidonia counts as a city. It looks like fucking Sidna Mine.
Yeah.
How's that a city? Wild, to say the least.
Atlantis is the city in the game and the biggest city we've ever built.
They do say it's the biggest city they've ever built. Now, that's going to be in the context. I think that he said that before, but that has to go in the notes because New Atlantis is the biggest city they've ever built. Okay. When they were advertising Cyberpunk, they would do segments on all of the like street gangs that were in Night City. It was actually kind of impressive how much they showed off about Night City ahead of the game coming out. In the context of Starfield. But like Night City Night City is one city, but it's got distinct neighborhoods, and they did a lot to showcase kind of what the scale was going to be operating at. We've seen almost nothing about this to showcase the scale.
No.
Like, give us a good flyby shot of all the playable areas. Like in Vivek.
Yeah, we haven't even gotten like a good. All we've seen are just like quick establishing shots of these cities. We haven't even seen like gameplay of somebody just walking through the city. I'm telling you, there's so many red flags in this promo shit.
I don't think the Mine Town will count, even though they keep saying 4 because Sidonia never got an anime. No, and they never gave it a locations insight either.
Yeah.
All of their thing has pointed to there being 3 content
Wait,
hubs.
so then
New Atlantis, Neon, and Aquila.
So then what is the 4th? Is he counting Sidna Mines as the 4th?
I've been told that Sidonia is counted as the 4th. I'd like to see what it actually is.
Yeah. Because one is missing.
Well, they're holding one back.
Yeah.
Earth is the big But then like wouldn't be the biggest city ever because that's New Atlantis. I'm going to be really curious. Cuz that's a claim that's like Vivek, Imperial City, like
yeah. Yeah, you got you're going up against some real heavy hitters here.
I mean, you guys did used to do like really, and those aren't even like really big cities like compared to what Rockstar does, but like that if you're self-comparing to what you've done in the past, it's hard to believe, to say the least.
Capital here in the game, and it has all the services you would expect, and you can work on your ship there. The factions touch that, but that's also the headquarters for Constellation, which is the faction that you join.
Right.
That is the last group of space explorers, kind of this NASA meets Indiana Jones meets the League of Extraordinary Gentlemen, and that's really where the main quest.
I still take issue with this premise too. Why are they the last explorers?
Yeah. But really nobody's interested in like Because, I mean, there's a lot more than 1,000 solar systems in our galaxy. Like, if humanity reaches this level that they're at, there's going to be active space exploration for the next 100,000 years.
Yes.
All the other explorers got bored.
They got bored of finding 90% of the planets were barren rocks.
The real question is, where's an alchemist in New Atlantis?
Goes through that group, so that's where they're headquartered.
15 minutes is a lot of time in a showcase, but it's not really a lot of time to go over everything in something as vast as what Starfield appears to be. So I wanted to ask you about the main story.
Yeah, neither was 45 minutes when you're spent with nothing but establishing shots.
Yeah. Ryan,
no, they could have explained a lot in those 15 minutes. They just chose not to.
Yeah, they didn't show a lot in the 15 minutes, and what they did show was not impressive. And they got 45 minutes where
it was that 15 minutes stretched across 45 minutes.
About that, because that's something that I feel like wasn't really touched on in the video. I mean, we know about Constellation and you're joining, but what's sort of the central conflict? What can you kind of set the game up for us a little bit?
Yeah, we touch on it a little bit in the demo where
So like that shot just there was Sidonia.
Constellation and you're joining, but what's sort of the central conflict? What can you kind of set the game up for us a little bit?
Yeah, we touch on it a little bit.
Yeah,
so this is Sidonia. This is supposed to be one of the major cities, allegedly. I've yet to see the actual claim. Yeah, it's on Mars.
What is on Mars? The archives?
Archives.
We better get out of here soon, Commander. That storm's going to be on top of us.
Why does the
Reapers will be here soon?
Why did they decide to set the main quests? It's the Prothean beacon on Mars.
In the demo where Constellation is trying to, they're still exploring and figuring out the mysteries of.
There's that shot of Aquila, too.
A little bit. Yeah, we touch on it a little bit in the demo where Constellation is trying to, they're still exploring and figuring out the mysteries.
This shot here. Man, look at that skybox, though.
Yes, yeah, skybox looks good. Everything else does not.
Well, you can go outside of town and put like the town at like a kilometer or two away.
The NASA punk aesthetic really is clashing a lot with
unfinished Cowboy Town.
Yeah.
I mean, my main observation is I'm seeing a lot of wood for a planet that had no trees. So, like, are they dedicated to importing it just to fulfill their LARP? Like,
yes. They needed the wood is actually one of the most valuable resources on this planet because it's a luxury item. And it's like diamonds,
Remember, main content hub of the entire game. 1 of 4.
It's really just sinking in how much time I am going to be spending running around this city. I'm going to look back fondly at this moment right now where I was blissfully ignorant to how much I'm going to fucking hate most of the cities and content in these games, in this game. I'm sorry. It's the black pills. They're taking over again. Todd slapped the white pills out of her hands earlier, so...
Yeah, he refused to let us get white pilled. Like, we tried. Okay? We try to be positive, but something always breaks us down. We don't go in here with the goal to be cynical, okay? That's why the next thing I'm going to do is going to be like a positive project. Either Cyberpunk 2077 or Classic WoW. Yeah, I like both those games.
And that's why I did my City Skylines video. Although some people think I really hated that game from my video.
I don't know how you would get that impression from watching it.
Don't know either.
I think people legitimately don't know what they're talking about when they say that, like, we hate everything. I don't know how you can watch his City Skylines video and draw that conclusion.
What can you tell us about Starfield's main story? Nothing.
Yeah, nothing.
Just the best part is like
he says nothing. Why are they being so secretive about it?
Avoid spoilers.
Well, yeah, they don't want to reveal the Space Force yet, the Space Theme.
My video out? Yeah, it is out. It's on my channel right now. It's been out for a few weeks now.
I'd be very curious what the people telling us to be more positive actually expect us to do.
I can lie. I can be really disingenuous. I can tell you that I really love Skyrim.
That's kind of what they want is like, can you make a positive video about something that you like? And it's like, I have in the past, and it was called cynical, so like, fuck off.
People interpreted my my criticism of some of my issues with City Skylines as me hating the game, and yeah.
What I really hope is that the opening sequence isn't 4 hours long. It'd be really cool if it was 30 minutes. But you know that they're gonna be like, they're gonna feel validated by other games that have even longer intros.
Yeah. They're like, all right, well, as long as we're not as long as Cyberpunk, right? Because yeah, people do play multiple characters in our games, so
we weren't able to successfully beat that out of people.
Mysteries of the universe, and they also look for, you know, old Earth artifacts. You'll see that in some of the stuff we hint at, and the exploration.
Old Earth artifacts.
Oh.
Todd, what the fuck does that mean?
It means Earth was blown up.
It means Earth is experiencing the post-apocalypse.
Yeah. Is Earth the Fallout universe? And is it going to be a planet called Nern?
And then they've uncovered some of these artifacts that they don't know their origin, and that's the quest you kind of start on.
And speaking of the main quest, you know, role-playing gamers tend to...
Speaking of the main quest...
be very obsessed with how long the game is. How, you know, with your games, there's never been a
So not really speaking of the main quest, huh?
shortage of things to do. Can we expect the main story to be roughly the same length, kind of hours-wise, as we've seen from your previous games? Or is that leveling up too, along with the scope of everything else in Starfield?
We usually aim for around that length, if you look at our previous games, but this one's ending up a little bit longer. And we
will not say in this interview what that length is.
Tune that some still. Needs more quests, so it might be 20% more than our previous ones. So if you said
20% more content than, say, Fallout 4 or Skyrim, in terms of just the main story.
If you're willing to say that they give a percentage, don't make me do the math. Just give me a fucking number at this point.
Fuck, let's do the math. Skyrim main quest length. 15,
like 20 hours.
15 to 30 hours. Let's say 20 hours, okay. So 20 times 0.2 is 4, so 24 hours? I mean, okay, not too crazy. But I'm just not enthused by the prospect of there being more when... like, if it was good, they said a bit about Skyrim's main quest ahead of the game coming out. We knew what was going on up until... We knew pretty
much up until the Watchtower.
Not just the Watch, actually up until Throw of the World.
Oh, yeah.
Because there were articles about that and stuff that they did, I think with Game Informer. Talking about you going up to meet the Masters of the Thuum. And then we knew about Alduin's Wall, but we didn't know where what the connective tissue was.
Yeah.
I think the blades were mentioned, though. I think there was something about some connection to the blades. Because I remember being like, oh, I remember them from Oblivion. And being, like, excited. So... We knew a bit about what was going on with Skyrim's main quest, and then they never did that again. I don't think they ever did that again. Well, like, you know, Emperor plotline from Oblivion was known.
And your mileage may vary. People generally don't straight line it. But if our previous ones, if we aimed for, let's say, a 25-hour main quest, this one might be in the 30s, maybe 40, just for the main quest. But
oh, okay, so
what?
He is giving us numbers. Todd, that's not 20%, first of all.
Yeah. That's 100%.
I'm man, 40-hour main quest.
Well, he was saying if the previous ones were like 25, right? That was the number he threw out, 25 to. Then this one would be like 40. So, yeah. So, like I said, though, I think the main quest really took me about 15 to 20 hours. So we'll knock some percentages off of that and say that it's probably more like 30 hours.
30 hours though.
Yeah, that's still pretty long. Like 25 to 30 hours.
I hope it's mid at best. Like, come on. Please at least be mid.
Oh. Was Skyrim's main quest mid for you?
Oh no.
No, worse than that.
It was pretty bad. Skyrim's main quest, at least, there's some stuff that you can like get through pretty quickly.
Yeah. What about Oblivion's main quest? Is that mid? I want to know what your definition of mid is.
What my definition of mid is.
Yeah.
Oblivion's main quest is probably some of the better stuff in that game.
Mm-hmm.
So, I guess by definition it's not mid. I'm not sure. It's kind of a meaningless term.
But yeah, obviously all of the other quests.
What I've been thinking about this, the prolific amount of usage that the word quest gets in games where it's not applicable. So like it's the ubiquitous term we use for missions, even when we're talking about Fallout and about Starfield. I mean,
yeah,
Starfield's as far from fantasy as you can get, so the fact that we're still using the terminology is a bit interesting. And I know a bit about like what the most common words are in my scripts, and it was actually interesting to learn. So beyond common stuff like the, is, etc., the most common word is quest in my videos, unsurprisingly. But I'm thinking about making it a conscious thing to call them missions in Starfield.
Starfield, yeah.
To go out of my way to make sure, and like Control F at the end to make sure that they're all called missions.
I'm going to call my rule is I call it whatever the game's calling it.
Well, the game's been, the game UI has been calling it missions. That's why I bring it up.
Then, yep. So I'd be calling it missions then. Yeah, because like even Fallout in game, they're called quests.
Yeah, that is true. That is true, isn't it? I'm thinking of Fallout 76 right now, but
yeah, they're not job. Well, I think they might have had jobs as like a miscellaneous thing.
Chat, Fallout, quests or missions? Let's go.
Quests and faction lines and everything else we have here. There's quite a bit. There's quite a bit there, and we've sort of learned that people do play our games for a really, really long time. You know, they're still playing Skyrim, not straight for 10 years, but they leave it and they come back, and there's extra content. And
hang on.
And the daily those people on the daily Skyrim grind for YouTube are crying right now.
Yeah. They leave it. There's the Aquila City sign.
Oh yeah.
No, it's got the details on it and everything. They got that right. But look how much wood is here. And then when you see establishing shots of this area, there's not a tree inside.
Well, the reason is they cut down all the trees to build this
all of the trees for their cowboy LARP.
They deforested the entire planet.
Come back and there's extra content. And certainly we're going to be doing extra
interesting thing actually.
Games for a really, really long time. You know, they're still playing Skyrim.
Another thing
not
about
straight
the
for 10 years, so they leave it.
The planet's in the same location in the second shot.
Mm-hmm.
So minor thing, or like, is it always there? Because that's a very thematic location for it, right? You're walk through the main gate here, because we know the landing pad is like to the right.
Yeah.
Could they have fixed that in spots so that the tower set up with the planet looming behind it? Makes a man think.
Maybe they just waited to the right time of day.
Could be tidally locked. You mean like No Man's Sky?
They come back and there's extra content. And certainly, we're going to be doing extra content for this game.
Just look at how much wood. Fat guard.
And we
Well, listen, we had body sliders for the players in Fallout 4 and 76. Might as well use them for NPCs as well.
Yeah.
This isn't the post-apocalypse anymore. People can eat. People can be fat.
The Rock. Is that the name of the? I bet that's the name of the tower in the middle of town. It's the Rock.
Yeah.
And that's where the base
Oh
of
man.
operations
Oh god.
the Space Storm
I'm
Cloaks
not
is.
looking forward to those obvious jokes people are gonna make.
Mm.
We love our modding community. We actually think this game for our modding community is going to be a dream.
No further details.
You gotta let him cook. I almost feel like, well, listen, Todd didn't define what dream means, so obvious. But like, if they sold Creation Kit, or like, if they took him forever to release it or something, I don't know. There's a lot of ways that statement can go wrong.
Because there's so much they could do. So we think that's a great thing that we love as well.
You know, you always aim for these big games, but you were talking about at the beginning of our conversation that you tried to say yes to everything, to everybody's ideas for this. Do you do that in part because, like, if we take a realistic look at your studio and you personally, you've got 3 major game franchises under your direct control with the Elder Scrolls and Fallout and now Starfield. So did you take any kind of different approach to Starfield, knowing that realistically you probably won't be able to physically get around to making another one for at least 5 years and probably more like 10, given that.
Everybody asked Todd this question.
Todd,
moving on to Elder Scrolls
we're
6 after
worried.
this, and presumably Fallout might be in the future down the road as well.
Well, I wouldn't say we say yes because we don't think we'll get another shot for a decade. We just think what we'd want to do in a game, and how can we make that work the best it can be. And there are some things that we don't do intentionally to say, is that really where we want to spend the time? What's going to be impactful?
What is with the guy that's like standing right under the draft of a fucking landing spaceship?
He's a fucking Giga Chad. He's really working out his core muscles there. Because he's not even like bracing, right? He's standing in the most compromised position possible. So that's all core and upper, like lower body and shit.
One for Starfield people have asked is, well, can you fly the ship straight down? We decided early in the project that the on surface is one reality, and then when you're in space is another reality. And if you try to like really spend a lot of time engineering the in between, like that segue, you're just spending a lot of time that's really just not that important to the player. So let's make sure it's awesome when you're on the surface and awesome when you're in space. And
What? I don't know. I always enjoyed the connective tissue of like Elite Dangerous's flying mechanics, going between planets seamlessly. Fuck your immersion.
He basically said it's too hard.
Yeah.
Total dodge skill 100. What's interesting is he didn't have to say that. The question wasn't about that.
Yeah.
And those realities look as good as they can be and play as good as they can be for those realities. But the other thing you said, yes, our Elder Scrolls 6 is in pre-production, and we're going to be doing Fallout 5 after that. So our slate's pretty full going forward for a while. We have some other projects that we look at from time to time as well, but they do take a while. I wish they came out faster. I really do. We're trying as hard as we can, but we want them to just be as best as they could be for everybody.
Well, Todd, I look forward to learning a lot more about Starfield and, most importantly, playing Starfield at some point between now and this time next year, if all goes well. Todd, thank you as always for your time. I really appreciate it.
Oof.
I appreciate it, and thanks for all the support everybody's given us, and the folks at IGN. You guys did a great job yesterday as well. So just excited for the whole industry, everything that's going on, and Xbox has been, I have to just say, this is the first game we've done under that, and they've just been incredible partners with us to make this the best it can be.
Oof.
I don't think so. I'm still seeing articles of people speculating that Starfield's going to get delayed again. I do not know why people keep thinking that. I know we haven't seen much about the game.
What's happening, friend?
It still is really hard to believe that they're about to drop this massive game, but they're taking pre-orders. They have release dates set. It's coming. As much as I would want them to delay it.
Cyberpunk's last delay was, I think, 5 weeks from launch.
Yeah.
So 4 years ago.
If we don't hear anything in the next week, and even if it got delayed, you're talking maybe a week or two.
4 years ago. What the fuck? Almost feel like
Cyberpunk.
No, this interview's not gonna have much.
Oh.
And of course, they don't have any sections on it. Tell me the comments. Thank you, Lord. There's a commenter who's fucking bailed us out and did timestamp sections for this one.
Oh God, I didn't even notice how long this one was.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, this is another like 15 minutes.
I'll read you some of the sections. So, how he got into games, education, being hired by Bethesda, first game with Bethesda. Man, these are actually good questions. I'm sure he asks them as badly as he can.
Yeah, I know. That's the problem. It's like these are very interesting topics that I would love to hear about, but I doubt coming from him they were very insightful.
I think what I'll need to do is come back to this one.
Mm-hmm.
Because I have had to do some of the interviews on my own time. There's just so much.
Yeah.
There's so much interview, so little game.
Well, especially when people are asking questions about games that aren't even Bethesda games.
So, working on the Elder Scrolls, Morrowind on Xbox, Oblivion, obligatory horse armor question, Fallout's acquisition, Fallout versus Elder Scrolls, development of the games, expansion of Bethesda and current gaming dev trend. Man. Alright, this is the first one I kind of want to hit. 50-42. 50 fucking 42.
Thank you, commenter on this video.
Yes, thank you very much. Finicky.
It's shining a light on some of this stuff. Do you read those and feel good about what Bethesda and ZeniMax are doing, or do you read any of that and maybe say, oh, okay.
Is his hair really thin, or is he green screened here? Because I don't know if you noticed, you can see the blue behind him, but it's in spots that don't make sense.
I think it's a light that's reflecting off of the surface that's reflecting back at his hair.
Okay. Yeah, okay, there's a blue light in the back, and it's like lighting up the side of it. I was like, can I fucking, like... Okay, seeing through the hair on the top of his head, that happens. Seeing through the hair that's on the side of his head?
Yeah.
That's wild.
Yeah, I think it's just a light back there.
Maybe I should take a closer look at who we are and what we're doing.
We're always looking at it here, so I don't, reading something about someone else, it doesn't change how we're doing things.
Yeah.
I feel that we've done really well with it, but there are times where we haven't, and we try to catch ourselves very quickly on those.
Yeah. Fallout 76.
Oh my God, Ryan just fucking boom. I didn't think he was gonna hit like that. Like.
All right. Well, now that I got you in the mood, Fallout 76. What the fuck happened?
Is big fall game, not under your personal
big fall. What?
Big full game. I think
big
is what he said.
Full game. Okay.
This team here at Rockville's.
There was a lot of people here involved in it. Yeah.
No. That's going in the compilation.
Yes.
Because it's true.
4 years. Wait, you said this was 4 years ago? This video. 4 years ago, they were willing to acknowledge Fallout 76 and take full responsibility, full credit for it.
More admitting, let's go. Let me get an exact date. June 4th, 2019. June 4th, 2019. Where's that on the Fallout 76 calendar?
I think that's like in the midst of Nuclear Winter's drought.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was like the middle of a big content drought. Wastelanders isn't
Yeah.
out.
No, Wastelanders has another almost year before it's going to be out. So this is like the start of the wasteland of the.
This is the craziest time for Todd Howard to be taking like actual credit for 76. So Todd doesn't take credit for 76 years after the fact when it's more positively received, but he's willing to take credit during the time period when everybody hates it.
Maybe because it's just harder for them right now in 2019 to avoid it because it's only been a year. It's only been out for over a year now. No, it hasn't even been a year yet. Late 2018.
Yeah, no, it hasn't been a year. Not even 12 months.
Yeah, it's probably just like they can't hide from it.
Mm-hmm.
But now it's been so long, people have kind of forgotten.
Yeah, it's cooled down.
The details.
But Austin, the Austin team was are they the kind of
Austin studio? I mean, the whole studio in Austin's working on it. I think they've done a really incredible job. But there's a lot of people here in Rock.
Dude, how can people possibly be confused about it? Todd is saying it as clear as fucking day.
Yeah.
Phil and in Dallas and in Montreal.
Everybody.
That was a lot of people.
You know, so that project certainly at launch was simply just not super well received, critically certainly. Do you have an idea of how it's going to land, or were you caught off guard by the launch of that game?
We knew we were going to have a lot of bumps. That's a difficult development.
Man, okay, there's some interesting stuff to this.
This is the question Todd really needs to pull out execute all of his speech perks on.
He's taking the speech, the +1 speech, +1 charisma.
The book.
Yeah.
He just read one of the magazines.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of new systems and things like that. Hey, we're going to go try this new thing. And anytime you're going to do something new like that, you know you're going to have your bumps. You know that a lot of people might say, that's not the game we want from you. But we still want to be somebody who's trying new things. And that was a very difficult development on that game to get it where it was. And we were ready for, you know, a lot of those difficulties ended up on the screen, and we knew, hey, look.
What about the difficulties that happened off the screen? Like canvas bag gate.
See, that's not their fault. That's kind of on Cinemax. It's just part of the story.
Okay.
Because it was all fuck ups that was happening at the same time on a wide front.
It was a collective fuck up.
Type of game that.
How does this make it better? We knew it was going to suck, but we put it out there anyways. Man, pre-Starfield delay too.
Do you think Fallout 76 was a learning experience for them in that they know now that they have to make sure their games are like actual like was Fallout 76 them starting to become Bungie, like modern Bungie, but they learned their lesson from it, so they pulled back?
Maybe. I don't even think it's that way. I think Bethesda got subjected to 6 months plus of being a constant lolcow in the industry, and I think that there was probably very serious internal evaluation that can't be allowed to happen again.
Yeah.
That people are used to from us, and we're gonna get some criticism on it. And a lot of that.
So why not go for the delay? Is Ryan gonna ask that? That's the question I would ask.
Very well deserved criticism.
I'm looking at the timestamps. There's some exciting stuff in here.
Like quite the hot Las Vegas type of winning streak.
Sure.
You personally, like a Todd Howard, your name on something. So that was.
But we knew that going into this. We knew it's not that, right?
Yeah.
You would say, look, this isn't.
You knew it wasn't a winner going in.
Let him finish.
There's a lot of like.
This isn't a game, even from the beginning, this is not going to be like, you know, high Metacritic game. That's not what this is.
Oh my God.
Well, why make it?
I was gonna give him the benefit of the doubt there and figure he was gonna spin it some other way. No. He literally just he was doing the Justin Truman thing.
Redefine success.
It doesn't matter. What matters is velocity, not position.
Let him cook, because
this is
this
is dark Todd here.
Yeah.
Given what it is, but we felt strongly this is a game we want to play. This is something we really want to do, and all of the games like this, whether it's us or somebody else, you can go back and look at them. There's a period once you launch. It's not how you launch. It's what it becomes. And
no, this is so fucking dark, Todd.
Christ alive. This is Justin Truman before Justin Truman got on stage.
Man, he's like, if you look at Destiny 2, it came out rough, but it pulled up.
It's the live service poison.
It's not about position. Position's a high Metacritic score. It's about velocity.
Dude. It really is. Like, this is the mind poison of live service games. We can fix it, guys. As long as we're making money, we can fix it. So buy the season passes, buy the stupid bullshit, the microtransactions. We'll fix it.
If he mentions Destiny, I'm gonna melt.
You know, can't be prouder of the team that's worked on it. They've worked tirelessly, and it's really turned around. It's a fabulous game and an incredible community around it.
How do you...
Fabulous game.
Pre-Wastelanders, too.
Yeah.
Is there a strategy for kind of getting over that?
Hey Todd, why isn't Nuclear Winter in the game anymore?
Yeah, the current update, as Todd is saying this, all of its content is gone.
The reputation that it got at launch and kind of winning people back over?
I think, well, there's no strategy other than just keep making the game better. And people who play it and they'll come back. And it was, by the way, it's been very popular, right? So yeah. It was a huge release for us. The community around it's really, really strong. Obviously, it got a lot of criticism and stories, and we see all that. And it's not, you don't want to read that, but it is what it is. And again, we deserved a lot of that. So
it is what it is.
It is what it is, and we deserved a lot of it.
Damn, bro.
It's popular, so fuck it.
So it's just working the issues. Like, hey, what do the consumers want? What do we want? How do we get there? This is a very long tale for us in this game, and there's some awesome stuff coming this year that I think people are going to see at E3 and be hopefully very excited.
Over the course of your career, have you been a guy that's read reviews?
Oh yeah.
Yeah?
I read them all.
So you got to read the good.
He reads them all.
And the bad ones.
Absolutely. I read all the comments.
There's a quote.
I don't buy it for a fucking second.
No. Hey Todd, have you seen either of our videos on Skyrim?
You've seen that they exist, probably. This is like completely willing. It's interesting contrasting pre-Starfield and post-Starfield Todd.
Yeah.
You know? That Todd's a lot more honest now, I think.
I think
Starfield. This is good contrast material with the Todd that we've been seeing these last couple streams.
I think Starfield has been a very stressful development for Bethesda.
Yeah. Todd goes to 4chan VG TesG and responds to shit posters. He reads all the comments, guys.
And look, we've experienced it all, right? We've had the games that hit the high 90s and win all the games of the years, and we have the ones that don't as well. And
the ones that don't win Game of the Year, like Fallout 4.
Fallout 4, Fallout 76. You know, I'm noticing a trend here, Todd.
That kind of comes with the territory. I think it's part of the job to read all of that. And whereas I don't always like the grammar or adjectives they use, I think the intent is always, even like a very mean-spirited comment from a fan, I think the intent behind that is actually well-meaning.
Yeah, there can
like
be a kernel
they
of...
love these games.
Yeah.
And they're super important to them. And they're important to us. So I think you have to dig into that and say, okay, where could we have done better? Yeah.
So on that note, like if you knew going into 76 that it was maybe gonna be a little bumpy, what when it actually comes out and you see the real world feedback?
God,
and reaction
I'm
to
so glad they've disowned Fallout 76. Like, I'm just looking at this here. Todd really could have like just full on drank the poisoned live service well water.
Yeah.
But he didn't. He started to. He sipped on it, and it started to take hold a little bit. But yeah, they just rejected it. He puked the next morning, and he's like, you know what?
That was one of the worst interviews I've ever done, but I had to do it for the company.
What have you learned from 76?
Well, the main takeaway we had was you got to let it bake with a large live audience for longer than we did.
How? Can you please explain that to me? What's the logistics there? Are you talking early access? Or are you just talking about releasing the game broken and basically doing what you did?
Probably just that they should have taken more time on it. He's basically saying, yeah, we should have delayed it. Let them cook. Let it bake.
There's just certain things you can never see until it's running 24/7 for a number of months. So, you know.
Oh, no, he really is saying, yeah, I should have let him bake. He really is saying that you got to put it out there. This is like dark timeline, Todd. We're seeing the alternate reality.
Yeah, he even has the dark jacket that.
Yeah.
You know, if there's one thing that we could have, I think I would have done differently, is find a way to let at scale people be playing the game 24/7 before you say, you know, everybody in, here you go, pay us.
So if for instance, if maybe you wish you'd launch that into Steam Early Access,
or
Xbox Game Preview, and you know,
or something like that, or
things.
You know, okay, you're a Fallout 4 player, we're going to let you in the beta for free for this period of time.
Yeah,
things like that that I think would have made a world of difference in how the game hit on
you guys
day one.
Did have
But
a
it's still
beta.
Didn't they? Yeah.
They had a beta. I mean, it was way too late in the process, but they had a beta.
Yeah.
I would have had some.
So
some
what are you
issues, but we would have
talking
had
about?
better
A beta like months in advance that lasted like 2 or 3 months? How much time did you guys really need?
They needed a
for
bigger scale beta. They were doing the typical, it's just for marketing beta.
Yeah. But it wasn't. It was a huge beta. It was basically you just signed up on the website. I think.
I
and
think
you
he's
just got
talking
in.
like a long beta, like 2 weeks.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, but I'm saying like their original beta was still a week long. So
Someone said it was 3 days.
Do you think 76 has had
It's
any
3
lasting
days?
sort of damage
I thought it was
to
a week.
Bethesda's reputation or Fallout's reputation?
I'm sure it's had some. It would be naive to say it's had zero.
Yeah.
Damn, Ryan. How did Ryan get any more interviews? These are pretty.
I think this is why. This is why Ryan got the easy interviews after. He put in the work here.
Right. But I think if people come to the game now and see what's going on there, I think they'll be
now fucking nuclear winter.
Memory, the deleted update.
Yeah, it was so good, guys.
With the battle royale mode that they refused to update, so it just got destroyed by cheaters.
surprised. I'm really, really proud of what everybody's done in the game, and
what everybody's done in the game, which was just bug fixing, adding multiple choice tests, and battle royale.
Which half of that stuff got deleted, and then the other half Bethesda Austin has been trying to basically memory hole by putting Wastelanders to jump in front of it all.
Mm-hmm.
So,
because I know where it's going, I think we're definitely long-term believers in what's going to be happening with that game, but more so.
You're still like almost a year out from Wastelanders.
Yeah.
So us engaging with the people who play our games every day. And so it was partly that for me, which is if you look at a Skyrim and Fallout 4, those things, the amount of people that play those games still is, I mean, you can look it up on this. It's staggering.
Yeah.
Millions and millions of people every month playing those games, and we have no touch point with them. Right? It's just like, we ship the game, we do some mod stuff, but here you go. And so 76 was also, we need to learn how to be engaging and being able to update and see what players are doing and like be more engaged in that experience than zero.
Why?
Right, so.
And it's got to be.
But why? If you are having success with your box product model, why do you have to go to the live service model? If you just said you delivered games that people are still playing without you guys giving any sort of input or connection with.
No. Our investors are looking for a buyout. And so we need a live service model in our catalog.
Fallout 76 was a black mark on there. They would have been in a better position to negotiate. Maybe they would have gotten $8 billion if Fallout 76
You think they would have gotten more
wasn't.
money without Fallout 76? I think they got more because of Fallout 76.
I don't think. I think Fallout 76 at best right now is breaking even. And that's why you keep seeing it getting scaled back and back.
How much time you spend sort of looking outward things, but it's got to be reassuring when you see a No Man's Sky or a Sea of Thieves, some of these other similar kind of service-based games that...
No Man's Sky is a service-based game?
Well,
what's the monetization scheme there? They just sell it's a box product when it gets updates. Like
it's still getting sold for $60. It's
that did launch.
What it didn't show was Todd's eye twitching when he heard No Man's Sky. When he knows in the back of his mind, fuck Starfield.
Very well regarded and very well liked.
But more than that, it's actually all of them. Right? Yeah, I won't go through the list. Yeah. You could take most popular online games and go back to day zero, and they're going to go through their problems. And you're
not like Fallout 76.
You guys changed the YouTube industry with Fallout 76. Like unequivocally, you bore a new industry of people who catalog failed launches.
This wasn't the game was rough at launch for like 2 weeks. People had to wait in queue for 2 weeks.
Seeing that kind of across the industry. Yeah. That was the part we knew. That's the part we knew going in. No matter what we do, we're going to have some problems, and we need to make sure we're ready to continue that momentum from before release, right through it.
Yeah.
Our own Elder Scrolls Online.
That's true. That's a good one.
That's a good one. It's our own company, right? So they helped us on this game. They gave us a lot of vision as to like, here's how things are going to go. They've helped us post-release, and so our own company has been through that. Where ESO, the launch, wasn't a well-received game.
Right.
And why?
Okay, let me pause you there. ESO wasn't well-received at launch. That is true. It was not broken at launch. It was not like hugely broken at launch. It was boring. There wasn't very much content to do. Players had issue with the kind of lore setup of the different factions. And again, it was boring. It was $60 and it was fucking boring.
Who's played many online games at launch, some of them even MMOs. The issues Fallout 76 exhibited were not what that showed was like a complete lack of understanding of the process. If you had people, veterans from another MMO telling you how to do a launch, and you still produce something that was like Fallout 76, either the game was really fucking bad before their input, or you ignored most of their suggestions.
But ESO, guys, come on.
I'm surprised he even mentioned ESO.
I think he has to. Kind of has to, yeah.
Did incredible work. And you look at ESO now, it's one of the most played MMOs across every platform. It's incredible.
Yeah, an 8-figure million player.
It's
8-figure player count. No fucking shot. 8-figure player count maybe over the total lifespan of the game post free to play.
Yeah.
10 million
13
players minimum.
13.5 million players.
And that's what I mean.
Fallout
Words don't mean
76.
anything. When World of Warcraft posted 10 million players during Wrath of the Lich King, that was not 10 million accounts. That was 10 million active players. That's how gargantuan World of Warcraft was.
God damn.
So that's just within our company.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Fallout New Vegas, super well liked.
Yeah.
Very beloved over the years. Was there ever any thought to doing another Fallout game with Obsidian? Obviously they're owned by Microsoft now, but did that ever go anywhere?
I wouldn't say there were conversations. You know, look, love those guys. Fergus is one of I think one of the great people in the industry.
So I was just gonna touch on the New Vegas thing. I'm jumping ahead a little bit to a question I'm very curious about.
I'm going to give a specific answer to that, but there are times where it needs to act as one, and there are times where the leadership in those studios is going to be driving something.
Have you played with Valve Index or Rift S and the new VR headsets? And
little bit.
Is there a future for those in? I don't know if they're ever going to go mainstream. If that's everybody's always waiting for when is VR going to break through? But you guys are interested in continuing to explore VR?
We are. That's the kind of thing where we.
And then they never did anything with it ever again.
You know what game VR would work well with? Starfield.
I mean, No Man's Sky did have a VR mode, so.
Elite Dangerous also is Elite Dangerous has sold people on VR.
Yeah, I might do Elite Dangerous VR.
Flying in VR in space is an experience, so I've been told.
The breath before we are means we aren't.
Yeah. We start very early. We did on VR initially. It's stuff we love. And I'm still waiting, personally, I think, and I've said before, you look historically at those things, it's generally the third generation of something where quality meets price point and the...
So why did you guys jump in so fast on doing VR ports? If you thought that that it was too early. You did 3.
Well, we wanted to get our toes wet with it, It's never a good idea for any company to ignore something that could really very well take off. So we wanted to, get our toes wet and everything. So when the next thing comes along, we'll be more prepared for that to, get a real jump on it.
Addressable market expands.
Yeah.
And it's gone a little slower than I would have liked.
So we're on Gen 2 now.
Well, we're like in the very beginning. We're like 1.8. I don't know. It's going a little slower than I'd hoped.
Yeah.
And so we'll see where it heads. Obviously, as it comes to power and portability, that's where VR needs to hit the sweet spot.
So the project that you're, I presume, working primarily on now is Starfield. And that is your first original IP.
Correct.
Since, I guess period. I mean, Elder Scrolls was
Elder Scrolls,
but yours specifically.
For me, yes.
I know you're not going to sit here and just rattle off all the features.
How much time do we have? Yeah.
for a game that hasn't been shown yet, but I did want to ask you, just sort of higher level, what are your goals with Starfield, and sort of philosophically, how do you look at it in comparison to Elder Scrolls and Fallout? I just kind of want to get a sense of how you think about this.
That's a good question. First, that old list.
This is so much better of an interview than the stuff he did recently.
I know.
Even his delivery is he's just more coherent. He's not rambling or anything like that. He's pretty much on point with his delivery. What happened?
They're in person. They have a set. They've got decent mics.
Yeah.
He's kind of grilling Todd Howard on some of the more uncomfortable questions that people want to know.
What games do you want to do? It was post-apocalyptic and then epic science fiction. And so we've had a vision of that game. It's a game I've wanted to make for a very, very long time. And
told you.
And we felt post Fallout 4, we knew during Fallout 4, our next thing was going to be Starfield.
Interesting. I thought you guys started Starfield while you were working on Fallout 4.
and had thought about it for a very long time. So the main thing is that you got to look at it in terms of franchise, not just game. What does that mean? What is the tone? So we always start with tone, and I don't want to spoil it now, but have its own tone as far as there's so much science fiction.
Yeah. In
the same way Fallout has its own tone in post-apocalyptic.
So at this point in development, you have Anand Zur running around the studio asking people what the game means. What's the tone?
But originally didn't. It was very, very generic fantasy.
Oh, but also remember, we are, I think, in the 4th year of Starfield's development, according to Todd Howard today.
Oh, yeah.
That's what I mean with this stuff, with Todd being kind of a slippery bastard, is... the stuff that he said in that interview didn't make sense. Even, like, internally fact-checked by other things that he would say in that interview.
Yeah.
And so, of course, it's no wonder that, like, we can find other interviews where he says things that completely contradict it. It was actually kind of absurd how much insanity was kind of said during that whole interview.
And so I think our aspirations for that game, it's the end-all, be-all science fiction game that everyone's always wanted to play. Well, we could be the ones to pull this off. We have enough talent and experience and tech.
Which is literally what I've been saying.
Yeah.
They are not the ones to be able to make this game.
But we're the ones who can do Star Citizen. It'll work this time.
Yeah.
Technology. We need to write a whole bunch of new technology that we're doing, but we think that we can pull it
Yeah,
off.
the technology for volumetric lighting, right?
Motion blur.
Yeah, motion blur, volumetric lighting. That was the technology we're waiting on.
No, at this point, Todd is going to be saying, like, yeah, we've got whispers that some of the folks from id are really going to help us with some new technology.
You saying be all end all science fiction game that we've all wanted to play. I mean that raises certain.
I guess that's up for interpretation. My end all be all science fiction game I wanted to play.
But something you said, I have to say, like, I don't know if it bothered me is quite the right way to say it, but you said you think about it not as the game but as the franchise. You're a creator, isn't that? That's almost sounds like more of a business way of thinking about it. Don't you think about the game and then if it happens to organic?
Damn, get him. Where's this Ryan today?
Become a franchise?
Sorry, I'd say better. The world it's in.
Yeah.
Is better to say.
Okay.
You could do a game and that just feels like, well, that world wasn't fully fleshed out. That wasn't like...
Holy crap.
The Fallout is very fleshed out now. Even in its initial,
I've never seen Todd backtrack in an interview like that before. Ryan really trapped him there.
And Ryan out of left field. Man, that's actually wild. I'd love to know what Ryan's referring to. If it's something that's earlier in this video or...
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I might have to actually watch this whole thing. This is another surprisingly good interview.
Okay. Sorry, I was looking at the transcript to see if I could... If it was... I think he mentions it earlier in the interview, so this might be one that's worth giving a full listen.
Genesis.
Right.
So that's really what I mean. You have to think about it.
World building, not like 6 games.
Yeah, no, we have not planned. No, we have not planned past this game. Yeah, sorry.
Oh my god.
You've not planned past this game, but Elder Scrolls 6 has already been announced.
I've never seen Todd get like flustered like this before. You know what it probably is that he's probably like a bit on edge from from just 76 and everything like that.
Yeah.
Like we were saying, this is Todd, dark timeline Todd here.
Mm-hmm. This is not a good point in his life, Todd.
Yeah.
Maybe Ryan holds back his power. I don't buy it. I think he got lame.
Yeah.
I'd have to see another good modern interview from him to actually believe that this is the same guy.
Probably poorly said, or IP, or whatever label you want to put on it, that it needs to be as fully fleshed out as to, how far in the future is it? What happened in all those years in between? What is the technology level? What do they eat? Where do they go? What do they know? How do they communicate? What are the races or places or people or creatures or this or that, and why? That's really what I mean, like, okay. And have it be its own thing as opposed to...
See, that's a great question. Get clarity out of what Todd's saying. Because some of what he says doesn't make sense. Like, it'll make sense to him because he thinks about it a lot, but there's not enough asking Todd, what did you mean by this specifically?
That's Star Trek, or that's Star Wars. Or
So
somebody looks at it and says, that's Starfield.
Yeah.
You can look at Fallout and say, that's Fallout.
Well, so with Fallout, you just got done saying yourself, you've kind of inspired a whole wave of post-apocalyptic games that have followed since Fallout 3 shipped. But with Starfield, it's sort of the opposite. We've got no shortage of science fiction video games out there. So are you playing other sci-fi games? Are you reading sci-fi books? Sort of how are you to get yourself in a mindset for where this is going? How are you preparing
Well, first of all, it's a
yourself?
project we've already worked on for, what year is this?
2019.
Okay, so we're 3.5 years in.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Now, do we buy it?
Okay, look, from a pre-production standpoint, I can say that I buy it. We know what state the game was at in 2018.
Yeah, they already had like the little gray box.
Some assets down, some good work down.
So yeah, you're talking like early pre-production. If you're talking 3.5 years before this interview.
I almost don't buy it. It's the same way that the Morrowind video took me 18 months.
Yeah.
Like, it didn't take me 18 months continuously. There were decent stretches where I didn't work on the video, but yeah, from start to when it released, it was 18 months.
Yeah, so the 3.5 years ago was when somebody wrote Starfield on the whiteboard.
Yeah. There's something missing here. You can't have a lot of your team at Maryland work on Fallout 76 and say that Starfield was in development for 7 or 8 years.
Man, this is in the interview where he claimed ownership. Man, he just did your job so much easier for that section.
Yeah. I'm going to have a section that's very confusing things that Todd Howard is, and contradictory things that Todd Howard has said about his satellite studios, and the weird relationship between Fallout 76 and Todd Howard.
Yeah. We started before that, so it's
yeah, there's a weird relationship between Fallout 4, Fallout 76, and Starfield. Like something happened in Hammer Time if you listen to Todd Howard.
Well,
like they had a magical studio somewhere.
Why would you say that you've been working on it for 3.5 years? Because you know how that's going to come off. There's going to be people that are like, oh, so Starfield's going to come out in 2021.
Yeah.
Right? 2020, 2021. And then like Todd's like,
I think it's because he just got done saying how they hoped to have given Fallout 76 more time.
Yeah.
So with this one, he's like, oh, I mean, we're giving Starfield a ton of time, guys.
Yeah. I think it's interesting for sure.
Answer that, because then, we look at this one, it'll,
right. I get it.
But we look at it all, and again, that for us is having it be unique, because there is so much science fiction.
So
I would like to dodge all these questions.
Well,
though.
that's
yeah.
you-
How am I doing?
You've been
What?
I would like to dodge all of these questions. Can you not take a bit of pride as an interviewer?
Yeah.
When you hear that be said. Like you're talking to some crypto scammer and he says flat out, I would like to dodge all of these questions.
Dude, I'm telling you, like Ryan pinned him down in a way have not seen before.
Yeah.
I think it's just a combination of Fallout 76, and he did the Fallout 76 questions and stuff, and now he just really rattled
I feel like
Todd here.
Todd gave terms that it could never be like this again. Like he's got to get all the questions in advance.
Yeah.
From here on. Because I don't think nobody's gonna like being put on the back pedal like this.
Yeah.
And especially not a guy like Todd who has a 20-year career of being just master marketer.
Like I said, I've never seen Todd backpedal, like verbally backpedal before. He's twisted it so that he did backpedal, but it wasn't flagged like that. But in this, he was like, no. I mean, like he did the I mean, and it's just like, oh my God, what?
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
You can't see the leather binding here. He can't get out of the chair. But no, so effectively you have a vision for what the sci-fi game you've always wanted to play, and that's what you're going for here.
Yes, and it's not just that the tone of the world, it's the game flow and the things you can do.
Are you going to tell me about the tone at all?
What's interesting is I've seen
Ryan is
follow up shit. And you see, my perception of Ryan was this era, these questions, because I've seen like clips from this interview.
This is
like,
dude, this is great.
So that's why I was kind of like disappointed in the modern Ryan interviews, because like he's nothing like his 2019 self.
Holy shit. And it's like he laughs when it's appropriate to laugh to like, create levity and stuff. And then like there, he's just like straight. Like, are you going to tell me any more about that?
Yeah, he's a pursuit animal for sure. Like he knows that Todd didn't answer the tone question.
Yeah.
No. Well, the teaser we put out teases the tone. Yeah.
Fair enough.
I don't know.
When are we going to see more of it? Next E3?
Everyone should be very patient.
Oh my God. Like I said, Todd must have really respected, like, this is rough. Like, he's just getting beaten right now.
Yeah, this is originally going to be a 2-hour interview.
That's fair.
Everybody should be very patient. Yeah, I mean, like,
are they? My question is, he at Bethesda right now? Because they have like the statues and stuff.
Yeah, so I think they're at Bethesda.
Oh my God, to go into their house.
Yeah. he went to them. He obviously brought some equipment. He obviously prepared quite a bit.
Oh yeah.
This
Dude.
This is about where I expect you to be at if you get a Todd Howard interview. You got to take it seriously.
Yeah.
I will say this. I like it to be I like when you really see the game to when it's out is as short as possible. Yeah. As short as people will let me.
I mean, with Fallout 4, you guys, again, inspired a lot of other publishers to kind of go that same route of, we're going to announce it and then ship it 6 months later.
5 months, yeah.
5 months.
Yeah, that was as short as I was told anyone would allow me to do.
You would go shorter if you could?
Oh, yeah. Well, maybe, I'm trying to think what's perfect right now. Maybe a week just to get people excited.
Right.
So Todd Howard's ideal marketing is to just show people the game a week before it comes out.
There's a way that could actually work.
With a company at their notoriety level, for sure.
Yeah. Like you just I mean, but I'm saying like you still have to show stuff, like but you have to like drop it hard.
Okay, the way I would look at it is I'd have a lot of respect for it if it was a Skyrim at QuakeCon style playthrough.
Yep.
You're showing the game. You're really playing it live in front of a crowd.
And that's how you open it. That's how you introduce it. And then the rest of the week is just more details. Just keep it coming for a week fucking straight until the game's out. Because I'm not the type of person. It's like people need to know what they're buying. Yeah. So the reason you do a long marketing stretch is so that you can get that information out so that people can make a decision and deliberate on if they're going to buy the game or not.
Plus, it's ironic that he's talked about this, and then like we've been seeing the game for like years.
Yeah.
Of launch. Todd
that's the
Todd
irony.
Must have hated that.
Holy crap!
Have those moments of I saw it. There's some trailers, percolates in your mind, and
So you would rather just not even.
Don't hold me to that, all right? Because you should just cut that.
You'd rather just not even.
You should just cut that, man.
Like, I've seen Todd, like joking around and everything like that. He's being pretty sincere here. Like, that was a genuine request. Like, no, please cut that.
And they headlined that this was about Starfield too.
Yeah.
So you know that this is what people were here to see.
I mean, you're gonna put me out of business doing that stuff.
Really?
Yeah.
No, you do this. You're fine.
Well, I do. Yeah, I guess so.
Okay.
I'll figure out a way.
I don't know. I think
anyway.
shorter is better.
Yeah.
I think people see something. Like, when have you seen a trailer or a demo and said, "I'd like to wait"?
Right? Well, I don't think it's that. I get where you're coming from, though. I think more it's.
There's a retail aspect to that where, the retail channel needs to know, and the earlier they know, the earlier they can prepare, the earlier they can leak it, all of that stuff. So.
What's up, Walmart Canada?
Yeah. So it's not just them.
Would you rather games pivot to be more like film in that regard and just like, hey, here's a trailer, maybe 6 months out, and then maybe a second trailer, and then
film has gotten
out.
very different, right? Film has started to tease it really early. This is what we're making, and we're doing that in this, right? We're sitting here talking about Starfield, something that I normally wouldn't do. You would just, come 5-6 months out before it's out. But I think those kind of things now, in terms of letting your audience know, this is what we're doing, this is the order, so people know, hey, we're doing Starfield. We're in the early stages of Elder Scrolls 6, and that will be after Starfield. I think it's good to let our fans know that, to set those expectations.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense. On that note, so as I said, and you kind of were starting to, I could see you doing the math in your head to see if fact check me, but it seems like we're probably.
Man. So this is definitely a solid interview, for sure. I'll be checking out the rest of this one.
Yeah.
But I think we ought to get out of here if we want to have our voices for tomorrow.
Right. I don't know if tomorrow's gonna happen or not.
You don't think so?
I have to get it to work. So
it's probably something that could be figured out.
I'm gonna try.
Do you do game capture typically?
I usually do game capture.
Someone was saying window capture.
Like, I tried that, it still didn't work. Like I said, and I was looking online, I could not find any information on it, so it's gonna be I'm
temporary install of Streamlabs. Or can you install multiple instances of OBS?
I don't think so.
That would be something that I would try, is a second OBS install.
Yeah, I'm not gonna commit to tomorrow. We'll know when
if it does pull off.
Yeah, if you see the thing go up, then yes, it's happening tomorrow. But otherwise, it might have to wait a bit.
If not, you could use Streamlabs OBS. It's different. It's OBS, but slightly different.
Mm-hmm.
It's shitty. Don't want to support their business practice, but if that's what it takes.
Yeah, that might work.
Well, anyways, hopefully we pull through. If not, because I like the stream idea for sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, thanks to everybody for coming out. Thanks everybody who, if you made it through the whole 8.5 hours. Man, 8.5 hours, and what did we do? 3 anime trailers, Lex Friedman, and 2 Ryan interviews.
And we didn't even get through the whole Lex Friedman interview or we didn't even get through half of the second Ryan interview.
Yeah, which was juicy for sure.
Yeah.
I am glad we knocked out that one interview though. That 15-minute one that didn't say anything.
Yeah.
Didn't say much anyways. But yeah, you love to see it. Wish you saw it more often.
Hey, you can see it in his eyes too. Like, he's a fucking alpha here.
Yeah. He knows that he got one over on Todd. Which I think is pretty impressive. It's an accomplishment.
Yeah.
There's not a lot of people that get that chance, let alone capitalize on it. Like,
we miss you, Ryan.
If Paris had been given the full interview and not just a cameo,
yeah,
I think he could have done the same. I hope that one day after Todd Howard retires that we can get a good... I'm very interested in the man, to say the least.
I think he has someone who has been as successful as he has been and been in the industry as long as he's full of very worthwhile knowledge and wisdom, regardless of what you think about the games he makes and stuff like that.
And just the history. So yeah, we're gonna get out of here, chat. Thanks for hanging out. I don't know if there's gonna be one more Starfield stream or not. I gotta play Far Harbor. I got a lot of things I gotta do, apparently.
How many
games
promo
today?
How many promo things do we even have left? Is this the last of the
for trailers
interviews?
And stuff? For interviews?
Yeah.
I mean, there's tons of there's still like probably 2 hours of interview stuff to go through. I finished the Elon Musk interview.
Oh god.
And Ryan and Lex Friedman. That's like 3 hours right there. But no, as far as modern stuff, I think I'm pretty caught up unless there's like a written article that I've missed.
Yeah. Unless they do some more stuff between now and then.
It's not impossible that they do more stuff for sure. But the only reason I did the trailers today was because I wanted to do more interviews.
Yeah.
That was the real reason.
Yeah, we wouldn't have done this stream if we didn't have the interviews to do.
Yeah, so I don't know if I've got like more left to do, especially if it's just another nothing trailer.
Yeah.
Which is the real red flag, I think, here. We got 3 new trailers and none of them said anything. We don't even know like if the thing that they were passing around was money or not. We just assume that it is. But they didn't say anything. Like literally they didn't say anything. They used stock sound effects and storyboard panels.
God damn.
So. We'll see you later, chat.
Bye.